Hey everyone, have you finally finished binge watching My Wife is from 1,000 Years Ago? I'm back today to unveil a brand new high stakes series for you all. Technically, it isn't new since it actually debuted about 2 months ago. In this treacherous world, grotesque and bizarre abominations roam free. An orc swings its massive weapon, a murderous snarl etched across its face. A courageous warrior raises his shield in defiance, bracing himself against the monster's bone-crushing strike. Their twisted, mutated forms are enough to instill pure paralyzing terror in anyone unfortunate enough to witness them. The beast lets out a blood-curdling roar, pinning its jagged weapon against Marin's body. Olga draws his bow with lethal precision, staring down the hulking orc. Eat this. They are savage predators that threaten every living soul struggling to survive in this wasteland. Mickey and Heket charge into the fray, dismantling the monstrosity strike by calculated strike. To the world, they are known as monsters. The beast emits a final guttering groan before collapsing heavily onto the earth. Olga exhales a jagged sigh of relief. Excellent work, team. Is anyone injured? Heket responds. No, we're all intact. Mickey adds with a grin. Sweet. I just leveled up. Olga turns his attention toward Maron. You truly held the front line this time. Having a titan like Maron as our tank is a massive relief. Suddenly, Olga's expression darkens with realization. Wait, don't tell me you're actually planning to... Marin is seen clutching a razor-sharp blade stalking toward the carcass of the fallen beast. The steel glints ominously in the fading light. Maron begins his meticulous process. 1. Shave the coarse orc leg hair. 2. Neutralize the pungent gamey scent using aromatic spices and deodorizing herbs. 3. Carve the meat into perfect bite-sized medallions. 4. Flash fry it with a bed of noodles. Mickey groans in disgust. Ugh, absolutely revolting. I've seen him do this 1,000 times and I'll never get used to it. Why can't you just stick to normal rations? Instead of that, Heket remains unfazed. The world is vast and full of diverse eccentricities. At the very least, you have to admire the passion he puts into his craft. Marin selects a delicate sprig of herb for the finishing touch, garnishing the pasta with culinary precision. Creamy sauce. Prime orc meat. Heket claps in genuine admiration while Mickey recoils in horror. I am seriously never going to be okay with this. Marin uses a fork to expertly twirl the noodles and takes a savoring bite. How does it taste? He pauses, glancing back at Mickey with a knowing look. Hey, care for a sample? Mickey recoils, instantly vehemently rejecting the bizarre offer. No, I'm definitely passing on that. Marin feasts heartily, his mind racing with satisfaction. This is nothing short of divine. These isekai locals haven't the slightest clue how to appreciate true gourmet flavor. The profile is incredibly rich and complex. The essence from the deodorized orc leg is surprisingly sweet and succulent. The texture is exquisite. It literally melts across my palate. Gloriously greasy, fatty collagen. The wavy noodles harmonize flawlessly with the velvet cream sauce. The flavor has reached its zenith. It's a literal symphony of fats. Mickey's expression darkens with sheer disbelief. How can he stomach that with such a blissful look on his face? Heket replies pensively, well, you know, Marin has always been an outlier. Olga's voice drops to a chilling whisper. By the way, have you heard the grim news? That hero who vanished a while back, they finally recovered the body. Mickey gasps, eyes wide with shock. Where? He grimly responds, the forest of despair in the south. Are you serious? I just trekked through that territory a few days ago. Heket speaks up, her voice tinged with heavy regret. Wasn't he the realm's most promising champion? Even a legend like him was eradicated. Marin suddenly freezes, lost in a deep trance staring into the empty void. A single thought consumes him. Just how powerful are the monstrosities lurking in that region? Mickey eyes him with growing suspicion. Regardless of how lethal the monster is, you're probably just fantasizing about hunting and butchering it. Aren't you Maron? Why are you even obsessed with consuming monsters anyway? Maron remained shrouded in silence for a long moment. Flashback 3 months ago in a secluded southern village. A panicked, frantic voice suddenly pierces the air. Why is the carriage immobilized? It was functioning perfectly just yesterday. How many times must I explain it to you? The raid boss emerged and barricaded the road, inciting pure chaos. How are we expected to evacuate under these conditions? The village chief glares at the carriage with mounting irritation. Look at the one that limped back the other day. It was a total wreck. A man sits perched on the carriage, trembling with violent tremors. His eyes are hollowed out, his frame looking completely emaciated and broken. Suddenly, the carriage structure collapses, sending shockwaves through the crowd. We're grounded indefinitely. Go seek passage elsewhere. It's the same story everywhere. I was desperate to secure more supplies. In the distance, a frail old man shivers with fear. My child, is it finally time to go visit our son? No, the girl whispers dejectedly. Perhaps another time. My child, can we go see my son now? No, the girl replies sorrowfully. We'll have to wait for next time. Mayhem pondered anxiously. But what the hell are we supposed to do now? Even if we suspend all passenger services indefinitely, the final delivery deadline is a mere 3 days away. The village chief clutched his head, driven to the brink of insanity. The client is a high-ranking noble, for heaven's sake. If we miss that window, it's going to be an absolute catastrophe. An ear-piercing shout suddenly tore through the air, instantly snagging the attention of both men. I already told you we aren't budging for now. A disgruntled man was fiercely berating Meron. I couldn't care less about your personal problems. I'm staying put. If you're in such a rush, find yourself another carriage. With that final snub, he drove the carriage away as the village chief whispered, Hey, look over there. That traveler in the iron helmet is awesome. He looks a bit disheveled, but he radiates a certain strength. Mayhem sized Marin up, scrutinizing him from head to toe. His gear looks completely neglected and unmaintained. The chief snapped back impatiently. Stop being so damn picky. The more desperate they are, the easier they are to hire on the cheap. A loud voice projected from behind Marin's position. Hey, hold on a second, you there, the warrior in the iron helmet. Maron paused mid-stride and turned slowly toward the source. Mayhem flashed a broad opportunistic smile. It seems you're seeking a way out of this village. Pray tell, which direction are you headed? Marin replied with a flat, cold tone, east toward Adrama. The merchant's eyes lit up. Perfect, that's exactly our route. Then join our caravan. There's no need for any payment. All we ask is that you serve as our professional escort along the journey. We'll even provide all your meals free of charge. Marin noted skeptically the other carriages are all hunkering down in the village. Mayhem scratched his head, looking slightly awkward. I'm well aware of the lethal situation on the roads, but we are under strict orders to depart immediately. I overheard you have some urgent business of your own. Isn't it mutually beneficial if we assist one another? Marin stated with stoic calm. Fine, I'm in. Mayhem rejoiced. A wise decision truly. We'll scour the area for a few more blades and set out by high noon. In that case, I'll be waiting in the carriage. Meeting like this must be a twist of fate. Allow us to introduce ourselves. I am Mayhem, a humble merchant by trade. And you? Marin replied with an expressionless stare. Marin Glassy. Mayhem leaned in and hissed a whisper to the chief. He looks a bit gaunt, doesn't he? You don't think he's harboring some terminal illness, do you? The old man clicked his tongue. Who cares? As long as he can swing a sword, he's useful. If you're that worried, go hire some extra mercenaries. Marin brooded internally. How did everything spiral to this point? Did the legendary hero really just meet such a pathetic, meaningless end? He felt as if his very soul was fracturing. No, I refuse to let it end like this. I must survive and fight my way back to Adrama. Suddenly, a sharp voice shattered his internal monologue. Marin! Marin snapped out of it. Are you dozing off? Honestly, it's impossible to tell with that bucket on your head. He shifted slightly and replied in a low drone. I'm functional. Mayhem persisted. It's just that the whole carriage was buzzing about this. The passengers were engaged in lively, hopeful chatter. My destination is Human, and we're bound for the capital Adrama. Marin, didn't you mention you were Adrama bound as well? What business draws a warrior like you to the city? Marin answered flatly, I'm visiting family at the Lias orphanage. Circumstances changed, and it's been an eternity since my last visit. Curiosity rippled through the group. There's an orphanage in that sector. Well, given the scale of the city, I suppose it's only logical. A man leaned in, whispering, You certainly look capable. Tell me, what level have you reached? Marin tilted his head, genuinely perplexed. Level? It's safer to coordinate if we know each other's stats. Just check the status window. It displays the fundamental metrics used to gauge combat prowess. For instance, I've hit the impressive milestone of level 23. You might be a novice now, but keep grinding and you'll get there. Marin slowly summoned and navigated the translucent system interface. He muttered under his breath, 95. Suddenly, the entire carriage jolted with a violent, bone-rattling force. The driver's terrified scream pierced the air. It's here. In the immediate distance, the hulking silhouette of a monster was thundering toward them. A chorus of panicked voices erupted. A red hog has emerged from the brush. Gods, it's a red hog. The beast unleashed a deafening, earth-shaking roar. The man scrambled frantically, drawing his weapon for a desperate stand. Move now. Don't let that beast touch the carriage, damn it. It's already on us. Marin observed coolly. So that's a red hog, as grotesque as the name implies. It was a mutated, gargantuan subspecies of wild boar. System wild boar aberration. Level 62. Level 62, an ideal specimen for a quick warm-up. Marin unsheathed his gleaming lethal blade and began a steady, fearless march toward the rampaging beast. The man shrieked in horror. Hey! What are you doing, you idiot? Do you have a death wish? The red hog launched itself high into the air, aiming to crush him. Marin's gaze sharpened, pinning the beast with an intense predatory glare. With cold precision, he braced himself and unleashed a devastating strike. A crimson spray of fresh blood painted the battlefield. Marin slowly rotates his head, his gaze cold and piercing. His frame is drenched in red hog ichor, a silent testament to the beast he just slaughtered. The entire group stares at him, paralyzed by a wall of stunned silence and awe. Marin remains motionless, his mind racing with a singular thought. Did I seriously just one-shot that monstrosity? Even accounting for a massive level disparity, to have it disintegrate from a single blow. Am I truly this broken? The spectators erupt into a frenzy. Holy hell! That guy is an absolute monster. He cleaved that red hog in two in the literal blink of an eye. He sounds young, but those combat mechanics are world-class. There's no way you're a mere human. Are you an elf or some highware beast? He dismissively waves his hands. No, nothing like that. I'm just a traveler who, a thunderous pat on the back nearly sends him sprawling. Enough talk, victory has been secured. Now it's time to satiate our hunger. Let's prepare the feast, everyone. Marin stands in the center of the commotion, retreating back into a stoic silence. As the shroud of night descends, the party struggles to ignite a campfire while trade rumors and gossip. So what's the deal with this Marin character anyway? Keeping his face concealed like that is incredibly suspicious. His equipment looks like literal scrap. Maybe he possesses some hidden broken skill. Mayhem wears a knowing grin. Who can say for sure, perhaps, that rusted slab of iron is actually a legendary artifact in disguise? Mickey dismisses the theory with a shrug. Drop it already. If your curiosity is burning that much, just ask the man. Hey Marin. She scans the perimeter and calls out his name, but only silence answers her. Wasn't Maron standing right there a second ago? Wait, where the hell did he vanish to? Suddenly, the entire camp gasps in collective horror. They freeze in their tracks, paralyzed by the macabre sight unfolding before them. Marin is dragging the massive bleeding carcass of the red hog back into camp. A terrified shrill scream pierces the night. Are you completely out of your mind? Mickey explodes in rage. We're trying to have a meal here. Why on earth are you dragging that filth toward us? Marin hesitates, looking genuinely puzzled. I just figured the meal would be better with protein. Get that disgusting thing away from our camp this instant. A spoonful of meager broth is lifted to someone's lips. The insults continue to fly. Good grief, man. I don't care how famished you are. This is beyond the pale. Who could possibly eat with a monster corpse rotting right next to them? Seriously, my appetite has been completely annihilated. He fails to comprehend the social faux pas he's committed, so he takes a spoonful of the group soup and tastes it. He instantly freezes, his face contorting as if he's fighting back a gag reflex. The others exclaim in delight. This soup is perfectly hot and these potatoes are divine. Marin scoffs audibly. You people actually consider this swill good? She glares at him, her eyes burning with irritation. We're surviving in the middle of a wilderness. This is a luxury banquet. What were you expecting, a 5-star steak dinner out here? Why are you staring at me like I'm the next item on your menu? Don't tell me you're actually delusional enough to consume that monster. Snap out of it, disgusting factor aside. Have you considered that the meat might be lethal or toxic? Marin remains fixated. Listen, this is the protocol for monster remains. Harvest the vital materials and incinerate the rest immediately. That is fundamental survival knowledge. She pouts defiantly. I'd literally rather starve to death than touch that carcass. Oh right, you're bound for a drama too, aren't you? It's an arduous journey. Even if the rations aren't to your taste, you need to eat to maintain your combat edge. Hey, a voice calls out, interrupting her. Archer girl, get over here and help me ignite this pyre. This carcass is so damp it's refusing to catch fire. Mickey steps forward with graceful confidence. Step aside. I'll have this blazing in a heartbeat. Marin watches, looking slightly bewildered. Why on earth would they ask an archer to spark a flame? Mickey invokes a mystical incantation, Ignite. A sudden burst of flame erupts, catching Marin completely off guard. Whoa, magic is incredibly efficient. By the way, is that a skill I could potentially master? Certainly. It's a low-tier spell, but exceptionally versatile. Maron speaks up. Are you an initiate of the magic tower? Mickey looks genuinely puzzled. Why bring up the magic tower so out of the blue? Well, because that's where most mages originate, isn't it? Mage, I'm an archer, you dimwit. But you literally just cast a fire manipulation spell. She exhales a long, weary sigh. You don't need to be a high-level mage to perform basic cantrips. Mastering true elemental sorcery takes years of study, but wait. Exactly what century are you living in? The present era. Basic utility spells like this are mandatory requirements for all adventurers now. Mandatory. You've got to be joking. Have you been living under a rock your entire life? Look over there. See the glow of those city lights on the horizon. Don't tell me you honestly think those are all fueled by primitive oil lamps. Magic stones instead of oil and wicks. Is this truly your first time seeing them? I suppose they're rare in the backwoods. But even children's toys are powered by mana circuits these days. When I was a child, we didn't possess such advanced luxuries. Time truly has moved on without me. Marin stands in silence, lost in a haze of nostalgia and the past. The aroma of seared flesh. I truly wish this was authentic pork instead of a corrupted beast. Care for a morsel? Are you actively trying to assassinate me? I just meant once this quest reaches its conclusion, grabbing a round of drinks together would be legendary, wouldn't it? Hell yeah, a frost-covered ale to top it off would be the ultimate prize. Marone gazes silently into the dancing flames of the campfire Mickey. Ignited. Destination East a drama. An exuberant voice rings out, "Man, talk about a stroke of luck. We're incredibly fortunate to have had you on this run. Because you neutralized that red hog so swiftly, we reached the gates far ahead of schedule. If not for your blade, Marin, we'd be in a dire mess." "Seriously, much obliged." Marin replies with a somber tone, "No, I'm the one who owes you a debt of gratitude." The others begin whispering amongst themselves. Has he been fasting this entire trip? From the very start, it's like he couldn't stomach a single bite of rations. Even when he managed to swallow, he'd just gag it back up and stick to water. I initially dismissed him as a picky eater, but could he be suffering from some hidden malady? He hasn't discarded that iron helm for a single second either. Don't tell me we've been traveling with a monster in disguise? Mayhem extends a small parcel toward Maron. "Take this small token of appreciation. Don't be modest." Marin tilts his head perplexed. "This exceeded the terms of our contract, didn't it?" The merchant departs with a final wave, saying, "Think nothing of it. This is merely how we do business." "Well then, until our paths cross again." Maron stares down at the loaf of bread he was gifted. He inspects it for a long agonizing moment, lost in a shroud of memories before heartlessly tossing it into the dirt. As he treks onward, he muses, "After all that absolute chaos, I finally returned to my cherished hometown. East a drama. The cityscape has transformed beyond recognition. That bakery is still swarming with customers after all these years, huh? Just one more turn around this final corner. Back to the sanctuary I've yearned for. Location, Leah's orphanage. He stands paralyzed by the sight that greets him. It is nothing like the orphanage etched in his mind. I've been exiled for so long, did I take a wrong turn in the labyrinth? No, this is undeniably the location. It stood right here. Why is there a bizarre toy shop standing in its place? An inquisitive employee speaks up. "Pardon me, sir, are you searching for something specific?" Myron asks urgently what happened to the Lias orphanage. "Where was it relocated? It occupied this exact plot." The employee pauses to reflect. "The Leah's orphanage. I'm the second generation proprietor of this establishment, and I've never once encountered that name. Second generation, it was definitely here. Conversation is futile. I've truly never heard," a voice suddenly calls out to Maron. "Hey there, are you inquiring about the Lias home?" He asks with a spark of hope. "Do you recognize the place, ma'am?" I haven't witnessed it firsthand, but echoes of rumors from a lifetime ago remain. That sanctuary did indeed exist once. Used to exist? What are you implying? Deep within my memories, the old woman's next revelation struck him with the force of a lightning bolt. It was reduced to cinders in a single night during a dragon's descent, if I recall. His eyes widen in sheer disbelief. His pupils contract with violent shock, decimated by dragons. My previous existence was as colorless as a blank sheet of parchment, void of any defining moments of kid, stripped of any brilliant aspirations. As the light of life flickered out in my final seconds, the solitary vision that haunted my mind was the flickering warmth of an old dinner table surrounded by lost loved ones. That marked the conclusion of my first life. Deep within Marin's psyche. Ah, that's right, I was sinking into the watery depths. But why is this place so blindingly bright? Is this a ceiling above me? Curious children peer down at him. He's stirring. Sister, the infant, is finally awake. What is happening? I vividly remember being crushed in that accident. "Young man, I told you not to shout like a banshee." The baby just opened his eyes. "You'll frighten the poor soul." Someone lifts him gently. "Let me have a look." The sister cradles him with tender affection and beams. "Did you have a peaceful rest, little one? Welcome to the Leah's orphanage. From this moment forth, you are a precious member of our family." That was my inaugural memory in this strange new realm. A sanctuary overflowing with warmth, a sense of belonging that I believed was lost to me forever. A heavy pouch of gold is set upon the table. This represents this month's contribution. The sister sighs with a gentle scold. "I've told you this isn't necessary." Marin insists it's merely a small token for the children's treats. The sister's brow furrows with worry. "You've only just returned and you're departing again. You've been pushing your limits far too much lately." He offers a confident smile. "You know I'm resilient, sister. This is a trifle. But your absence will be far too long this time. It unnerves me. This contract is straightforward truly. I'll just purge a few goblin nests in the south and return before you know it." Her expression softens with melancholy. "If you say so, then I must trust you, right? But give me your word on one thing before you depart." "Name it." "Make sure you return to our hearth before nightfall, understood." "I'll have that berry pie you crave waiting for you." "Yes, I give you my word." Standing before a colossal ancient tree, a voice cuts through the silence. "You've sought out the correct person, sir? Following the devastating dragon onslaught, The majority of the architecture was reconstructed. But tragically, not a single soul from that orphanage survived the flames. In the present day, our cathedral has assumed the responsibility of caring for the displaced orphans. This particular grave has remained abandoned for an eternity. If I may ask, what was your connection to observing Maron anchored in silence, kneeling upon the cold earth? She realized that some questions were better left unasked. Forgive my intrusion, I shall leave you to your peace. Maron's hand trembles violently as he reaches toward the stone. I'll be returning home shortly. I gave my word, so please don't worry about me. He is utterly consumed by a tide of agonizing regret. If only I had been there. Could I have changed this cruel fate? As the heavens open and rain lashes down, he slumps against the gnarled trunk. Now the truth is buried forever. He remains motionless until the storm finally dissipates. Two passers-by whisper nearby, "Hey, is that man from the other day still there?" Yeah. He hasn't budged for several days now. I truly wonder if he's lost his mind. The weight of such grief must be unbearable. Marin lingers in a hollow silence, his gaze fixed blankly on the weathered tombstone. A solitary piece of bread is tossed onto the damp grass. She drops the meager ration and walks away without a word. Marin slowly reaches out to retrieve the bread. He brings it to his lips and forces a bite. It's repulsive. He finds himself incapable of digesting anything. Every morsel tastes like ash and rot. Watching others savor the very same food, it's definitive proof that I am the one who is broken. I lack even the basic will to nourish my own failing body. My kin have been snatched away once more. I am cast into absolute solitude again. What is the purpose of this pathetic, hollow existence? I'd rather just let it all end. Suddenly, he bolts upright, his head snapping toward a new sensation. What is that scent? Meat. No, this is far more primal, more intense. It's a complete departure from the filth I usually can't stomach. Why is this aroma so incredibly, irresistibly tempting? Marin finds himself salivating uncontrollably. He rises and stumbles away, leaving the discarded bread to rot in the mud. Marin stalks the intoxicating scent of the seared flesh. He ventures into a narrow, shadowed alley where a harsh voice bellows. I commanded you to intensify the flames. With a pathetic flame like this, how long do you think it'll take to incinerate? I didn't realize. Dumping monster carcasses within city limits carries a staggering fine, you moron. The aroma is divine, so why the hell are you complaining? How can you be so dense that you can't distinguish between standard livestock and the flesh of a monster? You utter incompetent. What if some starving street urchin scavenges this, eats it, and drops dead? It isn't a venomous breed, so what's with all the paranoia? If you're such a coward, haul it outside the city gates and dump it there. Maron stares intently at the charred flesh. It looks exquisite. In a flash, he snatches a portion and vanishes into the shadows, leaving the confused laborer to scratch his head. We've surely incinerated a massive pile by now, right? So why is there so little of the damn thing left? He retreats back to the sanctuary of the grave. Clutching the stolen morsel of meat in his trembling hand, he takes a desperate bite and gasps, "This is absolutely incredible!" A celestial flavor profile unlike anything I've ever experienced. Despite the char, the meat is remarkably sweet and savory. Every single fiber erupts with a rich, concentrated essence. It's incomparable to the bland, tasteless swill I tried to eat before. With every swallow, my dormant survival instincts are screaming to life. Suddenly, a spray of crimson blood spatters the ground. Maron realizes with a shock that he has bitten deep into his own hand. He collapses to his knees, clutching his mangled flesh in sheer agony. Bitter tears of regret stream down his hollow cheeks. I'm so sorry, everyone. Please forgive me. In the end, I am the only one cursed to survive. I'm sorry, but I'm not ready to die yet. I want to experience life as a human being again. To savor more of this forbidden, delicious sustenance. To find happiness and live this life to its absolute limit. But do I even possess the right to live like that? As the first light of dawn crests the horizon and bathes the world in gold, a single vibrant green leaf drifts slowly through the air. It feels as if an invisible, spectral hand has gently brushed against Marin's own. He is jolted back to the harsh reality of the present. Marin gazes at the weathered tombstone in a long, heavy silence. He sighs and bites his lip until it nearly bleeds. Then he slowly pulls himself upright. I'm departing now. This time, I promise I won't be late coming home. And that marked the quiet, unassuming genesis of my culinary odyssey. A magnificent towering spire pierces the sky in the heart of a drama. The legendary He Salim Adventurer Guild. The definitive threshold for every aspiring hero. Every epic saga begins within the halls of He Salim, a prestigious institution boasting a sophisticated management network that oversees every high-stakes request in the realm, from treacherous dungeon crawling to high-stakes monster extermination. But don't mistake this for a playground. Not just any amateur can enlist. A miniature golem speaks with a cold mechanical drone, pass. Next candidate, failure. Suddenly, an individual radiating an overwhelming pressure steps forward. The tiny golem nearly shatters from the sheer force of her impact. It erupts in mechanical cheer, candidate number 5312. Pass ranked 6th overall for today. Dahlia triumphantly thrusts her fist into the air. The surrounding crowd erupts into frantic gossip. That elf girl just shattered the record for the highest score. Even that mountain of a man earlier only managed to hit the 3,000 mark. Where did this absolute prodigy emerge from? Hey gorgeous. Congratulations on seizing the top spot. If you're currently unattached, how about joining forces with me? I've got quite the reputation in these parts, you know. The two of us together could effortlessly carry any squad to rank A. Dahlia, visibly annoyed, shuts him down instantly. Not interested. Marin stands by, feeling the weight of the awkward tension. Excuse me. A sharp voice cuts through the air. Marone, aren't you going to attempt the qualification test? Pardon my bluntness, but are you certain you can even handle the strain? Yes, of course. I fully intend to take the test. Dahlia flashes a confident smile and turns her gaze toward him. She rests a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Relax, don't be so rigid. A stiff body is a cage that prevents you from unleashing your true potential. I appreciate the advice. Think nothing of it. Fellow countrymen have to look out for one another, right? Marin tilts his head perplexed. Fellow countrymen, a receptionist greets them with a saccharine, sweet smile. Welcome, I've been anticipating your arrival. The receptionist professionally welcomes the new talent. Ms. Dahlia, word of your record-breaking performance reached us instantly. Dahlia beams with excitement. Wow, rumors certainly travel fast here. My sincerest congratulations. You are now officially recognized as an adventurer of the prestigious Hisalam Guild. She clutches her credentials and suddenly freezes. Wait, rank D! I achieved the highest score yet. I'm relegated to such a low rank. The clerk explains calmly, those are the ironclad regulations. Every new recruit, regardless of talent, must debut at rank D. However, with your exceptional prowess, you'll ascend the ranks in no time. In that case, can I commission a quest? Immediately to begin my ascent. Let's see. There are precisely 2 rank D contracts currently available. 1. A routine extermination of gargoyles at the level 15 manor. 2. Harvest 10. Gremlin eyeballs from the pests infesting the gargoyle manor. I'll accept both for the time being. Hold on, these specific contracts strictly require a party. What the gargoyle manor has been derelict for so long, that the monster population has reached critical levels. To mitigate the lethality, rank D adventurers are mandated to deploy in groups. A group? Dahlia scans the room with a skeptical gaze. Her eyes land on a scruffy, disheveled man and a dazed, bewildered youth. She lets out a weary sigh. In a dump like this, where am I supposed to find competent allies? Pardon me, in that case, I'll... Before he can even finish his sentence, a massive impact slams into the structural wall, causing the masonry to cave in and collapse. A chorus of panicked voices erupts from the dust. Is anyone wounded? Is everyone still in one piece? Are you all right, miss? I'm intact. But what in the hell just happened? I'm completely in the dark. Without warning, that heavy golem came hurtling through the wall. And that mechanical heap weighs an absolute ton. Dahlia stares out through the wreckage, stunned. On the opposite side of the debris, Marin remains frozen in a perfect lethal combat stance. He looks down, unable to fathom the destruction before him. Mortified that a simple test escalated into chaos, he bows a deep apology. I offer my sincerest apologies to everyone. The receptionist is in a frantic state. There's no need for such a formal apology. By some miracle, no one was caught in the crossfire. While this technically wasn't cheating on the exam, this is quite literally the first time I've ever witnessed such an absurd display of raw power. I fully intend to compensate for every bit of damage, from the exterior wall repairs and masonry, to the pulverized furniture and the total loss of the golem, including the projected business losses from this disruption. The clerk smiles thinly and taps a finger on a ledger. The final invoice comes to 2 gold and 30 silver. Marone upends his coin pouch, but it's tragically light, not a single copper remains. Yes, I understand the gravity. May I settle this debt through installments? If the repayment period drags on, you could face legal prosecution. I'll clear the balance as swiftly as humanly possible. Regardless, you are now officially a registered adventurer. Simply grind through quests and you'll eventually crawl out of this debt. Dahlia interjects, her eyes gleaming. Hey, there's exactly one quest left that demands a party. You're coming with me. It just so happens I'm in the market for a capable teammate. You're in a bit of a desperate bind, aren't you? Marone broods internally. What exactly is this elf girl's angle? System profile Dahlia. Current level 1. INT 18. LUK 36. An elemental's chosen one possessing such meticulously balanced stats? What is her true motive for wanting to party up with me? We can simply divide the quest objectives. Back at the guild, she was behaving with a bizarre forced friendliness. I suppose I'll play along with this for the time being. In all honesty, having a collaborator is a matter of convenience anyway. The receptionist chirps enthusiastically. A warrior and an archer, what an impeccable duo. Consider the contract finalized. Myron muses. I suppose I have no choice but to accept for now, provided she proves herself competent. We can each independently manage our own assigned objectives and part ways. Dahlia interjects, there's no need for such brooding. We haven't been formally introduced. I am Dahlia. Address me simply as Dahlia. Despite the lingering shroud of suspicion, he resolves to prioritize the immediate task at hand. He accepts her handshake. Marin Glassy, Marin will suffice. A pleasure to meet you, Marin. Let's go forth and obliterate our first quest together. He thinks, I'm hardly thrilled by this arrangement, but my options are exhausted. Since this is merely a transient alliance, I'll endure it. Forming a party was the sole prerequisite to secure the commission. The receptionist joyfully proclaims, congratulations on the birth of a new party. The Elven, Archer Dahlia, and the human warrior Marin Glassy. Wait, what? You're a human. Dahlia's expression instantly soured. Marin navigates according to the parchment map. Here we are, the Gargoyle Manor dungeon entrance. A sharp, irritable voice snaps at him. Damn it, why are you loitering like a fool? Dahlia grumbles with visible contempt. Son of a... I'm actually forced into a party with a human. Why must I be tethered to a member of such an inferior species? Within Marin's thoughts, a long-lived race. With their towering stature and ethereal beauty, they are frequently hunted as prime targets for slavery. Because of that, their diplomatic ties with humanity have hit rock bottom. While the guild clerk appeared free of such prejudice, abruptly, he raises his gaze to survey the perimeter. A manor simultaneously magnificent and macabre looms before them. It certainly embodies the ominous reputation of a manor. The atmosphere is unrecognizable compared to the daylight hours. Is that our primary target in system interface? Gremlin monster level 18. DEF 45. Their physiques grow progressively larger and more resilient. Look at them swarming like vermin. It's revolting. She casts a look of pure disdain his way. Listen, human. Maintain your distance so you don't obstruct my movements. You short-lived, unrefined types are truly... Actually, I'm wasting my breath. Just ensure you stay in your lane. She gawks at him in utter disbelief. Huh, what was that? Don't you dare dismiss me like that. I wasn't even finished and you just turn your back. I have never encountered anyone as insolent as you. Is your lifespan so fleeting that you lack the time to learn basic etiquette? You're the one who instigated this hostility. I've clocked over a century of life myself. So drop the short-lived drivel. What kind of nonsensical gibberish are you spouting? Just adhere to what you proposed earlier. Let's focus on our own objectives and stay out of each other's hair. Wait, you're actually charging in solo. At least brace yourself for combat. Gremlins are a mere level 18. With our current levels, what exactly is there to prepare for? Dahlia wonders. Did this guy actually scan my stats? If he possesses a system skill powerful enough for that, could he be... Suddenly her eyes go wide. Hold it. She points a trembling accusatory finger at Maron. You had the audacity to pry into my personal data without consent. How dare a lowly human like you violate my privacy? A monster glides silently through the air toward them. Dahlia shrieks in a fit of pure rage. I know your species is beneath us, but peeking at a warrior's stats is an absolute taboo. You immoral, degenerate jerk. A monster snarls directly in her face, in a dungeon environment. Maintaining total silence is fundamental common sense. Dahlia irritably wipes the foul slime from her cheek. Fine. I glance at your info when we exchange greetings back at the guild. Typical behavior. If traveling together is such a burden to you, let's just execute the mission and part ways permanently. Wouldn't that be the ideal solution? Stop being a drag, she snaps. Who's dragging down who? You insignificant human, just worry about your own quota. I'll handle the... gargoyles. You just focus on exterminating the gremlins. Understood. Whatever you say. Marin pulverizes a gremlin with a single strike. 4950, precisely the right count. This should be a sufficient bounty of eyeballs. Time to scout that sector. A structural beam just splintered. Gargoyle monster, level 21, elite evolution of the gremlin. Physiology composed of reinforced high-density stone. Dahlia clutches her bow, her breath coming in ragged, exhausted gasps. As the monstrosities lunge, she unleashed a piercing, desperate shriek. Marone observed from the shadows, a cold thought crossing his mind. Forget it, a scratch like that won't kill her. While she's busy, let's conduct a little taste test. Which cut should I prioritize? It has the unappealing look of a toad. Let's begin the dissection. I'll harvest only the seemingly edible portions, though the yield is pathetic. Since the quantity is lacking, I'll settle for some skewers. Simply searing the flesh might result in a bland profile. Let's try charbroiling the internal organs as well. Who knows, perhaps the anatomy mirrors a pig or a cow. The offal might actually be the culinary highlight. Grill it to perfection. A sizzling, piping hot skewer is ready for the MC. Gremlin delicacy skewers. Murren takes a deep whiff, surprisingly aromatic for a first attempt. Down the hatch, he sinks his teeth in for a massive bite. He instantly exclaims, "This flavor is phenomenal." Monster Protein definitely possesses a more primal kick than standard. Livestock. The profile leans closer to succulent duck than chicken. A sharp bitterness lingers accompanied by a pungent, gamey musk. It would likely reach its zenith if paired with a robust sauce. Suddenly, his vision blurs and his head begins to spin. System mild toxin ingestion. He collapses heavily onto the floor. Poisoned? What in the world is this debuff? Toxins, huh? That's the price for my own negligence. That bitter aftertaste wasn't seasoning, it was a biological toxin. What's the play if I'm missing a standard antidote? I need to purge it. Wait, biological detoxification. Gremlins aren't classified as a venomous species. If their physiology harbors toxins, they must possess a natural resistance. The detoxifying organ should be the liver. Let's put this theory to the test. System gremlin toxins successfully neutralized. Marin exhales a jagged sigh of relief. I'm still among the living. That was a lethal gamble, I suppose. The true reason society shuns monster consumption isn't merely due to the aesthetic revulsion. From this point forward, I must study natural antidotes alongside my culinary recipes. Dahlia rushes over her face, a mask of pure panic. Hey, what in the absolute hell are you doing? Surveying the gory scene on the floor, he begins to stammer. She recoils, shaking her head while shielding her nose from the stench. I was well aware that humans were primitive, but I never imagined you were this utterly deranged. How can you even stomach that filth? Wait a second. Listen, I'm well aware you elves are devout vegetarians, but that doesn't grant you the divine right to look down on or ridicule those who consume meat. She snaps back with lethal venom. Do you honestly think this is a matter of respect or mutual understanding? Are you serious right now? It's bad enough I'm forced to party with a human, but now I'm subjected to this grotesque horror show. This entire ordeal is an absolute nightmare. I want to retreat to the sacred roots of the world tree. This very instant. Good grief, your quota for gremlin eyeballs was fulfilled an eternity ago. If you're done, then vanish. Why are you still loitering around? Marin retorts coolly, I accepted this commission under the explicit condition of a joint operation. If I desert you and disaster strikes, who bears the liability? It's not just about us. The guild staff who authorized this would face severe repercussions. She argues with stubborn defiance, that is my concern. He continues unfazed. Since the primary objective remains, I'll assist in purging those gargoyles. You want to conclude this farce as quickly as possible, don't you? Dahlia remains aggressively obstinate. I have zero need for assistance from a human like you. This will be over in a heartbeat. Just watch. She eyes him with suspicion. What are you doing? He replies, forgot to mention. My primary class is actually a shield knight. Active skill, provoke. Forces the aggro of all nearby monsters toward the user. A relentless tide of gremlins swarms in, encasing him in a circle of malice. Even the stone-skinned gargoyles lose all cognitive control. Witnessing his reckless gambit, Dahlia's patience finally shatters. What kind of suicidal stunt is this? What relevance does being a shield knight have? With creating such a deafening racket, her face drains of color as her legs begin to tremble. Wait, don't tell me you... Her mind races shield knight, the unbreakable vanguard of any formation. Their definitive signature ability, provoke, drawing the monster's lethal fury to shield their comrades. She shrieks and recoils in terror. You insane human. Typically employed to safeguard the backline, but it's equally potent for flushing out the apex predators. But is the effect truly this overwhelming? No matter. Sword art. Friction sword art, rank A. Passively activates when wielding a toxin-infused blade. Damage amplification scales according to friction level B. Active skill, sustained enhancement. Permanently accelerates the execution speed of melee techniques. Attracted by the rhythmic clang of Marin's shield, a relentless tide of monsters is lured toward his position. Dahlia's face contorts in rage. Damn it, thanks to this lunatic, it's a complete catastrophe. I'm retreating. I'll provide long-range suppression from the rear. Suddenly her eyes snap wide and her pupils contract in shock. This is impossible. Marone is unleashing absolute carnage, tearing through a massive horde. I struggle just to neutralize 5 gargoyles on my own. What kind of terrifying monster is this guy really? Someone scrambles to keep pace. Hey, hold on. What the hell happened? Dahlia asks, with a hint of genuine concern. Are you actually unscathed? You essentially soloed that entire demonic mob. Marin maintains his stoic composure. This is a collaborative party quest. There is no need to divide the credit for the kill. Didn't you express a desire to conclude this rapidly? However, just as you stated, I'm only cooperating to ensure the objective is met with haste. You poor deluded fool. Wait, don't you hear that? This specific frequency? Hold on. Maron is inwardly startled. Do elven ears truly twitch with such precision? Dahlia's expression darkens into a mask of grim fury. Her legs begin to move with an uncontrollable reflexive speed. What has possessed her all of a sudden? She gazes down at a group of travelers. Two men are shouting, "You incompetent idiot!" That clearly wasn't a monster. It was just a stray deer and you couldn't even manage to dodge it. I told you we have an ironclad deadline at the black market by tomorrow. Who could have predicted it would get wedged in a rock crevice? Then they deliver a violent bone-jarring kick to an elf's spine. Get up, you trash. Are we moving or do I need to break a limb? You absolute bastards. Dahlia is paralyzed with horror at the brutal display. The elf pleads with desperate sobs. Please, I beg you, stop hitting me. She grinds her teeth until they ache. Do you see that, Marin? This is the precise reason I harbor such hatred for your species. You preach grand lies about abolishing the slave trade. Yet behind the curtain, you're still trafficking and breaking other races. Draw your weapon, Marin. We're going to teach these scum a lesson. He remains entirely indifferent to her plight. And why exactly should I interfere? Dahlia stares at him, utterly stunned. What? Do you have a shred of evidence that Elf is an illegal captive? For all we know, they could be a criminal or an indentured debtor. They could very well have been apprehended due to debt or a felony. She bellows with indignation. I distinctly heard those scavengers mention their route to the black market. Then our best course is to retreat and file a formal report with the guards. I have zero intention of squandering my energy on matters that fall outside the parameters of our contract. I foolishly assumed you possessed a shred of character. Turns out, you're just another self-serving typical human. She resolves internally, fine, I'll handle this injustice on my own. A muffled heart-wrenching sob echoes through the air, abruptly arresting Marin's attention. The sound of weeping is emanating from the depths of that carriage. An elven child buries his face in his mother's embrace. Mommy, I'm terrified. I've got you, little one. Shh, it's all right. Don't let them see your tears. Dahlia falters for a heartbeat. Am I truly capable of this? No, I didn't endure years of grueling training. Just to stand by as a passive observer during an atrocity. There is no other path forward. I will be the shield that ends my people's agony. She notches an arrow and raises her bow. But before she can release her shot, a projectile streaks through the sky, pulverizing the carriage into splinters. The mercenaries scatter in a blind, frantic panic. They curse with venomous irritation. What in the hell? Who dares interfere now? A blade, Dahlia stammers in confusion. Didn't you explicitly state you wouldn't intervene? Marin replies with a cold finality, I'm indifferent to the squabbles of adults, but those children are completely innocent. The thugs erupt into a chorus of shouts. What is the meaning of this? Where did this steel come from? Look at the ridge, you idiot! What the hell do you think you're accomplishing? Dahlia and Maran loom above them, their gazes dripping with lethal contempt. You had the audacity to pull a stunt of this magnitude, and you honestly believed you'd walk away unscathed. Dahlia levels her finger directly at his face. You wretched, filthy humans. Who granted you permission to display such insolence toward me? I am fully aware you are holding my kin captive within that wreckage. They retort with a mocking, arrogant sneer. These are legitimate assets authorized by the hand of Marquis Bester himself. She hesitates, her resolve flickering. Marquis Bester, skeptical are we. Can your elven eyes not see the truth? Behold his noble crest emblazoned all over this transport. Dahlia looks utterly crushed. It can't be! Marin interjects, his voice cutting through the tension. Something is fundamentally wrong here. That insignia on the carriage is a far cry from Bester's true crest. Hey, you little brat, what kind of delusional garbage are you spewing? That is undeniably the sigil of the Silver Wolf. Marquis Bester's official crest, plain as day. Except a true wolf's eyes should be a perfectly symmetrical pair. The legendary Bester progenitor was famously blind in one eye. Consequently, the ancestral family coat of arms must strictly reflect that specific story defect. Meaning this twin-eyed monstrosity is a pathetic total forgery. The man recoils, his face contorting in pure unadulterated terror. Beads of cold sweat begin to drench his trembling features. Impersonating the high nobility is still a capital offense, isn't it? Slaughter them, kill them both. They're outnumbered. In the old days, avoiding unnecessary friction between mercenaries was the cardinal rule of the trade. But I suppose the ethics of this era have truly decayed, huh? Marin delivers a lightning-fast blow that sends the thug eating dirt. His eyes roll back into his skull as he coughs up a lung in agony. He hurtles into a sandpile, sending a massive cloud of dust billowing. No way, this is impossible. He actually one-shotted that mountain of a man. What's the matter, you bastards? Do you still crave a taste of this? We yield, we surrender, please mercy. At the gates of a manor, an elegant, refined voice rings out. We offer our deepest gratitude for this miraculous rescue. How could we ever hope to repay such profound kindness? Dahlia dismissively waves her hands, her expression softening. Witnessing my own kin being trafficked as common slaves, you soul sit. How could I possibly remain a bystander to such an atrocity? I merely fulfilled my moral obligation. We are eternally indebted to your bravery. She turns toward Marone, a genuine smile lighting up her face. Apologies for the delay. He responds with cold indifference. Is the business concluded? She continues, those opportunistic illegal slavers have been officially remanded to the custody of the patrol squad. The victims' relatives within the city are en route to retrieve them. With the added weight of impersonating the high nobility at Shakient, they will undoubtedly face a brutal execution. Mr. A young girl calls out her voice, a tiny fragile whisper. You're the hero who truly liberated us, aren't you? You're incredible. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Our most sincere thanks to both of you brave souls. We shall take our leave now, Sir Armored Knight. Myron remains pensive for a heartbeat, his silence heavy and unreadable. Dahlia looks at him wondering, listen, Marone? To be honest, I never imagined the day would arrive where I'd say this to a member of the human race, but I'm truly glad you came along. Even though it wounds my pride to admit I was rescued by a human, the reality is that because of your strength, my people have finally tasted the sweet air of freedom. Myron's cold retort catches her completely off guard. Then compensate me. Huh? He repeats himself with zero emotion. If you truly wish to thank me, pay me in cold hard cash. You have the audacity to demand a fee right after a heartfelt thank you. She trembles with indignance. Don't tell me that, back in that god's forsaken dungeon, your only motivation for assisting me was a potential payout. It's not quite like that, but currency makes the terms of our relationship much clearer, doesn't it? In her seething mind. As if I'd ever waste another breath thanking a money-grubbing parasite like you, she hurls a heavy pouch of coins at his chest. Here, take your blood money and vanish from my sight. You pathetic, stingy human who values gold over honor. Now that this farce is concluded, don't you ever expect me to place my trust in a human again? Yeah, whatever. Well, the funds have been successfully secured. That settles the score, doesn't it? The following morning at the Adventurer Guild, the Hesalim officials have verified the precise quota of materials required. The receptionist beams with professional cheer. Heartiest congratulations on finalizing your debut quest. You performed exceptionally well. It was a remarkably grueling task for a rookie's first foray, yet you executed it with such alarming speed and surgical precision. Yeah, I get it, thanks. And here's the finalized bounty for this commission. Gazing down at the meager pile of coins, he muses bitterly. Is the payout truly this pathetic? Hey, the math seems a bit off here. It's short. Please be advised that according to the strict guild bylaws, until your outstanding debt is liquidated in its entirety, a significant portion of your rewards will be automatically garnished. I trust you understand the situation, he stammers. I'll settle the remaining balance as swiftly as humanly possible. I suppose I have to dive into another quest immediately. Take care. Since the financial situation has turned so dire, I should scout for something unconventional this time. A contract? Perfectly calibrated for my current power level. Routine extermination of the stone dungeon, level 15. Nothing but high defense stone monstrosities. Bypassing the standard main quest for now. Orc camp, I've never set foot in this particular territory. I can't help but wonder what the flavor profile of orc meat is like. Presumably, it's a gamey variation of the pork I'm accustomed to. A familiar high-energy voice rings out, oh, look who we have here. It's Marin, isn't it? Mickey exclaims with a grin. What a pleasant surprise to run into you. I heard rumors you were a former mercenary, but you've officially transitioned into the life of an adventurer now. Marin flatly replies, oh, the girl from the merchant carriage that day. She delivers a thunderous, friendly smack to his armored back. Back then, you looked like a man who was having a miserable time even swallowing food. Honestly, I expected you'd starve in a ditch by now, but you're still kicking. Aren't you? Yeah, I'm genuinely relieved to see you're still in one piece. What's the occasion, Mickey? Oh, my bad. I got swept up in the moment and started rambling like a fool. Marin, allow me to introduce the crew. These are my elite teammates, and I'm the one calling the shots. I'm Mickey Anga, and this is Marin Glassy, the formidable but incredibly prickly mercenary I've been telling you all about. Your reputation certainly precedes you. A pleasure to meet you, within Marin's psyche. Just what kind of exaggerated nonsense has she been feeding them? She continues her introductions. Oga is a dead-eye sharpshooter like me, and this is Heket, the mystical powerhouse of our trio. We've been an inseparable unit for quite some time. 2 archers and a mage, that is an incredibly fragile team composition. Only a 3-man cell, then who serves as the designated vanguard? Mickey lets out a heavy, helpless sigh. Well, typically we just contract a temporary meat shield, but we haven't found a single viable candidate in a week. Consequently, we've been unable to even set foot in a dungeon. Heket adds with a shrug. Magic is so accessible these days that nobody wants to play the tank. Then she extends a hopeful hand. So Marone, how would you feel about anchoring our front line? Care to raid the orc camp dungeon alongside us? Marin is visibly taken aback by the sudden proposal. Beneath a vast azure sky bathed in radiant sunlight, a feral orc is relentlessly pursuing Mickey. Suddenly, a whistling arrow buries itself in the beast's eye, sending it into a frantic, blood-curdling fit of agony. Mickey cheers flawless support Oga. The orc's face is slowly incinerated until it collapses into the dirt. Our synergy is absolutely lethal today, isn't it? We've already neutralized 2 targets right out of the gate. Thank the gods! I was terrified I wouldn't finish my incantation in time. Ever since Marin took the lead, this hunt has been a total cakewalk. Wait, what is this sudden vibration? An earthquake. No, the source is far more biological. It is a thunderous horde of enraged orcs charging directly toward them. Panic grips the squad, an orc warband. Why is there such a massive surge in their numbers all of a sudden? Mickey snarls, damn it. Did the death rattles of those last 2 bastards summon the entire damn legion to our position? Tactical retreat. Fall back immediately. Suddenly, Heket catches her foot on a jagged rock and collapses. Heket, a bloodthirsty orc, charges toward her with primal fury. She glances back in sheer paralyzing terror. No, please! In an instant, the orc is blown backward, leaving her reeling in shock. What? Its head was severed cleanly from its shoulders, crimson spraying the earth. Marin looms over the fallen beast, his blade dripping with gore. Heket, are you unharmed? I'm intact. Did he seriously just decimate the entire pack alone? Maron, just how monstrous is your true power? Oga wipes cold sweat from his brow. That's 10 down. Let's retreat and recover our strength for the day. Mickey groans. I've unleashed so many volleys. My shoulder feels like it's about to give out. But Maron, he is genuinely terrifying. What kind of insane level do you need to possess such strength? Oga continues. Regardless, I'm just relieved Heket is safe. Heket finally finds her voice. Right. I was so consumed by panic earlier that I forgot my manners. She turns to offer her gratitude, but Maron has already vanished. Marin, thank you for intervening back there. He was standing right here a moment ago. Then a scent hits her. Is that the aroma of searing meat? Mickey's curiosity piqued. Gourmet cooking in the heart of a dungeon. Maron, what on earth are you up to over there? She wanders over and claps a hand on his shoulder. Marin, so you're the one behind this heavenly scent you should have. Clued us in. If you sear it alongside these wild mushrooms, the flavor profile will skyrocket. Care for a taste. Suddenly, her gaze falls upon the severed orc head on the grass. She unleashes a shriek of pure horror. An orc, wait. What kind of madness are you plotting? The contract didn't mention anything about a barbecue of the damned. Flame-grilled orc thigh. I anticipated a pork-like texture. But once seared, it's a sophisticated blend of prime beef and pork. Marin brings the glistening meat to his lips for a taste. I wonder which profile dominates. This is absolutely transcendent. Each bite erupts with rich, savory essences. The primal flavor of the meat is perfectly captured by the flame. It definitely leans more towards succulent pork than beef. The high marbled fat makes it incredibly tender and decadently rich. Mickey screams, drop that immediately. Why are you consuming that foul creature? My stomach is betraying me with these growls. Dear Lord, deliver me from the irresistible temptation of the wicked. Purify these unholy remnants and grant eternal peace to this blighted land. Next, I'll apply a rub of sea salt and cracked pepper before searing. There is absolutely no way this combination can fail. Yes, precisely as I calculated. Exploding with decadent flavor and harmonizing flawlessly with the pungent pepper aroma. The mouthfeel is heavy, but it would pair exquisitely with some strong spirits. Olga asks in disbelief, is he genuinely consuming monster flesh and actually savoring the experience? Mickey is visibly trembling from the shock. I'm desperately trying to convince myself this is a nightmare, but the 3 of them huddle together in a tense circle. Heket, Olga, get over here this instant. Maron muses internally, it appears my time with this squad has reached its end. But this harvest, if I haul this orc haul back and experiment with new techniques, it'll be a culinary masterpiece. Suddenly, a firm hand grips his shoulder. Marin. Olga says with a forced cheer, I recognize you possess a rather eccentric palate, but feasting on this in the open is frankly a bit much for my sanity to handle. I've heard whispers of desperate lands where people eat monsters to stave off starvation. So, is that the reason you find mundane food so utterly repulsive? You aren't planning to exile me from the group. Why on earth would we use bizarre dietary habits as a pretext to banish a high-caliber warrior like you? I've brought some rations. Let's distribute them among the party. Negative, the hour is already quite late. If you finish your meal, we should all get some rest. I've got some jerky if you're interested, actually never mind. A colossal orc suddenly breaches the perimeter. Everyone weapons up, prepare for engagement. The orc bares its jagged fangs and lunges with primal fury. It slams its massive weapon violently against Marin's reinforced shield. Squad initiate counteroffensive now. By nightfall, Marin is back at the fire-searing meat as per his ritual. Mickey breaks the silence. Marin, today marks the final chapter of our contract. Do you truly intend to remain isolated until the very end? He retorts, yes, solitude is far more efficient. Olga says stoically, I'll take the first watch. Heket adds softly, much appreciated. Rest well, everyone. The rhythmic crackling of the campfire creates a deceptive peace. You absolute drunkard. How can a mage be so intent on picking fights all day? Hey, you wandered way too far for kindling. The hearth is already roaring. A sharp commanding voice cuts through the night. Marin Glassy, you bolt upright eyes searching for the source. Why is the entire party still awake? It isn't my shift for sentry duty yet. Stay exactly where you are. Hecate continues with a cold edge. The incantation is already fully woven. Make a single move and your head will roll in the dirt. You only need to provide answers to my inquiries. While you were lost in slumber, I utilized an appraisal stone to penetrate your status window. You're freakishly powerful and haven't sustained a single scratch. So I was dying to see the numerical reality of your stats. Race human, ATK. Unique title wolf tamer. Heir of the magic tower. Intermediate knight. Sinister title kinslayer. He murmurs with a hollow tone, kinslayer. A bloodstained title bestowed upon cold-blooded executioners who have slaughtered over 100 members of their own kind. When engaging your own race, attack power is bolstered by 5%. Mickey is visibly trembling with terror. You've actually ended the lives of over 100 people. This isn't a dark secret we can simply turn a blind eye to. Oga desperately attempts to find a logical explanation. If he's successfully enlisted as a Salim Guild adventurer, without triggering any red flags, his official criminal record must be spotless, right? But this revelation changes the narrative entirely. The party interrogates him with rising hostility. How did you end up branded with a title that vile? If this is some grotesque misunderstanding, then speak up, Marin. Why are you hiding behind that wall of silence? Was this your plan from the very beginning? Were you just waiting for the right moment to claim our lives? Only then does Marin finally break his silence. It isn't what you think, but then give us the truth. Why do you carry the mark of a kinslayer? You should be on your knees begging for forgiveness. Olga continues firmly, regardless of your justifications. You have to realize yourself that a body count that high isn't something people just ignore. Your bizarre diet and your astronomical level don't bother me, but I refuse to turn my back on someone who has extinguished so many human lives. Effective immediately, you are exiled from this party. Marin stands up without hesitation. Yeah, I understand. He gathers his equipment and departs into the shadows. 1 century ago, deep within the southern forest, the roar of monsters shook the trees. An exuberant voice cuts through the chaos. We've struck the mother lode. Is the squad intact, neutralizing 2 titans simultaneously? That's a display of elite tier martial prowess. Hey, don't inflate his ego too much over a minor skirmish. One mercenary mocks, there are 18 more targets still breathing. Stay focused, you've got a big mouth for someone doing zero work. Have you secured the kill confirmations? Inspect the carcasses. Right away, Captain. Let's move out. But seriously, that guild receptionist was a real piece of work. They perpetually act as if they're superior to the rest of us. Who can say she seemed remarkably cordial to me? Must be a personal issue then. Still, the goblin head count is significantly lower than we anticipated. Likely because we're merely skimming the outskirts of the forest. Once we penetrate the heart of the woods, a massive horde is inevitable. You've hit the nail on the head. Those 2 are probably cowering because they're terrified of our prowess. Just hearing that artificial monster roar is spine-tingling, isn't it? Hey, can you guys even hear me? They whip around to glare at Marin with bloodshot, vengeful eyes. The atmosphere is absolutely bone-chilling. Why did you inflict this suffering upon us? Why are you the sole survivor of that slaughter? Marin snaps awake, jolted from the recurring nightmare. He gazes out the window, feeling a hollow void within his chest. Down in the streets, people are immersed in laughter and idle chatter. The moment he descends, he instantly becomes the focal point of every gaze. The surrounding crowd erupts into a low, frantic murmur. Look, that's the guy in the helmet over there. Is he the one? Don't you dare make eye contact with him. That's undeniably him. The cold-blooded murderer. The parasite who extorts coin and preys upon rookie adventurer parties. How does the guild even sanction the existence of someone like that? How can the guild allow such a person to exist? Within his thoughts, just a few days of downtime and the rumors have already saturated the city. Those kinds of people always blow every detail out of proportion. Marone decides it's best to avoid a useless confrontation. The receptionist's voice cuts through the tension. Greetings, impeccable timing, Mr. Adventurer. I have something of importance to deliver to you, Marone Glassy. As of this very moment, you've been officially promoted to Rank C, huh? But I haven't even sat for the promotion examination yet. The formal Rank C promotion exam was actually abolished years ago. In this current era, as long as you accumulate sufficient merit within the designated window, your rank is automatically elevated. He muses, another tradition consigned to history, I see. At least I'm spared from having to pulverize that little golem again. So may I review the current Rank C commissions? Certainly they are right here. Among the Rank C listings, this particular contract is still vacant. Marone scrutinizes the details. As anticipated, a higher standing. unlocks a much more diverse spectrum of quests. The parchment reveals the objective, the Harpy Nest. Level 30, Commission Harvest Harpy Plumage. Marin contemplates the task. Harpies. They're essentially avian, so the flavor profile should mimic chicken. I've sampled pork. Is it finally time to move on to poultry? Dahlia slams her palm onto the table, glaring at Marin. Who do you think you are? You truly are a soulless, money-grubbing human. She sneers, with a lifespan as pathetic and fleeting as yours. You actually have the audacity to... You've got a massive ego for a human. Dahlia turns and interrogates him. I heard whispers that you've slaughtered over 100 of your own. Your infamy in the adventurer underworld is reaching legendary status, isn't it? Marin shifts his gaze and speaks with icy indifference. I'm claiming the Harpy extermination contract. Dahlia erupts, hey, listen to me. Don't you dare dismiss my presence. I, a noble elf, went out of my way to descend to this level and offer mercy to an outcast hated by his own species. Hita's voice rings out from behind them, Dahlia. Hita speaks from behind the two Dahlia. Is this the human you spoke of? Dahlia turns around. Oh, you finally decided to show up. Hita approaches with an aura of absolute confidence. Dahlia gestures toward him to initiate the introduction. Allow me to introduce you. This is the captain of the party I've joined. Hita extends a hand in a formal greeting. Salutations, traveler. I am Emoto. I'm Moto Kellis Cherokee. Dahlia has shared quite a few tales regarding your exploits. Dahlia shrieks, wait a second. Why are you bringing up such irrelevant details? Marin observes him closely. A beastman judging by his equipment, he's clearly a martial artist. Marin's system initiates a deep scan analysis. Analysis Emoto Kellis Cherokee, level 38. Class Priest ATK 312. STR 245. LUK Luck. Marin scrutinizes Hita, lost in thought. Maron looks at Hita while pondering. His strength stat is disproportionately higher than his other attributes. He begins to wonder if his appraisal skill has malfunctioned. Hita offers a knowing, confident smile. And as you can witness, my designated class is a priest. Maron retorts, you certainly don't look the part to me. He ruminates in silence before addressing them directly. A priest is traditionally a support class specializing in restoration, but you don't project the aura of a healer whatsoever. You lack even a shred of that typical holy disposition. Dahlia interjects with a sharp tone. I was scouting for a non-human alliance specifically, to distance myself from those insufferable humans. By sheer coincidence, I stumbled upon a recruitment posting for Emoto's Human Hater Battalion. That is the sole reason I've joined their ranks. A Human Hater Battalion, seriously. She continues her explanation. Currently, our roster consists only of myself and Dan. But after the guild's rumors reached our ears, we resolved to scout your potential immediately. Marin retorts with a frown, rumors. Dahlia raises a hand and proclaims. Precisely. Since you're a human branded with the Kinslayer title, I shall grant a rare exception and allow you to join us. Hita cuts in with an authoritative voice. Your combat prowess is reportedly elite tier. Therefore, in my capacity as leader, I am officially granting you my personal seal of approval. Marin asked with visible confusion. I have absolutely no idea what you people are babbling about. Dahlia snaps irritably. Typical short-eared human. Slow-witted and dim-bulbed as always. Hita reaches toward him and declares, listen up, you're joining our party. We're willing to overlook your species for a praiseworthy mass murderer of your caliber. Marin turns his back on them. There isn't a snowball's chance in hell I'm accepting that offer. Hita counters with a smug grin. If you cast us aside, do you even have a single viable alternative? He glances back and exhales a weary sigh. Marin admits to himself. She has a point. Once the Kinslayer infamy fully saturates the city, no legitimate party will ever risk recruiting me. Fine, I'll tolerate your presence for the time being. Hita smiles broadly and grips his hand in a firm shake. A wise decision, human. She thrusts her arms into the air and cheers. Excellent. Now let us depart to test your mettle and our collective synergy. Marin asks flatly, and our destination? Hita's eyes gleam with excitement as she speaks. Obviously, she gestures sharply toward the map and continues. To the depths of the dungeon. Hita points aggressively at the harpies and commands, first, we need to ground those winged pests. The harpies tuck their wings to dive, and Maron contemplates the tactical disadvantage. Aerial mobs are an absolute nightmare for a shield specialist, like myself. Maron tracks their flight path and wonders, can I intercept them with a leap? Wait, the harpies are instantly sniped out of the air, plummeting toward the earth like stones. Having an elite marksman on the roster is undeniably efficient. Dahlia lowers her bow and bellows, I refuse to let some human pirate my kills again. If you're a shield user, just plant your feet and maintain the perimeter. A harpy shrieks as it dives. Hita screams from the flank. Hey, human, brace that shield this instant. The harpy collides violently with Marin's shield and is deflected upward. Hita lunges toward the staggered airborne harpy. She delivers a bone-shattering strike to its solar plexus. Hita sticks a graceful landing. As the harpy crumples into a pathetic broken heap, Hita turns her attention toward him. For a mere human, your reaction time is passable. Solid assist. Murren retorts coldly, next time provide a warning. He pauses and muses, well regardless. Operating with a competent vanguard. Isn't the worst tactical decision, I suppose? Hita plants her hands firmly on her hips. Our combat synergy is surprisingly potent thus far. We've already neutralized 3 targets right out of the gate. Dahlia interjects. Let's initiate a brief respite while we harvest the spoils. Marin inspects a miniature golem and asks, what in the world is this? Dahlia steps forward with a smirk. You're more of a provincial bumpkin than I am, and I'm from the deep woods. Are you oblivious to the fact that living dolls are the ultimate trend? Marin asks, a living doll, some form of autonomous golem. She explains further. Precisely. A domesticated golem fueled by raw mana. This particular model is a limited edition Poco. It carries a staggering price tag of 2 gold. Marin reflects, they've actually commercialized technology like this. Dahlia scoops up the golem. Witness this. My precious little scout gathered every last one of these feathers. Exemplary work. She cradles the golem and continues, since it draws from mana, the need for sustenance is non-existent. As long as its core remains intact, it is effectively immortal. With proper cultivation, it can even provide tactical support during combat and resource harvesting. It's remarkably sophisticated, wouldn't you agree? Hita reaches out and interjects. Give it a rest already. We're not children anymore. Dahlia certainly possesses a glaring weakness for adorable things. Dahlia looks at Marin with a sudden surge of panic. She rushes to the front and stammers, I'm warning you one last time. This is a golem, not a source of sustenance. Marin follows at a leisurely pace from behind and retorts. Whoever claimed it was Hita chuckles and commands, all right, stow the chatter. Let's return to the fray. Dahlia drops down onto the grass and chirps. Fortune is smiling upon us today. We'll surely bag a massive haul. Hita also remarks on how smoothly everything is proceeding. Hita turns and inquires. But why is he so incredibly reserved about introducing himself? His combat prowess is undeniable. Is it merely a human trait? Dahlia turns and explains. No, his circumstances are a bit more unique. Hita suddenly catches a scent and exclaims, Hold on, something smells absolutely divine. Is that the aroma of charcoal grilled chicken? Dahlia looks back and gasps, no way. Hita bellows, I just realized where the hell did Marin vanish to? If he's daring enough to feast alone, he's dead meat. Dahlia calls out frantically from behind, wait! Don't go Emoto. You don't know what you're walking into. The platter of raw meat sits ready beside the heated oil pan. Marin drops the cuts into the pan and murmurs, just a delicate dusting of sea salt for seasoning. The pan has reached the perfect temperature. Time to commence the sear. He watches the fat sizzle and notes, the symphony of searing meat always elevates my spirit. Flip it with precision to avoid charring and onto the plate it goes. Marin continues, flame-grilled harpy loin operation complete. He removes his mask to dine and observes the dish. The visual profile is identical to poultry. Harpies are avian by nature, so the flavor should be familiar. He reflects inwardly, this is absolutely phenomenal. The texture mirrors chicken, but the umami profile is far more potent. Zero gamey aftertaste, it dissolves on the tongue and carries a subtle sweetness. Maron continues, for the next batch I should... Dahlia rushes up from the rear and shrieks, cease this madness at once. Damn it, I knew it. What is fundamentally wrong with you? Marin replies with eerie composure. My apologies for the clandestine snack. If you're famished, I'll share a portion. Dahlia throws up her hands in a frantic gesture of protest. You honestly believe my fury stems from something that trivial? How can you maintain such unsettling composure while devouring something with a human-like visage? Hida clutches her head and bellows. That is officially the most grotesque spectacle I have ever witnessed. I considered myself a veteran, but I clearly have the stomach of a rookie. The two of them sink to their knees and wail. Listen, a harpy's face is anatomically distinct from a human's. It's mere evolutionary. Camouflage. How can you even prioritize that right now? Dahlia continues her tirade. Why am I cursed to bear witness to this barbaric cruelty for a second time? At that moment, the seductive aroma wafts toward Hita again. Her eyes gleam with involuntary hunger at the platter of meat. Hita's mind spirals into a frantic internal conflict. I mustn't. That is the flesh of a monster. But for a fleeting second, I actually thought it looked absolutely mouth-watering. I utterly loathe my own instincts right now. Avert your gaze from that blasphemous filth. Marin shifts his gaze and asks, care for a sample? Dahlia snaps back. Are you mocking us? You're actually extending an invite. The MC shrugs with casual indifference. Your loss, it's divine. Hita stares at the glistening meat with dilated pupils and says, You human devil, are you truly attempting to lead me into temptation? Dahlia grips her by the shoulders and shouts, Maintain your sanity, Emoto. The two of them continue their chaotic verbal sparring. Why in the hell does a monster carcass smell so intoxicating? Suddenly, Marin recalls, oh, I nearly neglected the stew. He lifts the lid and muses to himself. It required patience, but it's rendered perfectly. Braised harpy talons. Hida eyes the pot and asks, you intend to consume that as well? There's practically no muscle tissue on those bones. Marin turns and explains, correct, I wish to evaluate the natural essence of boiled avian feet. He takes a deliberate bite and mutters, let's see. Marin reflects on the flavor profile. Since it was slow simmered, the meat is as tender as custard and quite sweet. The resilient collagen prevents it from disintegrating, so this is a harpy's talon. He continues his culinary critique. It would reach its peak potential if glazed in a piquant spicy sauce. Only one specimen remains. I'll have to preserve it for a proper marination back at base. Dahlia cries out, you are driving me to the brink of insanity. Dahlia continues to vent her outrage. Enough. What grotesque part are you ingesting now? Marin turns back with a glacial stare and asks, hungry. She lunges forward and violently swats the talon from Marin's grasp. Besides, harpy talons are laced with lethal neurotoxins, you absolute moron. Dahlia spins around in a panic and bellows, Emoto! Purge the poison from his system. Hita replies with agonizing indifference. I haven't the slightest clue how. Dahlia continues to shriek in disbelief. You don't know. That is the most fundamental spell in a priest's arsenal. Hita retorts, I found the incantation tedious, so I didn't bother mastering it. A rogue harpy suddenly swoops in from the blind spot. Dahlia explodes with rage. Dan! Because of your incessant bickering, our position has been compromised. Every bit of this chaos is on your head. Hita extends her palm to weave a destructive hex toward the beast. Step aside, rather than wasting mana on healing. I'll simply incinerate it with this new offensive spell I acquired. Halt! Don't be so recklessly impulsive. A concentrated bolt of fire streaks toward the harpy. But the flame pillar misses, entirely vaporizing Poco instead. Dahlia's knees buckle in despair. This is a waking nightmare. Poco! I haven't even possessed her for a single week. Hita gazes at the two of them, looking utterly drained. Dahlia screams, you heartless wretch, how dare you murder? My precious Poco. Hita nonchalantly replies, it's an F-rank proficiency skill. I simply pulled the shot. Dahlia continues to wail, you are the sworn enemy of my child. I shall nurture this grudge for 100, no, 1,000 years. Hita smirks and dismissively replies, I'll simply purchase a replacement. Cease your incessant whining. Marin gazes down at the ashes and mutters, Poco was a limited edition. Where exactly do you intend to source another one in this market? Hita huffs, I already offered my apologies, what a disaster. The receptionist confirms, indeed the Harpy Nest commission is officially finalized. I must insist you dispose of that harpy carcass immediately, however. Dahlia stares blankly at the horizon. I am emotionally bankrupted today, far too much senseless drama. Hita turns back and inquires, are you truly going to refuse my offer to replace your Poco? Don't come crawling back to me with your regrets later. She shifts her gaze toward Marin and gasps, huh? Hita bellows, stop, what are you reaching for now? Are you seriously contemplating another meal in this state? Marin replies, it would be a culinary sin to discard such meticulously prepped ingredients. Hita scoffs and shouts in embarrassment. Do you have no shame? You're going to pull this stunt in public. At the very least, stow it away in your dimensional inventory. The system's inventory interface flickers into existence. Wait, I possess such a function. Inventory operational non-attribute type. Localized pocket dimension, sustained by user mana. Capable of storing any inanimate object or resource. Capacity 30 slots, market value 100 gold. Maron taps the glowing holographic screen and muses. So this functionality was actually at my disposal. It had completely slipped my mind. He continues to ruminate. To think I've been burdened by this cumbersome backpack all this time? How utterly moronic. No wonder. Everyone was casting those judgmental looks my way. Maron rests his chin in his hand, lost in contemplation. When exactly did my memory become so fragmented? Forgetting something this fundamental is inexcusable. A wave of genuine concern washes over him. My mental state is currently, hey you. Hita turns and inquires with a smirk. So despite the chaotic conclusion to our mission, our individual prowess and collective synergy were undeniable. Wouldn't you agree? Marin retorts with cold brevity. Huh, yeah, sure, whatever. Hita extends a formal invitation. Then officially enlist in our vanguard. If we unite our strengths, there isn't a single commission we can't conquer. Hita reaches out to seal the pact with a handshake. It's official. Welcome to the squad. Marin observes Dahlia and Hita weighing his options. A permanent party is it? Even if they are a bunch of eccentric misfits, their combat capabilities are the genuine article. I suppose having reliable allies beats the isolation of a solo run. He murmurs a reluctant acceptance. Fine, count me in. Hita's enthusiasm surges instantly. Hita cheers triumphantly, excellent precision at its finest. Now let us proceed to register our party designation immediately. Dahlia looks at Marone and remarks, despite the myriad of disasters, you are officially one of us now. She offers a faint, rare smile and continues. Make sure to cherish every fleeting second of your tragically short human existence. Human, no Marin Glassy. Dahlia extends her hand in a gesture of solidarity. I look forward to our collaboration, Captain. Marin pauses, reflects for a heartbeat, and then replies. Yeah, likewise. Hida raises her hand, brandishing a document while shouting joyfully. Hida raises her hand, holding a piece of paper, shouting joyfully. Did I keep you waiting? The party registration is finally complete. Dahlia and Marin lean in to inspect the document together. Tada, behold our glorious name. She thinks to herself, drowning in skepticism. Chaos. Dahlia erupts in a fit of fury. What do you mean, chaos? You actually codified that absolute nonsense as our official name. Hida retorts, hey, that is the executive prerogative of the leader. Dahlia continues her tirade. Simply being the leader doesn't grant you the right to abuse your authority. First and foremost, why in the seven hells did you settle on that word? Hida reminisces with a smirk and explains back in the harpy nest earlier. I overheard the human mumble to himself. What a total mess. It was pure, unadulterated chaos. She continues with an infectious, wide-eyed grin. That specific phrase just resonated differently. It captivated me. I can't quite articulate why, but even without grasping the full etymology, it spoke directly to my soul. A mess chaos who, in their right mind, would ever christen an elite party with a name so utterly ridiculous. Dahlia continues to shriek in a blind elven rage. A legacy-defining party name should be a democratic decision forged by every member together. Hida exhales a weary sigh and retorts. It's not as if you lot proposed any superior alternatives. So just bow down to your leader's executive decree already. Dahlia gazes toward the heavens and lets out a mournful scream. Are all my future legendary feats destined to be credited to chaos? O sacred world tree, why must you burden me with such bitter, humiliating trials? Marone muses to himself as he begins to drift away from the noise. A bizarre name isn't exactly a lethal affliction. Regardless, I'm retreating to my quarters to sear those succulent leftovers of harpy loin I've been saving. Hida stands on the street corner and bellows, Hey human, where are you slinking off to? Marin replies with his signature icy tone back to the sanctuary of the inn. Hida exclaims with renewed vigor, We've secured a new recruit. We're legally obligated to throw a welcome bash. It's a double celebration for surviving the dungeon and cashing in. Let's blow the reward money on a night of heavy drinking. Marin flatly declines. No thanks, I'll pass on the festivities. Hida continues to pester him relentlessly. An initiation ceremony without the guest of honor is a total buzzkill. Come on, Dan, just quit complaining and follow our lead. You can indulge in a feast and drink to your heart's content today. Reflecting on it further, I still fundamentally reject that chaos moniker. The parchment is already filed and processed, so give your vocal cords a rest. In all seriousness, this elf woman is as persistent as a recurring plague. Whose fault is this debacle anyway? This actually looks quite appetizing though. Let's venture a taste. We should have at least selected something prestigious like Star Sticker or Memoria to represent our unit instead. You honestly think those are cool, Dan? Your aesthetic taste is absolute garbage. It tastes like masticating on scorched newspaper. Abort mission. I have a matter of grave importance to discuss with Maron. Oh, are you referring to that particular situation? What exactly is the nature of this discussion? It concerns the ultimate objective of our alliance. To be blunt, our singular ambition is to ascend to A rank in the shortest possible time frame. A rank. What necessitates such a climb? Because each of us is driven by our own private burdens. Every initiate in He Selim commences their journey at D rank. Promotion is typically secured through rigorous examinations, yet the ceiling for the vast majority of common adventurers usually caps out at B rank. To breach the threshold of A rank and beyond, one requires undeniable mastery and a legacy of elite achievements. The promotion criteria are classified, practically no one knows the specifics. Only the most exceptional vanguards, sanctioned by the guild, can ever hope to reach that pinnacle. My sisters were abducted and sold into servitude, so I require a staggering fortune to buy back their lives. The broker agreed to grant their release in 3 years, provided I can amass the necessary ransom. Only then will he restore my sister's stolen freedom. Furthermore, he gave his word that they would remain unharmed throughout those 3 years. My entire lineage was forced into bondage, following the Great Revolution, and was never liberated. If I wish to walk as a free individual once more, my only recourse is to pay the blood price. The revolution? You're genuinely ignorant of the Great Revolution. It was a cataclysmic event that reshaped the world recently. How can a human be so detached from history? Have you been rotting in a cave like a hermit for a century? Allow me to provide the abbreviated, brutal truth. For hundreds of years, humanity systematically abducted other races to fuel a global slave trade. They preyed upon us elves for our ethereal beauty. They enslaved the wolf tribes to exploit their unmatched craftsmanship like biological machines. and they branded the beastmen as nothing more than feral livestock to be broken and used. My own kin were among those tragic victims. They threw the captives into cages to prevent any hope of flight, bleeding them dry to satiate their bottomless avarice. Within those inescapable iron tombs, my people were shattered both in spirit and in body. Those who failed in their desperate attempts to flee suffered a gruesome and public execution. That era of exploitation persisted for centuries, until the oppressed races pushed to their breaking point, forged a grand desperate alliance. Tribes that once lived in isolation, they unified their might to strike back against human hegemony, and thus the fires of revolution were ignited. The humans dismissively branded it the racial war. We presented a series of non-negotiable demands, spearheaded by the total and absolute abolition of slavery. We even threatened to unleash a global scorched earth campaign if humanity dared to refuse our terms. Initially, the humans attempted to project a facade of strength, but unlike us, who had absolutely nothing left to lose, they possessed far too much to risk in the crossfire. In the inevitable conclusion, they were coerced into accepting the terms and ratifying the treaty. Consequently, the interspecies slave trade was finally outlawed. Stringent mandates safeguarding non-human sovereign territories were also officially enacted. Following that, our kin who had been hiding in the shadows slowly emerged. In this new era, you can witness various diverse races navigating the city streets with absolute freedom. Amoto and I are only permitted to operate as adventurers by the grace of that historic treaty. So that is the foundational history. The instant I secured my liberation, I enlisted as an adventurer. If you seek to amass a fortune rapidly, this profession is unparalleled. A treaty of that magnitude truly exists. I was completely oblivious. And you, Dahlia, what drives your ambition? My purpose is to ascend as the elder of my ancestral forest. My lineage has held the mantle of elder for countless generations. The succession should have followed the same path from my era, but here lies the complication. This responsibility is strictly mandatory for the firstborn. My elder sister utterly loathed the prospect of becoming an elder, yet the community persisted in pressuring and coercing her to assume the throne. They weaponized tradition as a hollow justification. Since I am certain I am the ultimate guardian of the woods, my people eventually yielded to my petition, decreeing that if I can manifest an undeniable legendary feat in the outer world, before I reach my 150th year, they will bestow the title of elder upon me instead. Then they shall grant the elder position to me. Attaining A-rank status isn't the final objective, but it serves as a critical mandatory milestone for me to realize an even more monumental destiny. From liberated slaves to aspiring elders, everyone carries the weight of their own convictions. Regardless, since we are all bound by our individual ambitions, I trust you'll contribute your strength to our cause. It would be ideal if your trajectory aligned with ours. Hey, human, surely you have a grand design too, Marin? If the subject is too painful to traverse, you aren't obligated to answer. Yeah, I suppose this is the ultimate pinnacle I'm striving toward. There is a specific dragon I am destined to slay. Dahlia asks, with a vacant, stunned expression, wait, what? Hita interjects in disbelief, a dragon. Marin summons a fragment of the past and declares, the beast that laid waste to Adrama in the old days, incinerating the entire metropolis into a boundless sea of fire. He states with chilling conviction, I intend to extinguish its life. And before I confront that winged calamity, I have business to settle. Hita and Dahlia exchange bewildered glances while staring at Marin. Maron muses internally. Do they perceive my ambition as mere delusional rambling? Dahlia peers into her glass and mutters, listen, human. She continues, I pinned you as a man with absolutely zero drive. It turns out you are a human, whose aspirations are even more gargantuan than our own. Hita adds with a provocative grin. Or is your plan to feast upon the dragon's remains as well? You are an absolute lunatic. Dahlia continues. Regardless, you're committed to helping us ascend through the ranks at lightning speed, correct? Gitse. If you truly intend to join a dragon-slaying crusade, securing a high-tier rank is an absolute prerequisite. The trio clink their glasses in a solemn toast and proclaim, it seems we finally share a common destiny. Let us give our all to this cause. One dawn in a quiet corner of town, Marin is positioned beside the hearth. So the party was officially inaugurated yesterday. I'll remain grounded to recuperate today and prepare a legitimately exquisite feast. He upends his coin pouch and thinks, I've barely finished sourcing ingredients and my funds are already depleted. After settling the inn's tab, I'm likely down to my last copper. Marone pours a steady stream of oil into the pan and says, it's a costly luxury, but let's bring this oil to a shimmering heat. He extends his hand and commands, retrieve. Marone reaches into the ethereal system interface. He inspects the tray of raw meat and remarks, incredible. The flesh remains as pristine as the moment of the kill. Marin gazes at the stove and reflects. It remains in the exact stasis as when it was first stored. This truly is the ultimate culinary preservation chamber. He cracks an egg into a ceramic bowl and says, first we fracture the eggs to establish the base batter. Marone meticulously adds flour to the mixture, incorporate the breadcrumbs, and ensure a flawless, even coating. He gently lowers the breaded cutlets into the sizzling oil. Now plunge them into the roiling, piping hot oil. Transfixed by the pan, Marin mutters. That rhythmic sizzle is pure therapeutic music to my ears. Monitoring the progress of the meat, he notes. Once they hit a perfect golden brown, flip them to prevent charring. Then initiate a second fry for that legendary extra crunch. Marone meticulously transfers the cutlets onto a waiting plate. Finally, drain the residual oil and finalize the plating. Crispy fried harpy thighs. Mission accomplished. He probes a piece to verify the texture. Marone admires his culinary craft and offers himself a rare compliment. Hard to believe this is a first attempt. The visual appeal is divine. I'm glad I opted for these thick, rustic chunks. They're the perfect size for a massive, satisfying mouthful. He slides his mask aside and claims his first bite. Marin chews slowly, savoring the explosion of flavor. That shattering, crispy skin paired with the succulent harpy thigh. Its tender bursting with juice and absolutely god tier. The natural sweetness of the meat permeates the crunchy batter. Man harpy protein is truly in a league of its own. He closes his eyes in a moment of culinary bliss. This distinct signature sweetness inherent to harpy meat, it possesses the exquisite profile of premium fatty poultry. Marin continues his feast. The more I consume, the more I crave. A wise move preparing a surplus. Failure was never an option. With ingredients of this caliber, how could a deep fry ever falter? Dahlia's frantic voice echoes from the hallway. Hey human, are you lurking in there? Marin muses to himself. That unmistakable tone belongs to Dahlia. Dahlia raps sharply on the wood and calls out. It's already high noon. You aren't still dead to the world, are you? Open this door immediately. It's an emergency. Marin slowly cracks the door open. To what do I owe this intrusion? Dahlia fires back. Why are you wearing that damn helmet in your own room? She gestures with urgent sweeping motions. Never mind that I have a critical matter to discuss. Are you occupied? Marin retorts bluntly. I'm in the middle of a meal. What's the crisis? Dahlia blurts out. It's Imoto. She's spiraling into serious trouble. Marin reflects. Huh, this is certainly out of left field. He steps aside to grant her entry. Come in. Now explain exactly what transpired. She lowers her voice. This isn't a conversation for public ears. Dahlia spots the glistening dish Marin just prepared and recoils. Wait, is this another one of your monstrous culinary abominations? She violently shakes off the distraction. No, Imoto's predicament takes absolute precedence. Dahlia continues with a sharp breath. Forget the food. There's no time to obsess over your weird habits now. She clenches her fist as her resolve hardens. First and foremost, regarding what I'm about to disclose, ensure that Imoto never catches wind of this conversation. Can you provide me with the financial loan? Marin freezes mid-motion, his thoughts grinding to a halt. He bristles with irritation. If this is merely a solicitation for coin, we're done. Leave. Dahlia raises her hands in a desperate plea. Wait, at least grant me the courtesy of an explanation first. Marin fixes Dahlia with a chilling glare. If your justification is hollow, I am forcibly removing you from this room immediately. Dahlia scoffs with elven disdain. Do all humans possess such volatile tempers due to their fleeting lifespans? She cuts straight to the core of the matter. Essentially regarding Imoto, it appears she was cruelly manipulated by her former human master. Marin's brow furrows. Manipulated. The two continue their somber exchange. You recall Imoto's struggle to amass a fortune for her sister's ransom, correct? Yeah, I remember the details. Earlier today, we designated a day of rest because Imoto intended to visit them. Dahlia's knuckles turn white with suppressed rage. But today that wretched master, he unilaterally shattered the agreement. He's already moving to put them on the auction block. Dahlia continues her scathing report. That vermin was a predatory fraud from the very beginning. He intentionally granted Imoto her freedom, merely to dangle a flicker of false hope before her eyes. She elaborates on the cruelty. When Imoto fell to her knees and pleaded, he declared that if she produces the full ransom before the auction, which is scheduled in just 5 days, he'll halt the sale. What was the original sum Imoto was tasked to save over 3 years? 10 gold pieces per sister, 20 gold in total. Marone ponders the weight of the amount 20 gold. Dahlia begins calculating the grim reality of the debt. In the currency of this realm, a single coin is approximately 100 Vietnamese dong. 100 coins constitute 1 silver. 100 silver equals 1 gold. 2 gold is a sufficient fortune for an adventurer to live in absolute luxury for an entire month. 20 gold. That is roughly 20 million Vietnamese dong to be scavenged in a mere 5 days. She continues, despite her immense pride and refusal to show weakness. That noble girl lowered her head and begged for mercy, solely to preserve her sister's lives. Marin interjects sharply. So you've resorted to acting as her clandestine financier. Dahlia replies solemnly, indeed. Furthermore, I cannot simply turn a blind eye to the resurgence of the slave trade. Following the ratification of the treaty, every marginalized subrace views one another as true kin. She gestures emphatically and continues. If you provide this aid, I swear upon my elven honor to repay every copper. Marin retorts, negative, despite our official party status. Our acquaintance spans a mere matter of days. Marin crosses his arms and retaliates. Why should I extend such immense credit to someone I barely know? Besides, it's not as if my coffers are overflowing. Right. I forgot I was speaking to a human after all. Dahlia pauses in thought before adding, by the way, regarding Imoto's sisters, I heard they only recently took their very first steps a few days ago. Maron suddenly freezes in place. He grumbles under his breath, you manipulative elf. Are you seriously attempting to weaponize my own conscience against me? Dahlia smirks victoriously. Oh, not at all. I'm merely presenting the facts. Marin inquires, if I do provide the capital, what is my return on investment? Dahlia replies, returns, I'll reimburse you with double the standard interest. And what's to stop you from vanishing or defaulting on the debt? As you're fond of saying, a human lifespan is tragically brief. Dahlia stammers, well, in that case, the two of them remain locked in a tense silent standoff. Dahlia leans over the table frantically crunching the numbers in her mind. How about this for a counteroffer? She speaks in a hushed grave tone. Listen, human. I'm going to share a secret of the highest confidentiality. Marin turns to her. Why the sudden shift to cloak and dagger theatrics? Dahlia whispers directly into his ear. Do you possess a compatible wind affinity within your system? Maron stammers back, caught off guard. No, I certainly do not. But why are we speaking in hushed tones? Dahlia explains the arcane mechanics. In this realm, as long as your INT stat is sufficient, you can theoretically manifest any category of magic. However, your innate affinity represents the element you are most harmoniously synced with. Spells aligning with your affinity consume less mana, yet they discharge significantly more devastating power. She continues, this attribute is typically predestined at birth. The vast majority of souls are born with only a single affinity. Dahlia recalls the ancient lore and says, it is exceedingly rare to be endowed with multiple elemental attributes. Almost every legendary archmage, chronicled in history, possessed that unique gift. She fixes him with a sharp glare. If you provide the funds this time, Dahlia continues her proposition. I shall bestow upon you the wind attribute divine benediction. Marin stands rooted to the spot, utterly blindsided. Dahlia throws up her hands and demands irritably, don't tell me even a divine blessing isn't enough to sway you. Maron clarifies with a focused intensity. It is not a matter of greed. Bestowing an elemental attribute is a feat beyond most mortals. Is it not? Maron turns and demands, can you truly deliver on such a profound promise? Dahlia bellows with righteous conviction. I swear it upon the sacred name of the world tree. Do we have an understanding? Marin slams his palm on the table. Deal. He gestures for Dahlia to follow and says, very well, let us move out. The scene cuts to the bustling thoroughfare as the masses drift by. Dahlia hurries to catch up and inquires. But what is your precise strategy for amassing such a fortune? I realize I am the one petitioning for your aid. But 20 gold is an astronomical sum for such a short window. Marin retorts coolly, that well, Marin says with a menacing glint in his eye. The only viable path is to poach high-tier monstrosities and liquidate the spoils on the black market. Dahlia recoils in a sheer panic. Banish such suicidal thoughts from your mind. Are you oblivious to the fact that infiltrating a dungeon above your designated rank is a capital offense? Marin turns back toward her. I am well aware. But is there any other method to generate such massive capital this quickly? Dahlia fires back with a sharp warning. Regardless of the payout, illicit operations carry far too much risk. Dahlia ruminates on the consequences and says, every commission issued by the guild is strictly tiered. Undertaking a mission beyond your clearance is a catastrophic violation. She envisions them being hunted as fugitives and says, if we are apprehended flouting the regulations, we won't just face staggering fines, we'll be blacklisted from the guild for the foreseeable future. Marin contemplates the logistical nightmare. Whether we operate within the law or outside of it, the clock is our greatest enemy. He ponders. High-tier labyrinths aren't conveniently located like the low-rank ones. Most of them are nestled in the most desolate corners of the world. The commute alone would devour 3 or 4 days. Marin suddenly pivots and asks, on that note, what was your original plan to secure the funds? Dahlia's mind goes blank. Me? Dahlia stammers out. I considered petitioning my kin back in the forest for assistance, but the courier wouldn't reach Imoto before the 5-day deadline, so I intended to contribute the meager pittance I've managed to scrape together from my time Becky adventuring. She continues to press Marin for a solution. Do you truly possess 0 personal savings? Marin pivots and retorts glacially, not a single copper at the moment. Dahlia muses aloud as they navigate the street. That's right. You only registered as an adventurer the same day I did. Do you carry any artifacts of value among your equipment? Marin glances back. Among my current inventory. He conducts a silent mental audit. The most exorbitant asset in my possession right now would be... Maron manifests a collection of items, selects a specific relic and says, I suppose this is the only viable candidate. He continues with a focused tone. Let's secure our respective funds and reconvene at a later time. Dahlia nods in agreement, understood. That arrangement is acceptable to me. I'll exert every effort to scrounge up whatever capital I can manage. The sun begins its slow descent bleeding across the horizon. At a crumbling, dilapidated citadel, Marin's footsteps echo as he breaches the ruined fortress. A black market merchant inquires from the shadows. To what do I owe the pleasure of such a distinguished visitor? Within these walls, we traffic in everything from forbidden monster essences to illicit contraband. Marone slowly produces a shimmering earring from his palm. The merchant scrutinizes the piece and scoffs. A mere earring. You should have peddled this to a jeweler. Why bring it to... The merchant's eyes widen as he shrieks in a sudden panic. Hold everything. He examines the relic with trembling hands and stammers. This earring? Is this not a legendary fly's shard? Since the dungeon of its origin was erased from existence, this is an artifact that is physically impossible to source today. Sir, where in the world did you acquire such a priceless treasure? Marin speaks in a low, hollow tone with a glacial stare. An old comrade in arms bequeathed it to me an eternity ago. In what feels like a heartbeat, dawn breaks before a lavish high-end estate. The sneering voice of an old man resonates from within. So, you've finally mastered the art of composure, have you? He reclines arrogantly in his chair and drawls. No matter how much you ravage this place, it remains a futile effort. Even that thick-skulled beast brain of yours should have grasped that fundamental truth by now. He fixes his gaze on Hita and remarks, granting you 3 years was a mere flight of fancy, but it allowed you to enjoy your little charade in the sun, didn't it? Hita's internal monologue seethes with murderous intent. I want nothing more than to butcher him where he sits. That grotesque, repulsive visage. I'll savor crushing it into the dirt first. A familiar voice resonates from the distance. Imotaliko, are you present? Hita's mind races. That voice! It couldn't be... Hita's gaze shifts toward Marin and Dahlia. Dan, is that truly you? Hita turns and demands an explanation. Why in the world did you escort that human, with those grotesque eating habits, to this place? Dahlia responds, well, I petitioned his aid in securing the necessary funds. Hita snaps back. What did you just confess? Dahlia interjects, the specifics can wait. Let us prioritize the capital first. Marin presents a heavy pouch of coins and declares, we are the comrades of Imoto's vanguard, and we have amassed the exact sum you mandated. Now let us finalize the transaction to liberate. Imoto's kin, Hita observes Marone and reflects, even though I sanctioned his entry into our party, to be forced to rely on a human like this is humiliating. He doesn't intend to exploit this vulnerability. To lord it over me in the future, does he? The old man hefts the pouch and scoffs with disdain. A pair of fledgling C-rank adventurers managed to scrape together this much gold. You think I'm incapable of detecting counterfeit currency? He pries open the pouch and muses to himself. Incredible, this is genuine high-purity gold. Did they actually manifest the full 20 gold in a mere 3-day window? Hita bellows with righteous fury. Verify the authenticity for yourself if you must. Now release my sisters immediately. The old man curls his lip into a smirk and retorts. You did indeed produce the required currency. However, the original pact stipulated that Imoto was required to earn every copper herself. Accepting financial aid from third parties renders the contract null and void. Accepting money from others makes the contract void. Hita collapses to her knees and shrieks in a rage. What kind of absolute garbage logic is that? Dahlia points a trembling finger and screams. Cease your fabrication under the current legal framework. When the family of a bondservant presents the full ransom amount, liberation is mandatory regardless of the capital's origin. You humans have the audacity to attempt to swindle an elf. The old man gnashes his teeth and barks, produce the dossiers and their effects. Hita reflects he was genuinely prepared to play foul. It's a blessing Dan was present otherwise. I would have been ensnared by this owner's manipulative word games long before now. He strides out from the interior and sneers, apologies for the delay. He presents the fox boy and girl declaring, behold the subhuman property you so desperately requested. The young fox siblings collapse into Hita's embrace, wailing. Big sister. Hita inquires with trembling tenderness, are either of you injured? The siblings cry out in a fractured unison, we were absolutely terrified. Hita pulls them into a protective huddle and whispers, the nightmare is over. Forgive me for making you wait so long. Marin fixes his gaze on the frail siblings and muses grimly. Dahlia wasn't exaggerating. This monster actually shackled mere children. He contorts his fists in a silent murderous rage, thinking, they are nothing but hollowed out skin and bone. This pathetic excuse for a human actually starved them. The master brandishes a weathered parchment and says, behold their original binding bills of sale. He violently shreds the contracts and declares, I shall incinerate their status right before your eyes. Does that satiate your demands? Hita? reaches out with a snarl and conjures a gout of flame to vaporize the papers in front of her wide-eyed siblings. Satiated, you think this makes us even. The man reclines with insufferable arrogance and sighs, fine, fine. Your siblings are technically emancipated, but mark my words, Imoto. You remain my personal property. He continues, as for you, meddling teammates, the transaction is concluded, so vanish from my sight. Unless you'd like a pair of iron shackles as a parting gift. Hida turns to Maron and stammers, you human. He raises a steady hand and interrupts, there is no need. Marin produces a second heavy pouch of gold and declares, I am purchasing Imoto's absolute freedom as well. The master, his lackey, Hita and Dahlia all pivot to stare at him in stunned silence. Hita bellows, human, I didn't ask for your charity. Just secure my siblings' safety, I can settle my own debts. Marin ignores her outburst and asks, will 10 gold suffice for Imoto? Hida snaps, do not you dare dismiss me like a child. The master slowly addresses the stoic Marin with mock regret, how tragic. He flashes a predatory sinister grin and says, unfortunately for you, Imoto has already been registered for tonight's grand auction. He leans in to mock Marin directly, his breath foul. Consequently, that transaction is officially impossible to execute. He sits high and mighty in his gilded chair, gesturing dismissively as he sneers, Imoto has already been processed for the open market. The paperwork is finalized. There is no turning back now. If you truly desire her, you are more than welcome to attend the auction and outbid the competition. Dahlia gasps in utter disbelief. What? Hida bellows with volcanic rage. What kind of deranged lunacy is this? You never breathed a word about me being auctioned off. Dahlia also erupts in fury. Keep your vile tongue still, you human parasite. Do you truly believe we'll entertain such blatant deception? The man retorts with sickening arrogance. Deception fabrications. This is my absolute legal jurisdiction. A master maintains the right to liquidate his assets as he sees fit. The international treaty explicitly dictates that the sale of legitimate slaves is the owner's sole prerogative. Dahlia seethes through gritted teeth. You absolute bottom feeder. Marin's frustration simmers beneath his mask. A transparently low-tier scheme, yet legally airtight. He fixes a murderous glare on the merchant and muses, using the auction as a pretext to retain his hold on her. But since she is legally classified as his property, there is no judicial leverage to halt the proceedings. Does he truly derive this much pleasure from tormenting Imoto? Marin makes his decisive move. Very well. Then I shall simply acquire her at the auction. Hida pivots toward Marin and murmurs, listen, human. Oswald. Marin stands firm and speaks with icy authority. Cease this pointless theater. Just wait, Imoto. I have formulated a strategy. Hita wonders internally, what could possibly motivate him to intervene this far on my behalf? Marin begins to drift into a fragment of memory. An elderly woman gazes at playing children and remarks softly, never let this slip your mind, Marin Glassy. Every child requires the warmth of sanctuary and care. Fragile, innocent souls depend entirely on the steady guidance of an elder's hand. The matriarch strokes his hair and continues, and that includes a boy like you. Every life brought into this world merits fierce protection. Is that not the fundamental reason this haven exists? As the echo of her wisdom resonates within Marin, because you are the sole shield capable of guarding these children. The young fox girl whispers with a trembling voice, big sister. Hida reflects on her burden. Simply securing their liberation isn't the final chapter. You cannot allow them to navigate this world in isolation. Stand by them, nurture them, and illuminate their path. Marin exhales a weary sigh and mutters, fine, let's see how this gamble plays out. Hida turns her sharp gaze back to Marin. If this is nothing but empty bravado, and you falter, I will personally ensure you never find peace. Dahlia turns to her and interjects. Despite my personal reservations, if Marin has a strategy, I shall follow his lead. I will see you at the auction, Imoto. The master and Hita both fixate their gaze on Marin. The master smirks with pure disdain. Reliable teammates indeed. Tell me, Imoto, do you truly believe these pathetic C-rankers actually possess the power to liberate you? Hida pulls the fox siblings into a protective embrace, glaring at the old man with murderous intent. He stalks forward and violently forces her chin up. Do you presume I will simply place you on the auction block and allow you to walk free? He leers at Hita triumphantly. Regardless of the outcome, you shall never escape my clutches. You will eventually crawl back to your master. Hida drops to her knees and demands, what are you implying? Hey, what kind of sick game are you playing? The master waves his hand, commanding his subordinate to summon the Merchant Alliance. Prepare the final arrangements. The auctioneer's voice booms through the hall, moving swiftly to our next acquisition. Our next high-value lot is a criminal slave apprehended for numerous violent atrocities. Race human male. Condition peak health devoid of any defects. The voice thunders as Marin and Dahlia watch with bated breath. Opening bid begins at 4 gold. Dahlia leans in and whispers urgently, I interrogated the staff regarding the market value of beastmen. Typically, even if the bid hits 10, my remaining reserves should suffice. Marin retorts, don't be so optimistic. The auctioneer's thunderous voice jolts them once more. Next up, an exquisite demi-human specimen. The handlers drag Hita forward as the announcer bellows. A savage werewolf from the untamed borderlands. A veteran gladiator, who clawed her way to the title of Colosseum hero. She even possesses the rare gift of priest-class restoration. Hita seethes with suppressed rage, white-knuckling her shackles as she muses. That bastard master definitely greased some palms. I must find a way to alert Dan. The announcer intensifies the high-stakes pitch, physical prowess far eclipsing any human. In the prime of her youth and femininity, the master gloats from his overhead balcony. Finally, the moment has arrived. He casts a condescending look down at Marin and Dahlia. Those pathetic C-rank adventurers have already exhausted their meager reserves. They likely have nothing left but a handful of pocket change. From his vantage point, he flashes a predatory, sinister grin. You truly believe you possess the capital to reclaim. Immoto such laughable arrogance. An elderly man planted within the crowd mutters under his breath. Did you honestly think I'd allow everything to unfold according to your designs? The auctioneer bellows to the room. The opening valuation for this specimen is 6 gold and 30 silver. Let the bidding war commence. The auctioneer points toward the plant and shouts, confirmed guest number 57, please declare your opening bid. Dahlia pivots with a look of sheer desperation and gasps. Crap, someone is already driving the price up. The old man shouts, 20 gold. Dahlia spins back in total shock. What? The auctioneer yells. 20 gold as an opening gambit. An absolutely staggering bid. Hita's mind races in terror. 20 gold impossible. How can a random spectator command such a fortune? The auctioneer's voice continues to boom across the hall. Do I hear 21 gold? Does anyone dare challenge 20? Dahlia clutches her head in a frantic panic. This is pure insanity. The appraisal was only 8 or 9 gold. Now the threshold has spiked by 10 more. That's an absolute king's ransom. The auctioneer's eyes lock onto a new movement. Marone calmly raises his hand. Confirmed guest number 21, the floor is yours. Marin inquires coldly, what is the absolute maximum bid ceiling for this venue? The auctioneer responds with professional clarity. 30 gold for humans and a 50 gold cap for other races. Marone muses with a chilling calm, I see. He rises to his feet, extending his hand high. 50 gold. Dahlia stares at him in a state of pure paralysis. 50 gold. Didn't you explicitly state you only had 10? Marin retorts with sharp indifference. I offered 10. I never insinuated that was the extent of my wealth. He continues, I never placed a shred of trust in that master from the onset. The auctioneer stammers, seeking urgent clarification. Are you certain of this figure, sir? The absolute 50 gold maximum for this specific specimen. A nearby guest turns to scrutinize Marone and sneers. He doesn't have the air of a noble. Is he merely inflating the price with a hollow promise to pay later? The auctioneer raises his hand to stall the proceedings. Deepest apologies, but our strict protocol demands immediate liquid payment upon the fall of the hammer. Participation is forbidden unless you possess the physical funds on hand. You don't actually harbor that kind of wealth, do you? Marin strides forward and declares with resonant clarity, Hold on, what? Dahlia exclaims. Marin, what on earth are you doing? The auction official panics and bellows. Hey, unsanctioned personnel are strictly forbidden on stage. Hita calls out with a weak, trembling voice. Maran, she muses. What kind of endgame is he playing? Marin extracts a heavy pouch of gold from his satchel, tosses it to the staff, and declares, Does this satisfy your requirement for immediate liquidity? The master peers down from the high balcony, staring in absolute disbelief as he stammers, This is impossible. How can a bottom-tier C-rank adventurer? How does a nobody like him possess 50 gold? Hita's eyes widen in sheer shock. The scene shifts back to the tranquility of the midnight sky. In this poignant moment, both Fox siblings sprint toward her with open arms, wailing, Big sister. Hita pulls them into a fierce embrace and whispers, I am beyond relieved that you are both unharmed. The nightmare has finally concluded. You are both officially irrevocably free. Dahlia crosses her arms and inquires with a testy edge, Hey, if you are harboring that much capital, why didn't you disclose it earlier? Marin retorts with cold nonchalance, the question was never posed. Dahlia stands up and remarks with a buoyant tone, Well, regardless, a victory is a victory, however it's won. Hita's voice drifts from behind Marin's silhouette. Listen, she says with rare bashfulness, I owe you my life, Marin. You didn't just liberate my kin, you salvaged my soul as well. I honestly have no idea how I could ever settle this debt. At that precise moment, the Fox siblings at Hita's side catch a distinct savory aroma. They scramble over and cling to Marin's cloak, shouting, Meat? I catch the scent of meat. It smells absolutely divine. Marin asks with a hint of softness, Are you too famished? Let's go feast. Hita asks tentatively, Dahlia, what's my next move? I genuinely don't know how to compensate Marin for this. Dahlia replies, Oh, quit overcomplicating the matter. She continues with a knowing smile. He likely intervened because he values our alliance. Just remain a steadfast comrade. That's more than enough. Hira says with eyes full of newfound hope, I'll give it my all. She then pauses and adds, on another note, I detect something incredibly rich and savory on Marin. Dahlia, what exactly are they consuming, Dahlia? Pivots sharply. Huh, what are they? Oh, you've gotta be... She suddenly recalls the truth and shrieks. Wait, no, they absolutely must not eat that. Dahlia charges from behind and screams, cease that consumption immediately. Glassy Marin pivots sharply. Wait, what's the issue? The fox siblings begin shoveling the food into their mouths with reckless abandon. The young boy cheers with pure exhilaration. This is God tier, the girl happily chimes in between bites. I have never tasted anything this heavenly in my entire life. Dahlia shrieks, what in the world are you feeding those innocent children? Hita joins the fray, her expression clouded with confusion. Wait, is something actually wrong here? Hita observes the two fox kits and remarks, well, deep-fried delicacies like this shouldn't pose any threat. Their permanent teeth have fully developed by now. Furthermore, beastmen digestive systems are far more robust and efficient than those of other races. She continues her assessment. They are currently in the middle of a massive growth spurt, so aside from literal iron or raw monster hide, they can essentially macerate and digest almost anything. Kah! Hita calls out to Marin, her tone suddenly wary. Hold on, Marin. What exactly is the primary ingredient of this fried dish? He responds with icy bluntness, harpy flesh. She glares at her precious siblings and snaps. You actually had the audacity to feed my kin such filth. Are you serious right now? Hita stomps forward, desperately attempting to seize the plate from them. Please do not consume another morsel, you two. This is absolutely forbidden, the young girl looks up puzzled. But why? It's magnificent, truly it's beyond delicious. I demand more. Hita fixes her with a stern gaze and retorts absolutely not. Both siblings reach out with grabby hands and wail. We want more, hand it over, big sis. Suddenly the girls catch a specific scent and flinch instinctively. Hita stares at a nearby tray of the glistening food and calculates. She muses internally, very well. If I consume this and immediately collapse in agony, the children will be too traumatized to ever request it again. Hita brings a piece to her lips, bracing for the worst. Even if this is my final act, I never envisioned stooping to eat something as repulsive as monster meat. But I must endure this for the sake of my beloved siblings. She takes a tentative, then aggressive bite. Lethal poison or not, I must proceed with this sacrifice. I'll simply have to feign a gruesome death on the spot. Suddenly, a shock of realization surges through Hita. Dahlia screams from the background, Hey Imoto, what has possessed you so suddenly? She inquires with mounting dread. Don't tell me you've succumbed to the same food poisoning that hit Marin. Hita's mind reels as she thinks, what is this sensation? She stood there in a paralyzed daze, her cognitive functions reeling. How could something theoretically so repulsive taste this divine? The young fox girl tugged at Hita's garment and pleaded, Big sister, it's incredibly cruel to feast all by yourself. I demand another portion. Hita stared at the plate, lost in a whirlpool of conflicting thoughts. This is the first instance I've ever experienced meat this succulent. Perfectly textured, rich, and masterfully seasoned. Is it truly possible this was harvested from a harpy? Marin's cold, indifferent voice drifted from behind. Well, does it satisfy your palate? Hita snatched up the fox siblings and bolted screaming over her shoulder. Satisfactory not in a million years. I shall never forget this absolute humiliation. You will rue the day you mocked me. Dahlia turned to Marin and inquired. Regardless, Dan, what are the terms of our arrangement this time? Marin turned to deliver his verdict. Until you've reimbursed the full 70 gold, you are mandated to surrender 90% of your quest rewards to me. Dahlia gasped in sheer horror. What? 90%, she shrieked with volcanic rage. You cold-blooded parasite. Is your ultimate goal to watch me starve to death? Marin countered without a shred of empathy. If a lack of gold is enough to kill you, then by all means expire. He spoke with a razor-sharp, stern tone. Our pact is sealed. Now provide the compensation for my services. The two of them trekked toward the dark forest, conversing. Is it truly vital to venture into the heart of the woods at this hour? Dahlia led the way through the thicket and remarked, The village is far too congested. It's practically stifling. That urban environment is utterly incompatible with nature spirits. Marin followed in her wake and questioned, But how do you possess the authority to bestow an attribute blessing? Dahlia glanced back and replied, It seems you've already deduced that this is a feat far beyond the reach of ordinary mages. First discard those cumbersome gloves of yours. To facilitate the infusion of the blessing, skin-to-skin contact is mandatory. Marin extracted an item from his storage bag. He pulled it out while explaining the lore. Elves birthed within the ancient forest are christened with a blessing from nature spirits at the moment of birth. The specific attribute of the spirit that christens them manifests as their innate spiritual talent. Marin continued his analysis. That spirit remains their lifelong guardian and companion, granting the elf the unique privilege to petition that spirit to extend a secondary blessing to a chosen individual. He elaborated on the hidden lore. Despite it being their own bonded spirit, they are only permitted to perform this rite once in a lifetime. Consequently, it is traditionally reserved for a soulmate, a direct descendant, or a monumental benefactor. Maron gazed at the firmament and questioned, "This is a gift of immeasurable value. Are you certain you wish to bestow it upon me?" Dahlia met his gaze with a look of profound sincerity and declared, "Maron Glassy, you have proven yourself to be my savior. You have twice intervened to help me realize my life's ultimate mission of liberating my kin from the shackles of humanity." She began to channel the surrounding essence and whispered, "Heed my summons. I petition for your divine consent." Marin observed the atmospheric shift in absolute shock. The wind surged with sudden violence. He reached out to grasp the air. It remains invisible to the naked eye. But this is unmistakably the resonance of spirit power. Dahlia focused the energy while revisiting the scars of the past. In the Dark Ages, humans didn't merely abduct elves for their aesthetic beauty. They sought to usurp this sacred blessing by promising a false reprieve from their agonizing suffering. Yet the majority of my people remained unyielding, enduring unspeakable torment to preserve their ancestral pride. She extended her hand toward Marin and confessed, "I harbor an absolute loathing for the human race, both the architects of our misery and the bystanders who watched during our era of systematic persecution. If it were within my power, I would eradicate every last one of them." Dahlia suddenly tilted her head toward the stars and exhaled. She directed the gathered spiritual essence toward Marin, triggering a shimmering system notification. Spirit Witness petition granted. Acquired wind attribute synchronization. Current innate affinities firewind. Marin scrutinized his palms and reflected, "I have truly manifested a secondary innate attribute." Dahlia's tone shifted back to its habitual coldness. "Make no mistake, my hatred for humanity remains as fervent as ever. Greedy, squalid creatures who would sacrifice anything for personal profit." She fixed her eyes on Maron and clarified, "Granting you this divine benediction is by no means an absolution for the sin of your human birth." The following day at the Salim Guild headquarters, Dahlia crossed her arms and spotted Marin's arrival. "Ah, the man of the hour finally graces us with his presence." Hita also gestured toward Maron with a vibrant wave. "Hey Marin, we're over here." Dahlia continued to speak with her signature arrogant flair. "Emoto has successfully secured a caretaker for her siblings." Maron responds with a practical tone. "Securing a trustworthy beastman to supervise them required additional time. I couldn't fathom leaving those children under human guardianship." Hita clenches her fists, her face radiating newfound excitement. "Today marks my inaugural day as a truly free woman, and I intend to pour every ounce of my soul into this mission." She brandishes a weathered quest parchment and declares, "I've managed to secure a remarkably lucrative contract for us. Subjugation decree, exterminate the level 20 mud slimes in Crystal Cave." Dahlia smirks with a hint of disdain. "Mud slimes. Ugh, must we really hunt those foul-smelling heaps of sentient sludge? Though I suppose it's a far safer gamble than the typical C-rank trial." Maron scrutinizes the quest details and muses. "Mud slimes, generic slime-type mobs I presume, no matter. They are biological monsters, so their flavor profile should be intriguing." Dahlia fixes Marin with a horrified glare and shrieks, "Is this lunatic seriously contemplating a feast of literal filth?" Hita declares with absolute confidence, "Our transport is already stationed at the gate. Let's move out." Dahlia takes the lead, her stride purposeful. "Have you completed the reconnaissance on other threats within Crystal Cave?" Yet Hita retorts, "Naturally, I shall brief the party on the tactical specifics once we have boarded the carriage." As they exchange banter, a majestic carriage rolls to a halt before them. "Once this contract is finalized, I must locate a permanent sanctuary for my siblings. They cannot remain confined to a cramped inn indefinitely." Dahlia eyed the opulent vehicle and asks, "Wait, what is the meaning of this?" She pivots toward Hita. "Did you actually commission a luxury transport like this?" Hita replies with a baffled expression, "Impossible, that carriage is certainly not in my name. I have possessed my freedom for a mere 24 hours. I lack the capital to afford such a high-end aristocratic ride." Hita freezes mid-step. "Who exactly are you people?" A sneering familiar voice echoes from within the velvet interior. "Ah, so you have finally graced us with your presence. It seems my timing was impeccable." Hita feels a sudden icy shiver race down her spine. "Wait, that insufferable grating voice." She narrows her eyes in pure loathing. "The former master." Myron steps forward, his voice like cold steel. "Our transaction is closed. State your business here." The man raises a hand with sickening arrogance. "While following the sale, I found myself plagued by a sudden sense of loss. Humans rarely appreciate the true value of their possessions until they are stripped away." He flashes a cryptic, predatory smile and declares, "Consequently, I am here to propose a new arrangement." He continues his monologue as Marin watches with chilling skepticism. "Do you truly intend to renegotiate for the girl?" Dahlia shrieks in a blind fury, "Renegotiate? That is absolutely preposterous. The matter is settled. How can you be so utterly shameless?" The man sneers at her with disdain. That long-eared nuisance is an interloper. Stay out of this, elf. Emoto and I share a long and storied history. Don't fix me with those judgmental eyes. Marone closes the distance with measured predatory steps. Both of my personal guardians have surpassed level 80. If they lose their restraint, even I would struggle to contain their lethality. Hida gasps as cold dread washes over her E. Level 80. From his elevated position, the man bellows, Mr. Marin Glassy. He raises a single hand in a gesture of grandiosity and says, I am prepared to offer you 100 gold. Relinquish that slave back into my custody. Marone retorts with flat indifference, negative. The man is visibly rattled, his mind racing with suspicion. Is he merely playing hard to get, to drive up the price? That beastman isn't worth a single copper more than my offer. Dahlia erupts with righteous indignation. Silence your filthy mouth, you vulgar excuse for a human. The man continues his desperate haggling. Fine 150 gold then? Marin remains a statue of ice. Still no. The man continues to inflate the bounty. 160 gold. Marin replies sharply, not a chance. Hita bellows in a volcanic rage. Even if you offered 100 million gold pieces, Marin would never dream of selling me. The man gnashes his teeth, his composure finally fracturing. 200 gold for a mere beastman. You refuse even for 200 gold at that precise moment. Marin muses internally. Actually, that sum is remarkably tempting. Dahlia snaps at Marin, sensing his momentary lapse. What in the world are you daydreaming about at a time like this? Snap out of it, Marin smirks darkly. I'm merely jesting. Marin continues, those binding contracts were reduced to ash days ago, and I have already formally sanctioned her emancipation. She hasn't been a slave since the moment those papers burned. He positions himself as a shield and declares with glacial finality, therefore there is no transaction to be made with the likes of you. If Emoto has a grievance, I shall address it as her comrade. The man shrieks, pathetic beggars masquerading as heroes. He curls his lip into a sinister grin, thinking to himself, I attempted a diplomatic solution with coin, but so be it. He bellows with unchecked malice. You truly think I'll allow my entertainment with that beastman? To conclude so unceremoniously, as he rants, a sudden violent surge of mana erupts nearby. If you refuse to yield, I'll simply reclaim her by force. Hida launches a punch that sends him spiraling into the stratosphere. I'm finished listening to your drivel. She bellows with primal fury, I am no longer your damn puppet. You insolent brat, how dare you act so high and mighty? The soldier slowly unsheathes his blade, but a chilling voice resonates from directly behind his ear. You truly intend to draw that? Marin whispers. It will be your final mistake. The soldier's mind reels in confusion. What? I didn't sense even a flicker of mana. How is this possible? Marin slams the soldier's skull into the dirt with bone-shattering force. The accomplice draws his weapon and charges blindly. What the? Pure recklessness, Marin barks. While keeping the first soldier pinned beneath his boot, he snatches a jagged stone and hurls it with lethal precision, forcing the assailant into a desperate retreat. Suddenly, the man collapses, coughing up a violent spray of crimson. The master watches, his face pale with disbelief. No, this is a nightmare. 2 level 80 elites decimated. The soldier glares up at Marin. You... What kind of monstrous level are you hiding? He replies with a terrifying calm, somewhere around 95. Hida is struck speechless. 9 to 95. You're actually that broken. Dahlia lets out a knowing smirk. I suspected he was overpowered, but this exceeds even my expectations. Hida wears a predatory grin while mockingly patting the master's head. By the way, our little reunion isn't quite over yet, is it? The master stammers in a state of absolute soul-crushing terror. Wait, mercy, stop! His pathetic shrieks echo through the clearing. Dahlia glances at the horizon and interjects. Emoto, we're going to lose our transport. Conclude your business here. Hida flashes a triumphant smirk and pivots away. Understood. I've settled my accounts. She skips away with dark glee. His internal organs are a mess. I pray our paths never cross again, you monster. Dahlia follows closely, muttering, filthy, pathetic human scum. The master seethes in the dirt, plotting his revenge. You arrogant bastards will suffer for this. How dare you humiliate a high-ranking merchant of my stature? Once I report this atrocity to the trade union, Marone suddenly looms over him like a shadow of death. Listen, I've had to thin the herd lately, and finding a decent party is a chore. His voice sends a paralyzing chill through the master's heart. Dismantling an entire trade union is less effort than recruiting a new group. It's a genuine inconvenience. So don't test my patience further. Marin stomps the ground beside him, the sheer pressure inducing a state of pure shock. He walks away with glacial indifference and adds, This is your final reprieve. Learn to stay in your place. Back at the cavern entrance, the group finally reaches their objective. Dahlia commands, they're vulnerable to flame, ignite the torches. Hida and Marin take up a lethal back-to-back defensive posture. She maneuvers with uncertainty and inquires, is this the proper technique? Dahlia shrieks at the top of her lungs, cease your actions. The torch erupts with a blinding, massive intensity. A catastrophic flame inferno? Dahlia barks in frustration. You absolute moron! Did you honestly neglect to upgrade your fundamental skills? Hida scratches her head sheepishly and retorts. I was incarcerated for an eternity. I didn't exactly have time to grind. Marin meticulously inspects a handful of sludge as Hita calls from a distance. Marin, is that foul substance even remotely edible? I haven't mastered healing arts yet. If you collapse, you're a corpse. Dahlia glances over and adds with a grimace. The previous monstrosities at least resembled food, but this? Maron sniffs the concoction and reflects internally. I anticipated a revolting stench, but... He continues his grim research. It possesses the unremarkable consistency of damp earth. Marin takes a tentative bite to evaluate the texture. This is akin to masticating on flavorless rubbery gum. I suppose not every denizen of the deep is a culinary delight. From behind Marin, the two women voice their concern. For mercy's sake, consume some of these. Leftover fried harpy morsels instead, Marin. Hida approaches with measured steps and murmurs, thank you. I was so overwhelmed by my sibling's safety that I failed to express it. But truly, I am eternally grateful for you salvaging my family. I will toil tirelessly to reimburse every single copper. Marone responds with a chilling indifference. You have kin to provide for. There is no need for reimbursement. Hida hesitates, her voice flickering with doubt. But that was an astronomical sum of capital. Dahlia interjects with a sharp curiosity. On that note, how did you amass such a fortune so quickly? Don't tell me you resorted to something suicidal like poaching. Hida is struck by the thought and follows up. Wait, did you truly secure the funds through illicit hunting? Marun casts his gaze downward and answers slowly. No, I liquidated some relics belonging to my former comrades. Hida is overcome by a wave of melancholy, her ears drooping in sorrow. Marun continues, I preserved them for deeply personal reasons. But I realized it was finally time to sever those ties, so I sold them. Hida clenches her fist, her heart aching for him. How could you part with something so irreplaceable? Even if I repay the gold, those memories are lost forever. Observing her crestfallen expression, Marin says, it is of no consequence. He lowers his hand with a sense of finality and adds, my current reality is this party, the two of you. If you truly wish to settle the debt, then simply continue adventuring by my side. That is sufficient. Hida sighs, her voice soft with wonder. Is that truly all you ask? Marin confirms with a steady gaze, precisely. So from this moment forward, I'm placing my trust in your lead captain. She rises to her feet and responds with unadulterated sincerity. Yeah, I'm finished wallowing in self-pity. Effective today, I shall embody the leader this party deserves. Hida pivots and inquires with a sharp curiosity. On another note, did you actually bestow a divine blessing upon Marin as well? I understood you were mere comrades, but have you truly known him that long? Dahlia consumes her meal deliberately and remarks, not significantly longer than I've known you, as a matter of fact. View it more as a fair compensation for our standing contract. Hita leaps up incredulous, to a complete and utter stranger. And why does Maran insist on keeping that helmet fused to his head anyway? Marin muses internally. He hesitates before replying. It's merely a matter of personal preference. Why does it concern you so much? Hita gradually extends her hand, closing the distance between them. What secrets are you concealing beneath that visor? I'd wager there's a gruesome hunting trophy hidden underneath. Marin stammers as he recoils. Hey, cease prying into a comrade's private affairs, Emoto. Hita persists with a playful smirk. Hunting scars and trophies are essentially medals of honor for adventurers. It's perfectly fine. Dahlia interjects, supporting the inquiry. But Maron, you are shrouded in far too much unnecessary mystery. People pry because they genuinely wish to forge a deeper bond with you. Lower your guard, even if only a fraction. Maron exhales a weary sigh. Suddenly, his heightened senses detect a predatory presence nearby. Hita and Dahlia also begin to register a localized surge of murderous intent. The group simultaneously spots the reptilian threat and bellows. It's a crystal gecko. The lizard lunges, launching a ferocious charge at the trio. Hita leaps toward the ceiling, engaging the beast in mid-air. She glances back toward her companions and inquires, Marin, have you sustained any injuries? Dahlia gazes at him, her expression clouded with mounting dread. Let me examine the damage. Look up, damn it all. Marin reflects in a state of growing frustration. A jagged crystal shard has lanced straight into my eye. Marin raises a dismissive hand and insists my vision remains unimpaired. It's a superficial scratch. The shard failed to penetrate deeply. Unimpaired. What kind of lunacy is that? You're hemorrhaging a river. How can you possibly claim your eye is intact? That's physically impossible. Hida speaks with a maternal urgency from behind him. Quickly discard the helmet. Who gives a damn about unsightly scars at a time like this? We must inspect the laceration and apply emergency treatment immediately. She peers intensely at Marin's bleeding eye and adds, if your sight is compromised, we must teleport to the temple this instant. Hasu whimpers from behind Dahlia. Monster, it's a monster. Dahlia shrieks in terror. Spare my life. I'm too young to die like this. Dahlia flees in a blind panic while Hasu stands his ground trembling as he clutches his blade. Retreat, just get out of here. Marin collapses by the jagged cliffside and snaps, "Don't you dare touch me." Hita's eyes widen in alarm. Maran. Dahlia reaches out tentatively and asks, "Do you truly harbor such a deep-seated hatred for showing your face?" Marin buries his face in his hands, staring at the dirt. "Yeah," he mutters, his voice fractured and on the verge of breaking. Don't look at me. Just don't." Dahlia extends a gentle hand, attempting to soothe his visible distress. "Maron, I respect your privacy, but that laceration demands a professional inspection and immediate treatment." Marin shoves her hands away and insists, "I am perfectly functional. It is nothing more than a superficial graze. My eyesight remains entirely unimpaired." Dahlia stammers in response. But regardless, you're aware of my standing. A crystal gecko is a mere level 30 threat. It lacks the raw power to inflict any lasting damage on me." Marin interjects, "I'm fine. Let us resume the hunt immediately." Dahlia and Hita exchange weary sighs as they watch Maron's stubborn retreat. She yields, "Fine, have it your way. Just don't push yourself to the brink." She gestures sternly and adds, "The moment you feel lightheaded, you must inform us." Both girls address Marin in a somber unison. "We apologize for overstepping and prying into your personal affairs." He sighs, "I apologize as well. Forgive me for losing my temper with you both." Triumphant voices resonate from within the Grand Castle Hall. Victory! The Mudslime Subjugation Directive is officially complete. "Stellar performance, everyone." Marin stands and inquires, "Is something bothering you?" Hita asks, her gaze clouded with concern. "It's of no consequence." She suddenly presses, "Are you absolutely certain you don't require the temple's aid?" Dahlia raises a hand, signaling an end to the discussion. "Let's just conclude our business for the evening. Recovery is priority. We need to monitor Marin's status closely." As they converse, a girl slams through the palace doors and charges into the room screaming, "This is catastrophic, a total disaster. Wait, we're retreating to the inn for the day, correct? Emergency, this is a grade A emergency." He rises to his feet and demands, "What in the world is happening?" Gasping for air, she struggled to articulate her report. Brandishing the parchment high, she bellowed, "A new dungeon has manifested. It has emerged in the border forest between Adrama and the capital. Classification open dungeon." Marin pondered internally. The Riat Floral Sanctuary. Dahlia demanded immediate clarification. A nascent dungeon simply materialized out of thin air. Hida inquired with a hint of skepticism. "Aren't there scores of other parties? Let the guild handle the fallout. Let's just retreat to the inn and call it a day." The messenger stammered in disbelief. What? Hida pressed the issue. Why the sudden urgency? "Don't you require actual recuperation, Marin?" Marin adjusted his visor and declared, "I am fully operational. Besides, I have formulated a strategy." Beneath the vast azure canopy of the forest, Hasu surveyed the assembled elite with a confident smile. "Every party summoned by the guild has officially arrived." Commencing the strategic briefing for the dungeon subjugation, the gathered crowd erupted into a low, anxious hum. "Yo, did you catch the latest intel?" The scout who discovered the entrance was decimated by the Guardian. He's currently undergoing intensive recovery at the temple. Rumors suggest twin bosses, which stands to reason. 2 Riats lurking in a single forest. Marin mused to himself, a Riat. Undoubtedly a botanical-type monstrosity, correct. I wonder if it would pair well in a salad or a savory stir-fry. Hida leaned against Dahlia's shoulder and whispered urgently, "Listen, if Marin starts feasting in front of this many witnesses, our party's reputation is going to be utterly annihilated." Dahlia exhaled a weary, defeated sigh. If that catastrophe occurs, we simply act like total strangers." Marin tightened his grip behind them and remarked, "Since elves are strictly herbivorous, I've lacked the opportunity to cook for you. I shall prepare a truly unique delicacy for you this time, Dahlia." Dahlia gnashed her teeth and snapped back. "I can certainly thrive without that brand of consideration." The briefing pressed on. As previously indicated, the boss entities within this dungeon are confirmed as dual threats. A veteran adventurer rose to his feet. So the whispers were accurate. Even with our combined strength, facing 2 bosses simultaneously is a death wish. Hasu raised her palms to quell the rising panic. "Pray maintain your composure." She placed a hand over her heart and announced with soaring pride, "The primordial hero, Alcoman Jerry Cyrix, has graced us with his presence. He shall be spearheading the raid alongside us all. This operation will be executed with absolute ironclad safety." Marin mused internally, a hero here. Dahlia inquired with a sharp, mocking lilt, "Don't tell me you're ignorant of the legend of heroes. Are you truly that disconnected from reality just from living in the woods?" She proceeded to enlighten him. The moniker hero is a prestigious title, typically reserved for those officially designated as hero candidates. As a mark of profound respect, the public omits the candidate suffix and simply refers to them as the world's heroes. Yet there are those who view their emergence with cold trepidation. Dahlia continued her lecture. The very manifestation of a hero is a grim prophecy, heralded by the inevitable rise of a demon king, the supreme sovereign of all monstrosities. She pressed on. When that apocalyptic era dawns, the heroes destined to stand against the demon king will become our only salvation. Consequently, they receive staggering subsidies from both the crown and the guild. Their reputation is practically legendary. A shimmering system interface materialized. Profile Alcomin Jerry Sirix Level. Class Vanguard Warrior ATK. STR. LCK 104. Achievements Intermediate Knight Star of the War God. Scourge of the Harpy Nest. Hero Candidate Conqueror of the Triangle Labyrinth. Desecrator of Ancient Tombs. Conqueror of Isola Dragon Pass. Dahlia reflected. That's an impressive list of first clear accolades. She resumed her detailed explanation. I recall crossing paths with a hero once in the past. Wait, seriously, you've actually encountered one in person. Naturally, they aren't exactly a unique anomaly. Of the 5 destined heroes discovered thus far, the second fell victim to a ruthless assassination. The 4th was devoured by a beast, leaving only 3 active survivors. Abruptly, Marin's primal instincts flared with a sharp tingle. Spectators witnessed a dense swarm of bees descending and shrieked. They've returned, the swarm is descending again. Intercept them, do not allow a single one to bypass our perimeter. Dahlia unleashed a volley of enchanted arrows into the buzzing mass. Hida used her devastating bare-fisted strikes to pulverize them mid-air. Marin lunged into the fray, his blade carving through the air in a silver arc. A youth observing the skirmish remarked with wide eyes, "Those adventurers are actually remarkably proficient." Another nodded in agreement, indeed. Though their party name is Chaos, which sounds incredibly suspicious. Hita catches the spectator's praise with her razor-sharp hearing. She smirks with infectious pride and remarks, "It seems our party's name is finally gaining some legendary traction." Dahlia maintains a stoic expression and retorts, "Don't let it go to your head. Stay focused on the slaughter." She continues, according to the tactical briefing, "The hero and the B-rank elites will neutralize the primary bosses. Our mandate is strictly to cull the surrounding mobs." Understood. System analysis, Demon Flower Riat, level 58, ATK 388. DEF 332. Danny grips her arm, her voice laced with tension. "Damn it, the B-rank party's prestige is on the line here. We must hold this position until the hero executes the other monstrosity." Hasu stands firm, her blade barring the demon flower's advance. She ignites into a high-speed blur toward the botanical beast, unleashing the fury of her flaming sword. Their gazes lock in a lethal clash as Hasu declares, "Your existence concludes this instant." She streaks past the demon flower in a tempest of 1,000 slashes, striking a pose of absolute cold-blooded victory. Danny flashes an admiring smile and exclaims, "As expected of a true hero." She claps her hands in sheer awe, soloing a high-level boss with such grace. Utterly phenomenal. Hasu allows a faint satisfied smile at the adulation. She shifts her focus to the surviving demon flower and notes, only one remaining obstacle. She calls out over the communication channel, "What's with this sudden roar? Do these abominations actually feel kinship?" Danny responds, "Who can say? Once the hero arrives, this farce will be over in a heartbeat." The secondary demon flower begins to manifest, a devastating high-tier skill toward the trio. Danny spirals into a panic. What is this? These things." She flees the scene, shrieking, "Someone save me." The guardian abomination of the frenzied flower garden. It has sacrificed its remaining life force in a fit of agonizing rage, after witnessing the slaughter of its mate. True despair blooms from the petals, and the metallic scent of blood saturates the atmosphere. Level 70, ATK 444. DEF 444, Dahlia bellows to Meryl. "What in the hell is that transformed nightmare?" Marin barks a desperate warning. "Do not engage. The boss has entered a berserk state. All units fall back immediately." Hasu bellows in a panic. Its level has spiked to 70. Given the mediocre average level of this raiding party, confronting this monstrosity head-on is pure suicide. "I'll hold the line. All units evacuate the perimeter immediately." The parasitic vines are still proliferating. Someone hack them down before we're overrun. Desperate shrieks of agony echo across the battlefield. "We're being completely overwhelmed on this flank too. Reroute reinforcements to the western sector," she muses internally. These incompetent bottom feeders are the reason the situation has deteriorated. Before the guild sanctioned this dungeon raid, a calculated strategist like myself had already harvested every scrap of intel. Regarding the boss from the local bandit syndicate, the exact coordinate of the nest, the unit count, and the mechanics, the requirement of simultaneous termination. I only disclosed a fraction of the tactical data, but technically I maintained the facade of truth. Charging into the fray with such reckless audacity is the height of idiocy. Hasu advances with a sneer, muttering, "Now a hero of my caliber will end this wait. What is this?" A crimson system alert flares. "Target you, bastard." Inflicted by Greater Calamity Curse. Combat skills and armaments sealed for 10 minutes. High tier critical. This wasn't in the reports. An ancient, gnarled root coils around Hasu's leg, triggering a surge of panic. She reels, thinking, why was there no mention in the intel that this botanical horror possessed curse-type attributes? How could it possibly? The demon flower is lunging. A massive vine hurls her fragile form into the air and drags her ruthlessly across the desiccated, jagged earth. Hasu struggles frantically to break free, thinking, I just need to sever these pathetic vines and the nightmare ends. But the demon flower is relentless, dragging and pummeling her without mercy. Hasu is rendered utterly defenseless, paralyzed by sheer psychological shock. The remaining adventurers scatter in absolute disarray, screaming, the hero has fallen, total retreat, save yourselves. The subjugation mission is an unmitigated disaster. Marin surveys the carnage with a cold analytical gaze. He calculates that if he remains a bystander, the body count will be catastrophic. The demon flower continues its blood-soaked, frenzied rampage. Marin stands motionless, lost in a tactical deliberation. I wonder exactly how much I should suppress my true power. He unsheaths his blade with a fluid motion. Meso sword arts X style. He muses with a dark grin, I'll go easy on it then. The demon flower, its visage contorted in primordial rage, lunges for the kill. It unleashes a deafening roar, exposing rows of serrated, razor-sharp fangs. Marin executes a casual horizontal swing. Shall we move to the next sequence, where Marin's gentle strike accidentally vaporizes the boss and leaves the survivors in a state of catatonic shock, unleashing a rapid-fire devastating chain of strikes. The vibrant foliage of the demon flower began to wither and fall. Its massive form was sliced clean in half by the razor-sharp edge. Danny watched the spectacle in a state of pure, unadulterated shock. No, impossible, a one-shot execution on a level 70 boss. Marin stood motionless with a hollow stare, lost in thought. Wait, I truly didn't intend to go that overboard with my strength. Suddenly, a system notification flared, unique title obtained. Title breaker of the Riot Garden has been successfully acquired. Calculations and theories swirled through his mind. This is exactly like those prestigious first clear accolades that hero candidate flaunted earlier. With a sudden melodic shout of Maron, Emoto sprinted toward him, her face beaming with pure exhilaration. Since all the casualties are humans, I just left them to rot. But Maron, seriously, you're an absolute monster. You literally vaporized everything in the vicinity. Dahlia interjected sarcastically, what were you trying to flex your level? Creating such a theatrical scene just for the hell of it. Marin replied with his signature icy calm. No, that was never my intention. A trembling voice called out from the shadows behind them. Hey, wait! A survivor stepped forward to address them. I was at death's door in that chaos. Thanks to you, I'm still breathing. I never dreamed a C-rank party would house someone this overpowered. He stammered with uncharacteristic shyness. Yeah. The surrounding crowd began buzzing with frantic commentary. Was it your squad that decimated? That lethal swarm of monster wasps as well? We owe you a debt of gratitude. Obliterating a buff boss in a single swing, even the hero tasted defeat, so that guy is straight up terrifying. Marin could only listen, waving his hands in awkward denial. No, it was a trivial task, but the toxic whispers continued to circulate. Isn't that the freak who feasts on monsters? Wait, you mean the one branded with the cannibalistic title? Is it even safe to be near him? Isn't he a ticking time bomb? Emoto and Dahlia's eyes instantly flared with a murderous rage. Dahlia bellowed, you ungrateful humans. Is it your pathetic custom to repay a savior with insults and blatant disrespect? Emoto growled, her predatory gaze fixed on the retreating crowd. Your legs might be functional for now, but your mouths are desperately overdue for some punch therapy, aren't they? Before I rip those floppy human ears. Right off your skulls, vanish and stay out of my sight. Emoto tossed a handful of salt in disgust. Ugh, what a stroke of bad luck. The crowd rushed toward Hasu to assess his condition. Lord Hero, are you still among the living? Please take my hand and stand. Can you stand? Allow me to assist you. Hasu seethed with venomous resentment, vaporizing the boss in one strike. How in the hell did that nobody achieve such a feat? My appraisal skill couldn't even penetrate his level shroud. What kind of illicit cheat code is he hiding? He usurped my first clear dungeon accolade. That bottom tier C-rank adventurer bastard. Marin Glassy, don't you dare forget the humiliation of this day. A new dawn broke over a serene, quiet street. A stubborn shell was being shucked with surgical precision. Marin had invested immense concentration into fracturing the husk. He exhaled a satisfied breath and remarked, at last the kernel is liberated. Sleek and lustrous while maintaining its structural integrity, isn't it? Furthermore, these nuts are the size of a fist, unquestionably a premium breed. During his return journey, fortune favored him with a harvest of Ents. I wonder how profound the flavor profile of these Ent monster chestnuts truly is. Marin meticulously executed the stages of preparation. First, strip away the formidable outer casing. Then use a delicate touch to peel away each translucent inner membrane. He finalized the preparation with the finesse of a master chef. Once the kernels are exposed, plunge them into a rolling boil to blanch. Maron cautioned himself, avoid overextending the cook time. Extract them precisely at the halfway point. While the nuts simmered, he prepared a secondary vessel with water and sugar. He reduced it over high heat to forge a rich syrup. This is the ideal consistency. He transitioned smoothly into the final culinary phase. When the kernels are primed, drain them and submerge them in the syrup. Agitate them gently to ensure the syrup glazes every single nut uniformly. Marin remained vigilant during every micro-step of the process. Once they are fully saturated, seal the vessel with the lid. The essence permeates as the temperature drops, so absolute cooling is mandatory. Waiting with bated breath for the kernels to reach room temperature. After cycling through this arduous process 3 times at long last, Marin exclaimed with a surge of genuine excitement. Maron Glassie's signature glazed chestnuts, perfection achieved. Behold this brilliant crystalline sugar coating. I've genuinely surpassed my own expectations this time. Each kernel is a flawless bite-sized morsel. Absolute culinary peak. Now what does the fruit of a monster actually yield on the palate? He slowly introduced a small fragment into his mouth. Instantly, Maron ascended into a transcendental state beyond description. His consciousness was utterly overwhelmed by a volcanic explosion of decadent flavors. The meticulous multiple applications of the sugar glaze flawlessly encapsulate the rich earthy sweetness of the chestnut. The kernels are saturated with syrup, yielding a texture that is soft and succulent. It is so divine, it makes me want to shriek with delight. It rivals the complexity of the finest high-end chocolate. I simply cannot hoard a treasure this delicious all to myself. Dahlia grumbled, visibly startled. An unannounced visit. In the dead of night. Is this another one of your monstrous culinary experiments? Maron replied in a soft, reassuring tone. It's purely botanical, so even a strict vegetarian can indulge. She exhaled a long, helpless sigh. It's not about the ingredients. How many times must I remind you? Fine. What's Emoto's take on this? Emoto frowned and flatly declined the offer. Emoto lacks a craving for confections. Furthermore, my siblings are currently resting, so it's hardly the appropriate hour for sugary treats. Dahlia looked as if she were being coerced. Marin pressed, are you truly going to refuse a taste? She grunted in defeat. Damn it, fine, hand it over. It's not that I desire it, I simply feel a twinge of pity for you. Toiling away into the late hours to produce this. I'll close my eyes and take a single obligatory bite, understood. Dahlia winced, taking a hesitant, reluctant nibble. Suddenly she froze mid-chew, her eyes snapping wide. Dahlia's mind raced in disbelief. Wait, this divine flavor truly originated from a monster fruit? How is it this saccharine, fragrant, and exquisitely soft? And this syrup, it possesses an incredibly rich aroma. The deep complexity pairs flawlessly with that succulent texture. Marin noted her stunned expression and asked, well, does it meet your standards? Dahlia stammered defensively, I'm simply unaccustomed to such sweetness. You insufferable human. She couldn't suppress her praise any longer. It's like the pure essence of autumn. What is the name of this creation? He replied steadily, Maron Glassy. Dahlia didn't hesitate to challenge his vanity. Who possesses the ego to name a dessert after themselves? Marin clarified instantly, actually the nomenclature works the other way around. Regardless, Dahlia, you harbor a secret love for sweets, don't you? She savored another morsel and retorted, is that a grievance? In my homeland, my mentor demanded absolute restraint of my desires. Even wild sweet raspberries were a forbidden luxury. He inquired with genuine intrigue. Your master sounds exceptionally disciplined. Dahlia affirmed, indeed, he is the embodiment of gravity. He is currently stationed as the supreme captain of our ancestral forest patrol. Master Rosemaron's hand suddenly clamped onto her arm, silencing her. Dahlia asked in utter bewilderment. Marin's voice dropped an octave, pink hair, correct. And he wields a spear imbued with the water attribute. Dahlia was struck by a wave of shock. How could you possibly know that, Marin? Marin leaned in with a cryptic proposal. At the break of dawn tomorrow, will you escort me to your ancestral woodland? The atmosphere was crisp in the verdant heart of the continent. Measured, heavy footsteps resonated through the thicket. Maron abruptly halted beneath a colossal emerald canopy. Isra, I once embarked on a perilous quest with a kindred spirit, a formidable mage among my former band of brothers. That individual was an elf, yet fundamentally different from their kin. They wielded a spear with a technique I could never forget. I never anticipated that person would be Dahlia's mentor. He deliberated in silence as he traversed the path. Despite seeking confirmation from Dahlia multiple times, desperate to ensure it is the same comrade. What if time has eroded their memory of me? Suddenly Marin's entire body seized as he caught sight of a familiar silhouette. Rose pivoted toward him, her expression carved from stone. She broke the silence with a commanding tone, a human donning a towering helm like our own warriors, yet possessing a remarkably lithe frame. I was informed you were desperate to secure an audience with me. Identify yourself. Mortal. Maron wavered, the words momentarily failing him. Baron, no, it is I, Scarlet. It has been an eternity, Rose. Rose curled her lip into a derisive smirk upon hearing the claim. She erupted into a sharp, hollow laugh. Scarlet. That is a name that hasn't graced my ears in a lifetime. Have you fared well? I wonder exactly how many decades have passed. Maron reflected with a sense of profound relief. Fortune favors me. She hasn't scrubbed me from her memory. He cautiously closed the gap between them and remarked, It warms my heart to see your vitality remains unshaken. Abruptly, a blade whistled through the air with murderous intent. Rose barked with a terrifying authority. Then, answer me this. What manner of charlatan are you, to dare fabricate a bond to my history in a pathetic attempt to deceive me? Scarlet, indeed. I once called a comrade by that name, but that was over a century ago. By what miracle could a mere human survive that long? If you truly are the Scarlet I knew, then speak. What was the secret moniker I reserved only for him? Marin stood in a deafening heavy silence. Rose continued to press her interrogation. Truly, sir. Shall we proceed to the revelation where Maron utters a secret known only to the real Scarlet? Leaving Rose in a state of absolute staggering disbelief. You aren't even entertaining our proposal in the slightest. Come now, Sir Scarlet, don't be so cold. Echoes of ancient memories and velvet voices began to surge back into the depths of his consciousness. The invitation to enlist in our mercenary band, securing a legendary shield knight of your caliber, is a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. Maron had delivered a blunt, hasty refusal back then. Pass he'd said, but the relentless entreaties didn't cease. Don't dismiss us yet. Why not endure a month-long journey with us? Karas persisted with his desperate persuasion. Hold on a moment. If you consent to join our ranks right now, you'll have the unparalleled chance to encounter diverse races. Does that still fail to pique your curiosity? Rose snapped with a sharp, irritable edge. Wait, are you honestly attempting to barter my presence right now? Myron then inquired, Is there an elf currently in that party? He let out an awkward chuckle and admitted, Not in our immediate circle. But she is a very intimate associate of mine. Sir Scarlet, didn't you express a burning desire to meet other civilizations? You utterly shameless mage. Karas performed the formal introduction. Rose. This is the indomitable shield knight Scarlet. Rose looked entirely unimpressed, musing to herself. Do outlanders simply lose their sanity upon sighting an elf? This fellow doesn't strike me as particularly dependable. But Marin grasped her hand and spoke with a rare warmth. Rose, I'm Scarlet. It is an honor. Rose grumbled. Scarlet sounds far too pretentious and cumbersome. It's a chore to even pronounce. From this moment on, I shall address you by this. Maron's voice suddenly resonated with crystal clarity, snapping the vision back to the present. Lotte. If the name is too tedious, simply call me Lotte for short. Rose descended into a profound, heavy silence. Could this man truly be the Scarlet of legend? The vocal timbre and physical frame are an undeniable match. Yet he bears no resemblance to a withered old man whatsoever. Marin added, I was a mere youth of 15 when our paths first crossed. That mage, your companion, was the youngest prodigy of the magic tower in those days. Madeline adored everything about me except my culinary skills. The only thing that actually struck terror into people's souls. And those obsessive fan letters, dispatched to you by all those love-struck mercenaries. They were stacked as high as a mountain peak. Rose lowered her lethal blade and whispered, Fine, that is sufficient. But her piercing gaze remained locked onto him. Rose sank back into her deep analytical contemplations. The atmosphere thickened with a heavy contemplative silence. The cadence was gentle, yet the distinctive speech patterns mirrored the days of old. It truly is the Scarlet etched into my memories. But how can such a miracle be possible? She declared with a soft conviction, I accept that you are Scarlet. Rose shifted her gaze and commanded with authority, Follow me. There is a matter of great importance that I must verify. Shortly thereafter, they entered a modest dwelling. Rose spoke with a rare, grounded sincerity. My apologies for the lack of hospitality. This sanctuary serves strictly as a place of rest. Marin responded with refined politeness. It is quite all right. Do you truly dwell in this isolation alone? She replied, Indeed. This vantage point is ideal for monitoring the forest's edge. He mused internally. A century has slipped by, yet she remains untouched by the ravages of time. The eternal grace of the elven race. Rose scrutinized his enigmatic gear, her brow furrowing. Why do you persist in concealing your face behind that helm? Marin averted his gaze slightly and clarified. There are unique complexities involved. Rose grasped his hand firmly and inquired, Then may I at least examine your hand? This defies logic. You haven't aged a single hour. While I and Elf have drifted through the relentless currents of time, you, a mere human, appear to have frozen time entirely. Perhaps that dear friend of mine, Kiara, still wanders the world somewhere as ageless as you. Marin's voice fractured heavy with suppressed emotion. No, he has passed into the beyond. I am the sole survivor of our original fellowship. Rose sighed, I understand. 100 years is an eternity for your kind after all. How could those mortals have possibly endured the passage of time? To be candid, I had long since reconciled myself to your deaths. I concluded my fleeting wanderlust and retreated to these woods. to find a sense of permanence. Our correspondence was my only window into the world outside. But then, without warning, his letters simply ceased. I assumed he was preoccupied and waited faithfully. 25 years evaporated before I heard a single whisper regarding your fate. The legendary Romantia squad vanished as if they never existed. In those days, the disappearance of mercenaries was common. But for a high-tier vanguard of your renowned caliber to vanish without a trace, it sent shockwaves through the entire continent. I refused to believe it, initially clinging to every scrap of news. But too many decades have bled away to harbor such fragile hope. So now, honestly, Scarlet, my shock far outweighs my joy. By what dark art have you walked the earth for a century without aging a day? Marin whispered hoarsely, Rose. The singular moment we stood together in the same platoon. Do you recall that legendary, exceedingly rare drop I secured? The artifact I looted after we decimated the Spider Queen? The High Matriarch Regina Aranea. It was the forbidden Arachnophobia skill tome. She furrowed her brow and remarked, Indeed, I remember it vividly. Since I was the sole member of the party possessing the appraisal skill, Marin clenched his fist, his teeth grinding in suppressed agony. Everything stems from that cursed discovery. The catalyst that grants me life even today is the very same horror that slaughtered my comrades. One ominous afternoon, deep within the shadows of the forest, a pack of ravenous savage beasts erupted from the dense thicket. Yet with a sudden volley of enchanted arrows, the monsters were instantly lacerated. Karis hissed, Damn it! My objective here was a simple goblin culling. But what in the hell are those abominations? May was equally paralyzed by the sight. How should I have any inkling? Cease your babbling and prepare your incantations. Ket remained a pillar of composure and commanded, Maintain your focus. They haven't reached a level capable of breaching our defenses. Scarlet, intercept their advance and hold the line for me. The monstrosities lunged with predatory ferocity, looking as if they intended to devour Marin piece by piece. May notched her bow and declared, Understood? Just don't let a single one through. A celestial beam of light cascaded from the heavens. Glorin Ket glanced over and signaled to Karis. He narrowed his eyes and shouted back, The mana is primed on this end. A gargantuan roaring inferno erupted from the opposite flank. With the deafening chant Mores Ignita, Ket analyzed the battlefield and questioned with Scarlet. Have you ever encountered goblin variants this distorted before? Marin replied in a low tone, Never in all my years. May was seething with indignation. That mercenary client swore. They were nothing more than common goblins. But these are twisted, crawling, deformed freaks. A deep, resonant voice echoed through the trees. We are absolutely demanding an exorbitant hazard surcharge for this mess. Talk about a stroke of wretched luck. His demeanor shifted to one of grave concern. This anomaly is far from straightforward. These goblins are a far cry from the lackluster intel we were provided. Do not venture any deeper into this nest. We'll secure biological samples and retreat for now. A haunting ethereal voice suddenly drifted from the shadows. You children are being quite uncharitable. I invested a staggering amount of effort into crafting them, and you simply obliterate them without a shred of remorse. May demanded with a vacant stare, Hey, identify yourself. This sector is strictly off limits due to an active guild commission. The voice merely whispered, Scarlet. Everyone instantly dropped into a lethal, combat-ready stance. Ket barked an urgent warning to the squad. Something is fundamentally wrong here. Steel yourselves for the worst-case scenario. We are an officially sanctioned high-tier adventuring party. This woodland is currently under a total lockdown. Reveal your identity this instant. Long spoke with a chilling calm. So the era for humans to emerge has arrived. I forgot that your perception of time is so tragically fleeting compared to mine. However, did you truly believe you could just massacre my masterpieces? Creations I meticulously engineered with such labor, while I was briefly indisposed. May furrowed her brows in confusion. Masterpieces. Are you referring to those grotesque goblins plaguing the area? Damien was visibly rattled. Damn it. This entity is leagues above our designated pay grade. He clutched his robes tightly and snarled. I am performing a sacred ancient rite, yet you mortals possess the audacity to interfere with my divine ritual. Everyone gasped in sheer horror. What kind of monstrosity is that? Wait, those aren't strands of hair. Does a race even exist that possesses such a terrifying visage? Marin thought to himself, the atmosphere is suffocating. Something is wrong. The system interface flickered into existence. Level indeterminable. Race dragon. ATK indeterminable. Def indeterminable. He was momentarily paralyzed by an icy fear. Whoa, what a true dragon. Suddenly, a devastating shockwave sent the earth erupting in every direction. The very ground beneath them shattered into a million fragments. Marin plummeted directly into the abyssal depths of the underground. Echoing amidst the frantic, desperate shrieks of Scarlet, Scarlet, long loomed over the humans with a lethal threat. You dare to direct such insolent glares toward me. Very well, I shall designate you as the primary sacrifices for my exalted and noble ceremony. Ket rapidly coordinated the formation. All units initiate engagement. Damien prioritized Scarlet's safety, Long mockingly cupped his face in faux regret. I admit I was perhaps a bit too hasty and uncivilized. Even as insignificant lowly organisms, you retain the right to know the name of your executioner. I am known throughout the ages as Long, the Golden Dragon, among the most enlightened of the Golden Dragon lineage. I carry the legendary title of Long. The Golden Dragon, one of the most sagacious of all Golden Dragon kind. The absolute zenith of sagacity. Karas gasped, his lungs seizing in a fit of pure panic. The dragon loomed. May shrieked a desperate warning, maintain your focus. Do not avert your gaze from that monster for even a second. There is no predicting its next lethal maneuver. He mused internally with growing dread. Even Scarlet was neutralized in a singular, effortless blow. This entity is undeniably a true dragon. We must retreat. I'll initiate a blinding light spell to mask our escape. However, Long anticipated the stratagem and struck with predatory speed. So a mere human mage dares to challenge me, I see. What insufferable arrogance. In a jagged, heart-wrenching scream, Karas May furiously notched her bow and spat a curse at the beast. You monster! But Long merely required the lift of a single slender finger to strike her down with crushing force. Ket watched the carnage in horror, her mind spiraling into chaos. Sensory deprivation? I can neither see nor hear a thing. Is this truly the overwhelming majesty of a dragon's power? Ket's eyes narrowed as she desperately calculated their survival odds. At this rate, the entire fellowship is destined for annihilation. What is my move? What can I possibly do? She deliberated for a frantic split second. At the very least, their life signs are still faint but present. If Damien can manifest a mass heal before the end, there is a flickering hope for everyone's survival. But we are desperate for a window of time. I must act as the bait and hold its undivided attention. She locked eyes with the primordial beast and growled, "Why is a dragon loitering in a secluded forest like this anyway? What is your ultimate objective?" Long's lips curled into a sinister smirk. My objective? There is but one singular purpose, the glorious resurrection of the great Demon King. As an entity who comprehends the fabric of existence, the Golden Dragon of Wisdom have unraveled a fundamental truth. To purge and sanctify this corrupted world, humanity must be systematically and completely exterminated. Yet a visionary individual has already paved the path before me, the one who martyred their own physical vessel to wage war against mankind. Great Demon King, I am orchestrating the sacred right to beckon your return from the abyss. In this transcendent process, my heart has come to belong exclusively to you. Upon your return, I shall claim my place as your mate, and you shall be mine and mine alone. Indeed, I am a golden dragon ensnared by the flames of love. Henceforth, I shall be Salvatore, a dragon consumed by the madness of love. Damien hissed a curse under his breath. Damn it! That monster has completely lost her sanity. Yet her arrogant, long-winded monologue has granted me the precious window I needed. Mass Heal is reaching its critical activation point. I'll trigger the incantation, and will vanish from this nightmare once and for all. The dragon advanced, her voice dripping with disdain. I am occupied with the preparations for that glorious dawn. I have zero interest in playing games with vermin like you. Damien was instantly decimated as the others shrieked his name in horror. The dragon continued. Did you truly believe I wouldn't detect such a pathetic amateur ruse? Ket seized the opening to launch a desperate rear assault. Long merely pointed a lethal slender finger downward. Instantly, Ket was also hurled into the dark abyss. Long erupted into a triumphant, chilling laugh and remarked, "You all perish as effortlessly as common insects. I shall dismantle your limbs one by one, to forge entirely superior life forms." Marin was severely wounded, yet his only concern was the survival of his comrades. Facing this monstrosity head-on is a suicide mission. At this trajectory, the entire fellowship will be annihilated. But if I unleash that forbidden skill, I might buy sufficient time for everyone to flee. He clutched the surrounding earth with a desperate iron grip. Marone whispered the incantation repeatedly under his breath. Arachnophobia. The system interface flared. Assimilation effect initiated. Assimilation effect has been aborted and nullified. Caught in a spiral of confusion, he gasped, "What?" A blood-slicked limb fell as his consciousness fractured. What is this? What catastrophe just occurred? Why is everyone gone? Nothing but bleached skulls littered the scorched earth. Marone stood paralyzed in a grotesque, mutated form. He had been reshaped into a spider with unnervingly elongated legs. A wave of pure visceral panic surged through him. What in the name of God is happening? Marin stood trembling before a newly materialized notification. The system coldly displayed, "You have acquired the title Kinslayer." His thoughts echoed in a hollow vacuum. Wait, what? Marone stood rooted to the spot in a deafening, stunned silence. So, I am the butcher who slaughtered all these people. He looked down at his gore-drenched inhuman hands. The vessel lay there, anchored in a deathly absolute stillness. A shimmering system notification materialized before his eyes. Holy radiance of the saint's staff, rare augmentation. Strength plus 12. Sacred jewelry consecrated by the high priest. Purification stone tier 6. Passive capable of cleansing a single debilitating status ailment. For the individual maintaining physical contact. Cooldown once per hour. Paralyzed by the revelation, he mused, jewelry, status purification. The puzzle pieces finally snapped into place. Wait, if that's the case, then could it be? The system log continued its relentless disclosure. Arachnophobia, sovereign of transformation. Active secret art grants the user the primordial essence of Arachne, the progenitor of spiders. Slough off your fragile human husk and ascend to the throne of the Spider Queen. Affect all attributes undergo a cataclysmic surge. Unique trait mental assimilation. Warning consciousness is devoured by monstrous instincts during the shift. Marin's breath hitched as he realized assimilation. That's it, this exact debuff manifested during the chaos. Is this the catalyst that shattered my sanity? Hero candidate Marin stood shrouded in a grim, oppressive silence. Get a hero, what is the meaning behind this title? Did I truly just extinguish humanity's last glimmer of hope? He spun around, his eyes searching the carnage. Where is my squad? We were engaged in a life or death struggle against the Calamity Dragon. His pupils dilated as the horrific reality came into focus. Mutilated remains and shattered armaments littered the blood-soaked earth. Marin looked down from his high vantage point, absorbing the devastation. He recounted the tragic chronicle of events, the crushing weight of remorse still suffocating his soul. By the time I regained consciousness, a full century had withered away. Comrades like Karis, gone, and so many other brothers in arms slaughtered. I have lost count of the lives I've snuffed out. Even to this day, I find myself unable to confess my century-old atrocities to a single soul. Rose sensed his agonizing turmoil and extended a comforting hand. The burden of enduring such isolation must have been unbearable. You gambled your very humanity by unleashing a forbidden art, driven solely by the desperate need to shield your allies against the fury of a true dragon. It was a tragedy born of wretched misfortune. The situation simply spiraled beyond any mortal's control. No one possesses the right to cast judgment upon a man who sacrificed his soul to save others as you did. Marin whispered with a voice thick with sorrow, I am truly sorry. We finally reunite after a century, and all I do is burden you with these grim tales. She waved his apology off with a soft gesture. It's irrelevant. At the very least, the enigma of your survival has finally been unraveled. Marone revisited the inquiry she had posed earlier. You questioned why I refused to discard this helmet, didn't you? He summoned the internal fortitude to recount his century of darkness. Every soul who caught a glimpse of my visage branded me a monster. In time, I succumbed to the belief that my features were truly warped beyond recognition. It has been an eternity since I possessed the courage to face a reflection. Once I reclaimed my sanity and nullified the skill, I contemplated seeking sanctuary at the holy temple for a divine purification. Yet I was paralyzed by the dread of what might be lurking beneath this steel. Rose inquired with an observant lilt. Have you disclosed any of this to my apprentice Dahlia? He responded instantaneously, not a word. Should she witness this loathsome countenance? I fear the fragile bonds I have painstakingly forged will simply disintegrate into nothingness. She offered him a piece of seasoned wisdom. I believe it is imperative that you reveal yourself to your comrades first, rather than persisting in this self-inflicted psychological torture. He was visibly startled by her suggestion. What? Rose looked him in the eye, offering her most earnest counsel. The source of your terror isn't your own face. It's the potential rejection from those around you. If your companions can embrace your true self, you will finally unearth the strength to confront your own reflection. Marin remained anchored in a state of deep hesitation. However, my trust in them hasn't fully solidified yet. Rose rested her hand upon his, her touch radiating encouragement. They are your brothers in arms, the kin you chose. True conviction in them will bloom with time, just as it once did among our old fellowship. Marin lifted his gaze slightly, a spark of resolve appearing. I will attempt it. She exhaled a long, relieved sigh. Excellent. On another note, what's the story behind this Marin alias Dahlia keeps uttering? Marin replied simply, it's merely the name of a confection. Rose was momentarily struck dumb. Wait, you're serious? Fragments of long-buried memories surged to the surface. Tell me, Master Adventurer, by what name are you known? Marone had once responded Marone Glassy. I adopted an alias out of fear that my past would make me a wanted man. Rose teased with a playful smirk, you've always been one for excessive worrying. So describe your life in this new era since your reawakening. He began to weave the chronicle of his recent journey. Following the dissolution of our mercenary band, I took up the mantle of a hunter. Destiny eventually led me to Dahlia and Imoto. We have operated as a unified front ever since. Dahlia has evolved into a peerless archer, but heavens, she was a headstrong child. Every time I corrected her posture, she'd snap, "That is not how Master taught me." Her stubbornness was truly legendary. A century has eroded your edges. You wear a smile much more naturally now, don't you? Back then, you were the embodiment of frost and perpetual irritation. She averted her gaze, a faint trace of emotion crossing her features. Time is a relentless sculptor reshaping even the immortal elves. A heartbeat later, she offered her formal valediction. "I appreciate you indulging me with this audience. I shall return to these woods eventually." "Indeed." Marin responded with a refined rhythmic politeness. "On your next venture, ensure another quarter century doesn't pass before your return." Rose called out one final lingering farewell. "May fortune favor your path, Scarlet, or should I say Marin?" She mused internally. "Scarlet, you claim to harbor doubts about your allies. Yet perhaps their conviction in you outshines any trust you have ever known? Now the resolution lies within the depths of your own heart." He pondered in the encroaching silence. "Will the dawn ever break? On a day where I possess the courage to let Dahlia and Imoto behold the reality of this face. Does the passage of time truly refine a soul's jagged edges? Is genuine transformation within my reach?" Night descended, and a solitary flickering amber glow illuminated the cottage. Imoto erupted in a fury, that insufferable self-proclaimed hero. "He is an absolute menace." Maron crossed the threshold. "I've just returned. What is the source of this seismic uproar?" She huffed, her chest heaving with indignation. "Ah, Maron, you finally arrived." He announced calmly, "I've harvested some prime-roasted chestnuts for this evening." Dahlia recoiled in mock horror. "Not those cursed chestnuts again?" Maron inquired with a tilted head. "But what has ignited this temper?" Imoto stood up with a violent jerk. "Marin, you need to hear this atrocity too. At dawn, I went to secure Gilbert's latest commission, and that bottom-tier excuse for a hero snatched the precise scroll I was reaching for. Not only that, he had the gall to fabricate a violation against me. When I presented the undeniable counter-evidence, he simply smirked." Hasu's smug, condescending visage flickered in Imoto's mind. "Oh, my sincere apologies. I suppose I was momentarily disoriented. As a paragon of heroic virtue, there is simply no way I would act with such petty malice." The sheer audacity was enough to push her to the brink of insanity. Humans are a nuisance under the best circumstances. But this one is a masterclass in pettiness and low-life behavior. Utterly loathsome. Why won't he just crawl back to the capital? Why is he stalking our shadow just to incite a conflict? Dahlia exhaled a long, weary sigh of exasperation. He is resorting to nothing more than adolescent, transparent tricks. Marin, word on the street is he's even whispering that you're missing a nose beneath that helm. Imoto continued her tirade. "This is absolute amateur hour. What kind of pathetic excuse for a hero is he supposed to be? Word on the street is that a significant number of people have already fallen victim to his toxic antics." Marin sank into deep contemplation. "It appears we've been marked as targets by that eccentric nuisance." She leaned in with a lethal suggestion. "A hero whose only talent is taunting others. Marin, why don't we just eliminate him permanently?" Marin's gaze shifted, spotting a stray child, snatching a chestnut and scurrying in that direction. He watched as two small figures began devouring the nuts, accompanied by Hita's frantic, rising voice. "No, you children, run. Evacuate this area immediately." But the pair were already indulging greedily. "This is pure nectar. It's divine, far sweeter than even the finest corn." Imoto forcefully ushered them toward the exit. "Hey, cease eating that at once." Spit it out, but the children remained stubbornly defiant. "Not a chance. This is delicious." Dahlia closed her eyes, massaged by a wave of frustration. "Regardless, his presence here is merely temporary. We must simply exercise patience. If all heroes are this enduringly irritating..." Marin broke the silence. "Dahlia enlightened me regarding the heroes who perished." She wore a look of utter bewilderment. "Are you referring to the fourth hero who was decimated by monsters?" He countered calmly. "No, the second hero, the one who fell to an assassin's blade." Could the first hero have been the mastermind behind it? A petty individual of his nature is capable of any depravity. Dahlia shook her head with vigorous certainty. "Impossible. He is undeniably petty, but he lacks the spine for a conspiracy of that magnitude. His transparent, childish revenge plots are proof enough of his limitations." He was visibly intrigued. Then who delivered the fatal blow? The first hero met his end through a fatal blunder in a dungeon, despite the fact that he appeared utterly overpowered to the masses. Dahlia continued in a hushed tone. "Well, it isn't considered verified intelligence, but a dark rumor persists." Marin's curiosity intensified. "A rumor?" Dahlia's voice wavered as she stammered. "The shadow who extinguished the second hero." The chamber was suddenly stifled by the heavy, somber atmosphere. She summoned her courage and whispered, "The third hero." Dahlia confirmed the grim suspicion. The primary suspect in the brutal murder of the second hero is none other than the third hero himself. Marin was paralyzed with shock. A hero murdering his own kind. She began to unravel the entire twisted chronicle from start to finish. The masses dismissed it as a theory far too grotesque to be reality, so it remained buried as a mere urban legend. However, these dark suspicions didn't materialize out of thin air. On the very afternoon, the second hero drew his final breath. A cataclysmic bolt of lightning incinerated the heart of the capital. But the anomaly that chilled everyone to the bone was, the sky was a flawless cloudless blue. That implied, the strike was a deliberate, conjured execution. Simultaneously, the third hero was renowned as the undisputed master of lightning. Yet his temperament was the polar opposite of his celestial power. He was a degenerate psychopath through and through. If anyone dared to offend him, he'd reduce them to ash with a flick of his wrist. Despite his status, even the bravest souls gave him a wide berth. He is likely the only hero in history to be universally loathed and feared. The royal court officially decreed the second hero fell in glory, while repelling a clandestine cell of assassins targeting the high nobility. But the court of public opinion had already convicted the third hero. Legend says that any soul brave enough to point a finger suffered a retribution so merciless it defies description. Emoto suddenly erupted in a fit of rage. I've yet to encounter a single hero who isn't a complete stain on humanity. If that first hero crosses my path again, I'm going to scalp him and tear every strand from his skull. Dahlia moved to restrain her. That's enough, calm yourself. Whether we despise him or not, he still bears the mantle of a hero. If we are the ones to initiate a confrontation, we'll be inviting a state-sanctioned death sentence. Marin remained anchored in his own grim reflections. Wait. He broke the silence to inquire? That hero individual? He possesses a staggering collection of first clear dungeon accolades, does he not? The system interface flickered into sharp focus. Name Anchorman Jelly Series. Level. Class Warrior. ATK. STR. Titles Intermediate Knight Star of the War God. Scourge of the Happy Nest Hero Candidate. Conqueror of the ZIT Labyrinth. Defiler of the Desecrated Tomb. Sovereign of Isola Non. Marin stared in bewilderment. Does he truly believe I usurped one of his precious titles? Emoto was equally caught off guard. The first clear accolade, are you serious? Dahlia delved deeper into the hidden lore. There is a whisper that the prerequisite to ascend as a hero is to secure the prestigious first clear dungeon. Accolade. Every predecessor in the heroic lineage possessed one. Her rage had yet to simmer down. In that case, he likely despises the emergence of a potential rival hero and intends to monopolize every single first clear title for his own glory. Dahlia nodded in grim concurrence. That logic is actually sound, Marin. He believes you usurped the Ryat Garden achievement, and that is the catalyst for his relentless harassment. He's targeting our entire fellowship simply because of your presence. Maron's mind raced. If the pool of hero candidates expands, is that not a boon for humanity? He inquired aloud. Is his obsession with the heroic mantle truly that pathological? A helpless, frustrated cry echoed. How should I possibly know? Emoto pivoted to rebuke them both. I explicitly commanded you two to drop the subject. Marin descended back into a profound, heavy silence. The echoes of Rose's wisdom resurface. The dawn will break when your trust in them solidifies, just as it once did for our brotherhood. Naturally, no enigma remains shrouded for eternity. Eventually, the veil will be lifted and the truth revealed. But even if the visage beneath this helm is that of a nightmare, will their bond with me remain unshaken by the horror? It was a riddle with no simple resolution. To be honest, Rose, I lacked the answer. In a desolate wasteland bathed in a haunting azure luminescence, Emoto recoiled, visibly startled. The system interface flickered into existence once more. Mutant Ooze, Level 39 Abomination. Capable of transmuted biological weaponization. Utilizes spiked appendages and high velocity. Elastic impacts to decimate its prey. Dahlia instantly drew her bowstring to a lethal tension. I dismissed slimes as mere bottom-tier fodder, but who could have anticipated such lethal mutations? Emoto, clear my trajectory. You're obstructing my kill shot. Marin's strategic mind surged forward. Active skill incendiary enchantment. Violent embers and sparks cascaded around his form. Marone analyzed the situation for a fleeting second. This entity is a total departure from any slime variant in recorded history. Is this an omen of the Demon King's impending resurrection? If that is the case, then inevitably, we are destined to clash with that Calamity Dragon once again. What if we find ourselves backed into a corner, just like that day? We will eventually find ourselves standing before that vile Calamity Dragon once more. If we are pushed into a desperate dead end like that time, what will become of us? Emoto and Dahlia possess far less power than my legendary Romantia comrades, Gaskio. Should a catastrophe of that magnitude resurface, I will, but it appears my judgment was entirely clouded. Screams tore through the air. Vacate the trajectory, you fool. Dahlia pivoted her gaze and signaled to Emoto, now. Emoto, her expression forged an iron determination. Retreat if you wish to avoid being incinerated. Torrential flames erupted with the primal chant Flamma Inferos. Emoto inquired with a look of localized suspicion. Is the perimeter secure? Is anyone wounded? Dahlia was visibly losing her composure. Where is your focus? We are in the depths of a dungeon. Were you genuinely contemplating a slime banquet or what? Marin responded with a hauntingly calm cadence. No, that was not the nature of my distraction. He abruptly ceased speaking, his senses narrowing on a detail. Marin spoke up. Dahlia, your hand. She replied with practiced indifference. It is irrelevant, merely a superficial scratch from the previous skirmish. Maron reflected in a vacuum of guilt because of my negligence. He muttered, Why would you take such a risk? Dahlia was utterly perplexed. Take what risk? What is the source of this sudden interrogation? Maron stood firm and projected a stern authority. There is no justification for you to sustain injuries in a labyrinth of this meager difficulty level. Furthermore, I am the vanguard responsible for this unit. So why would you, a long-range specialist, Dahlia interjected sharply? You aren't so obtuse that you fail to grasp the obvious, are you? Maron averted his eyes, unable to meet her gaze. But for what reason? She exhaled a weary sigh. It was pure unadulterated instinct. Regardless of your humanity, you are my comrade in arms first and foremost. Emoto began to taunt her. Dahlia, you truly are pathetic at being candid. Dahlia barked back. Silence, concentrate on purging the battlefield. They rapidly transitioned to the next sector. Emoto's curiosity remained piqued. Maron, ever since our audience with my master, your behavior has been remarkably eccentric. Dahlia had also observed the peculiar shift in his demeanor. Within the dungeon walls, he actually offered an apology without a single word of defiance. Maron suddenly declared, Indeed, my apologies for allowing you to be harmed. Let us maintain our absolute focus from this point forward. Emoto refused to let the matter dissipate. What did you and her master even discuss in private? I am completely in the dark, Dahlia remarked with a sharp, irritable edge. I cannot simply prying into the man's confidential affairs. Emoto shouted. Hey Marin, what is the true story? Dahlia interjected sharply. Halt! That vibration? A swarm of hostiles is closing in. Marin unsheathed his blade with fluid lethal precision. A chaotic, desperate skirmish was erupting in the immediate vicinity. The injured must retreat to the rear. Vanguard maintained the formation, damn it. By what nightmare did such a high-tier abomination spawn here? Hyun gasped for air, his lungs burning. Reinforcements are nowhere in sight. At this rate, the transport carriage will be... A grotesque entity of black flame loomed, radiating a murderous aura. A mangled soldier on the earth shrieked, Mercy, help me, save me, but the monstrosity leaned its hideous visage closer. The black flame's serrated obsidian fangs were bared in a silent snarl. Witnesses recoiled in visceral horror. What manner of devil is that? Dahlia drew its focus from the flank. Over here, you misshapen freak. Emoto synchronized her strike perfectly, unleashing a devastating arcane burst. Incendiary waves erupted, shattering the black flame into a million embers. Your existence ends here? Yet the nightmare refused to dissipate. The scattered fragments began to coalesce with supernatural speed, morphing into a silhouette far more gargantuan than before. Maron suddenly lunged, obliterating the entity in a single thunderous stroke. The soldier stammered, My deepest gratitude, sir, while marveling. He annihilated such a high-tier threat with that much ease. He continued to pour out his appreciation. Truly, I owe you my life. A dwarf stepped forward, his voice heavy with relief. I was consumed by dread when the soldiers were overwhelmed. It is solely due to your intervention that we still draw breath. He finally registered the presence of a true dwarf. Emoto inquired with a smirk. Maron, have you developed a hero complex too? Dahlia added with a teasing lilt. Usually your altruism is reserved strictly for children, right? Marin countered, that is my inquiry. Why did... You two risk yourselves to salvage these humans. The perimeter may still be compromised. I urge you not to venture out just yet. Suddenly, a harsh, authoritative bark cut through, insolent curt. Do you possess any inkling whose path you are obstructing? Every one of you prostrate yourselves and beg for forgiveness. I was blind to your presence, my lord. I had no inkling you were among us. Salutations, the Honorable Lord Gnome. It appears then that you three are my esteemed benefactors. Maron stood rooted to the spot, utterly bewildered by the sudden shift. What is wrong with you two? Who is this individual supposed to be? Dahlia and Emoto pivoted toward him with a sharp hiss. Guard your tongue, mortal. Are you truly so ignorant of his identity? The deep resonant voice offered a warm reply. Peace, it is quite all right. Since he hails from a distant realm, his ignorance is understandable. She introduced herself with a regal, commanding aura. I am the scion of the dwarf kingdom, Tadacha, sovereign of gold. Oh, two Urogs. A Stygian darkness swallowed the small town whole. A tapestry of sparkling stars began to pierce the night sky. Dahlia panted, heavily drained by the grueling ordeal. I assumed they were merely common dwarves. But to think the gnome princess herself would grace us here. Marin inquired with a tilt of his head, who exactly is this gnome? A sharp stinging rebuke resonated through the air. How dare you speak with such blatant irreverence? Her Highness is the reigning princess of the dwarven realm. Wait, so you discerned her non-human nature from the very start? Indubitably. A single glance at her skeletal proportions confirms the distinction. Dahlia exhaled a weary sigh before resuming her explanation. Furthermore, did you truly imagine I'd risk my neck to salvage a human? Marin mused silently to himself. No wonder you two charged into the fray without a moment's hesitation. I was delusional to hope your disdain for humanity had finally thawed. He inquired. On another note, where has Imoto disappeared to? She responded, in her capacity as the party's commander. She departed for the guild to officially document the skirmish. Marin pondered, since this involves a royal gnome princess. The guild hierarchy certainly won't be able to turn a blind eye. From providing witness testimonies to filing the formal incident reports, she must be enduring a bureaucratic nightmare at this very moment. So she is truly a personage of such immense status? To my eyes, she appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary child. Dahlia's expression curdled as she snapped, You insolent cur! By what right do you speak of the gnome princess so flippantly? The dwarf erupted into a booming, resonant laugh. I am well aware that through human optics, our kind resembles children, leading you to underestimate us. However, Princess Ohira, a pure-blooded gnome, is a fully matured adult. Her Highness is wedded and has already sired children of her own. Marin felt a flicker of surprise. She already possesses a family. The dwarf continued with a composed demeanor. Regardless of misconceptions, allow me to extend my profound gratitude. It is entirely due to the intervention of your party that a potential catastrophe was averted. Had the royal guard sustained injury, the princess would have been inconsolable. I am truly relieved. Ah, indeed. My apologies for the prolonged wait. Naga walked in and spoke calmly. The verification protocols for the incident are now finalized. You are dismissed. The gnome interjected with a joyful tone. To the noble benefactors who secured my safety, pray reveal your names to me. Dahlia appeared visibly shaken, her voice trembling. Dahlia! Marilyn Glazer, I understand. I shall forever etch the names of my saviors into my memory. She gestured toward the path. The transport carriage awaits outside. After you, Princess Gnome. Indeed, let us depart. Farewell for now, my noble benefactors. I believe those scarlet artifacts will complement you both exquisitely. Scarlet artifacts. Dahlia finally broke her stunned silence. Where has Imoto gone? Naga responded calmly. We escorted the gnome princess to her carriage first, as a gesture of high diplomatic protocol. There are still several variables to verify. It will require some patience. Well, it seems we have little choice in the matter. We shall simply await Imoto's return. Agreed. Total darkness swallowed the small, quiet town. Dahlia paced with growing anxiety. Imoto? Her absence is becoming concerning. Marin added, Has some complication arisen? Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a loud growl from his hollow stomach. Now that you bring it to my attention, we have neglected to even partake in dinner. She cast him a suspicious, alarmed look. What bizarre concoction are you planning to unveil this time? He produced a vibrant bowl of salad. What is that supposed to be? A simple salad? This is the first time I've witnessed you consuming mere vegetation. Care to indulge? She snapped her head away in defiance. I'll pass. Knowing you, it's likely harvested from some grotesque monstrosity. But judging by the vibrant greens, perhaps it's truly just produce. Fine, allow me a small sampling. She tentatively used a fork to bring a crisp leaf to her lips. She mused internally. There's no way he would hide something abominable within a mundane salad, right? Wait, what is this sensation? The flavor is actually divine. The greens are incredibly crisp, harmonizing perfectly with the light acidity. And most impressively, I admire how you utilized a delicate oil instead of a heavy cloying dressing to accentuate the leaves. This is undoubtedly the most exquisite salad I have tasted. Since I departed from my ancestral forest, it's a rare miracle to see you prepare something this sophisticated. But tell me, what is this tender, translucent ingredient? The revelation from Marin caused her to drop her fork in sheer visceral horror. Slime. Dahlia's entire frame shook. Slime. I lacked the premium ingredients to truly showcase the dish. I initially intended to glaze it in chestnut syrup like a pudding, but supplies are low. So I settled for the most rudimentary preparation of salad. For the record, the majority of the greens are standard market produce, so refrain from panic. Dahlia's expression darkened into a mask of dread. Most of them implies that there are still other abominations lurking in this bowl, doesn't it? He proceeded with a nonchalant explanation. I harvested a few pinus within the depths of the Riyadh dungeon, desiccated their carcasses, pulverized them into a fine powder, and integrated them. It possesses quite a punch. It functions as a superb spice, wouldn't you agree? If you overindulge, the heat is absolutely hellish, so it's remarkably versatile for various other culinary pursuits. She lunged forward, seizing him by the collar in a fit of rage. You've deceived me into consuming monster-derived filth once again. What was it, slime pinu? You literally just praised its exquisite flavor, so why the sudden theatrics? That is solely because I remained blissfully unaware that you actually utilized those grotesque creatures. Slimes are essentially no different from common livestock. It's a triviality. I've lectured you on this 1,000 times already. This isn't a debate between carnivores and vegetarians, you human freak. Amoto staggered into the room, the silhouette of exhaustion. I'm utterly drained, Naya. Why are you two inciting such a cacophony in the dead of night, Emoto? Your return was significantly delayed. Did some unforeseen complication arise? The bureaucratic red tape and procedures were an absolute nightmare, Nia. You truly ought to be indebted to Emoto for navigating that mess. At any rate, I've brought monumental tidings for the group, Nia. Wait, what's with the sudden shift to such a somber expression, Emoto? The Catley's Cherokee party has been officially elevated today to the prestigious rank of B-rank adventurers, Nia. What Hiselim abruptly interjected. So, you are the infamous Chaos Party that liberated the dwarf princess from her plight. Helian Hiselim, the vice president of the Adventurers Guild. And this fledgling in the center is Emoto? She stammered. Yes, esteemed sir. Here is your formal B-rank accreditation. Guard it with your life. Do not let it be misplaced. I anticipate that you all shall continue to manifest extraordinary feats of heroism. She erupted into an ecstatic cheer. I have finally ascended to B-rank, Nia. Only a single milestone remains before I reach A-rank, Nia. Dahlia chimed in with a smirk. Cease your boasting until I've bridged the gap between us. Dahlia, by the time you manage to reach this plateau, I may have already conquered A-rank, Nia. He continued his lecture. Do you even comprehend the metrics by which party rankings are calculated? It is premature to initiate a celebration just yet, Nia. The standards for party evaluation, he elaborated. Within an official party, if the members hold disparate ranks, the group's standing is anchored to the lowest ranked individual. Despite your ascent to B rank, those two are still mired in C rank. Thus, the entire collective remains C rank for the time being. Dahlia's interest was piqued. Then we must expedite our promotion to officially attain the status of a B rank party. Once we breach the threshold of B rank, our trajectory to A rank will be unstoppable, Nia. Marin broke his silence. I have a critical inquiry. He scowled with irritation. What a nuisance. What is it now? Concerning the Calamity Dragon that laid waste to a drama 85 years ago. Do you possess any classified intel on that golden dragon? That catastrophe predates my birth, so my knowledge is limited. However, the harrowing chronicles of that day's terror have echoed through the generations. Consequently, I am privy to a few fragmented details. Dahlia and Aimoto leaned in, hanging on every word. Daisy will possess more comprehensive data. She is the senior staff member, with the longest standing tenure within this guild. Daisy intervened. Accompany me. I shall guide you to the archives. I am truly grateful for your assistance, ma'am. Haslim remained in his sanctuary, submerged in deep reflection. He rhythmically muttered Marin's name like a mantra. Marin Glazer? How does a warrior of such overwhelming caliber simply manifest from absolute nothingness? And he's hunting for traces of the golden dragon, no less. I must maintain a vigilant watch over this anomaly. Marin inquired with focused curiosity. Why are you delving into the records of the golden dragon? The woman replied with a surprising cheerfulness. I am the administrator assigned by the system to seal those incident files. So what specific knowledge do you seek? Regarding the Mad Dragon's rampage, the Golden Dragon's current whereabouts following the Adrama massacre. Does any documentation exist regarding its flight path, current location? You're asking if it was neutralized or if it still draws breath. In that bygone era, the dragon was widely believed to have been slain by elite adventurers. Marin's blood ran cold. It was already exterminated. Marin clenched his fist, his frame shuddering as he thought. It can't be. That mad dragon perished decades ago. If so, what becomes of my righteous vengeance? For what purpose have I endured these hollow years? Daisy spoke up, her tone shifting. However, it appears that particular report was far from the absolute truth. Marin inquired with focused intensity, what are you implying? The girl continued her explanation. The official archives officially declare it neutralized. But that was merely a convenient conclusion drawn from the absolute pandemonium of that era. During the final subjugation attempt, a colossal barrage of high-tier fire magic rained down upon the beast. However, once the inferno finally subsided, it had completely vanished without a single trace. So, no physical remains were ever recovered. Precisely, it was as if the creature had never existed at all. And since the onslaught ceased from that moment on, the Guild High Command opted to record it as a definitive successful subjugation. Marin mused internally. Standard human sorcery lacks the potency to incinerate a dragon into literal microscopic ash. In other words, his expression grew ominous. That mad dragon is undeniably still lurking somewhere in this world. Is there any other lead I can pursue for more intelligence? More intel? Well, the Clandestine Thieves Guild might possess the means to aid your investigation. But as of now, there is no active Thieves Guild present in Adrama. If you seek their nearest major stronghold, it is Forgotten. They maintain only a single permanent branch, and they never deviate from that specific location. A flicker of renewed hope ignited within Marin's soul. Forgotten, Daisy elaborated. It is a sanctuary for elite adventurers, nestled in the heart of a desolate, remote wilderness. However, due to the cataclysmic monster levels in the West, the guild maintains a stranglehold on all entry. You are strictly prohibited from accepting Western commissions, unless you have attained at least B rank status. I appreciate the information. If you have no further inquiries, then I shall take my leave. A sector so perilous that the guild must gatekeep every soul that enters or exits, huh? If I can breach the western frontier, I might finally uncover a scent of that mad dragon. To make that vision a reality, I must transcend to B rank first. A handful of days later, within the bustling guild hall, Heselim observed as Dahlia, Imoto, and Marin marched in. Their countenances were masked in sheer weary annoyance. The onlookers began to murmur that party has returned once more. That marks their third appearance this day alone. I heard rumors they completed nearly 10 high-tier quests just last week. Thanks to their relentless hunting, the market is saturated with orc and harpy, loot causing local market prices to plummet. How do they successfully execute so many high-tier commissions in such a truncated time frame without ever succumbing to exhaustion? She spoke up with a visible edge of irritability. Initiate the verification for these quest items immediately, Nia. Understood, please grant me a brief moment. Dahlia exhaled a long, weary sigh. Marin's aberrant culinary obsessions are far more psychologically taxing than this incessant grueling quest grinding. I concur entirely. Even as recently as yesterday, he attempted to sample 10 distinct species of slime and ended up afflicted by every debuff in the database. And yet he persisted in his feast, while the rest of us were recoiling in pure disgust. Marin mused internally as I anticipated. Slime-based salad truly is the superior choice. Dahlia continued her critique. Not only is he devoid of any remorse, but it appears he's already calculating which monster to devour next. It's unnerving, Imoto. Is it possible for you to prioritize learning a cleanse skill? That seems like a mandatory survival requirement now, Nia. The guild manager interjected with a cheerful tone. I appreciate your patience. The formal verification of all submitted quest materials is now finalized. Exemplary work, everyone. Imoto materialized a shimmering system interface. Accordingly, here are the formal petitions. For 2 of our members to undergo rank promotion, alongside the application for our party's overall rank up, Nia. Dahlia exclaimed, "Impressive, your efficiency has peaked this time." She boasted with a triumphant grin. I had the scrolls prepared for submission the second we emerged from the dungeon. On another note, are you aware the Grand Festival is nearing its commencement, Nia? She inquired with a flicker of interest the annual summer gala. Precisely, Nia. It's going to be a phenomenal celebration for 2 full weeks. Good heavens, is it that time of year again? Why does humanity invest such staggering effort into these festivities? The timing is flawless, as I was already contemplating a hiatus. We've been operating at a breakneck pace lately. Let's simply decompress and indulge during the festival. Dahlia nodded in agreement. I'm definitely in. I'm exhausted from only having weekends to recover. Marin reflected silently the Sun Festival. Despite the passage of centuries, the tradition remains unshakable. The narrative shifts as the party descends upon the festival where Marin's helm draws unwanted noble eyes. A tidal wave of melancholy crashed over him as he reminisced about the bygone days. If my memory serves me faithfully, in that distant era, I would wander the festivities and bask in the joy just like any other soul. The guild administrator finally spoke up. The credentials for the members of the rebel squad have been authenticated, Nia. It appears both Dahlia and Marilyn Glacier have successfully fulfilled the stringent requirements for advancement. You have both officially become eligible to ascend to B rank. There is merely one final administrative procedure remaining. Good heavens. That is absolutely monumental news. A figure stepped out from the shadows, their voice dripping with a facade of mock enthusiasm. It sounds like I'm on the verge of being surpassed, doesn't it? It was Hasu wearing a mask of feigned friendliness. I simply couldn't contain my sheer excitement for your progress. She bristled with immediate hostility. That man, why must he haunt us again? Dahlia scowled, her eyes narrowing. What is your hidden agenda this time? Have you not had your fill? Are you actively seeking a confrontation? He countered smoothly. A confrontation, whatever do you mean? I merely dropped by to offer my recognition for everyone's grueling efforts. Nothing more, nothing less. One day you might even ascend to A rank and stand beside me. Marin averted his gaze, a cold thought crossing his mind. It is far wiser not to engage with a psychopath of his caliber. Hasu continued his prying interrogation. Regardless, since you're ascending to B rank, isn't it high time you unveiled your true visage to the world? Truly, my curiosity has been gnawing at me for an eternity. A warrior of such immense power manifests out of thin air as if he descended from the heavens themselves, yet his true identity remains shrouded in absolute mystery. Hasu's expression darkened with a sinister, devious glint. From B rank onward, you are effectively considered the backbone of this guild. If you lack the courage to even show your face, how can anyone place their absolute trust in you? Dahlia erupted in a fury, ceased this senseless babbling at once. Whence comes this sudden obsession with his face? It is entirely irrelevant. She pressed on, her voice rising. Are you still pathologically fixated on Marin's appearance? Hasu merely laughed off her indignation. Am I factually incorrect, though? Why does the mere suggestion provoke such a defensive reaction from you both? Emoto warned sharply, do not dare lay a finger on my comrade's helm. Nia. Wait, Emoto. Upon further reflection, has a single soul ever witnessed what lies beneath? No. It is undeniably suspicious, and that grotesque monster-eating habit is just freakish. The guild staff member interjected. My apologies for interrupting this spirited debate, but the hero raises a valid concern, Nia. Consequently, we are obligated to document your physical appearance and distinct identifying traits for the official registry. Is there truly no alternative to this protocol? Dahlia struck her chest with absolute conviction. Given that I, a noble elf, personally vouch for his character and identity, is my word still insufficient for the guild? The administrator interjected firmly. Regardless of your standing, the regulations remain absolute. Then all eyes pivoted toward the silent Marin. If a public unveiling is too distressing, you may disclose your features privately at the reception desk. Hasu sneered mockingly. What is the guild and Hisalim? Conspiring to officially shield the identity of a potential menace. If we are dealing with a volatile individual, whose background remains shrouded in mystery, don't the other adventurers possess the right to see his face? To guarantee their own survival in the field. Precisely. Dark rumors have always swirled around that man in the helm. Whispers say he specialized in hunting down novice parties to slaughter them. Just because he's been dormant and avoiding commissions lately, doesn't mean his blood-stained criminal record is erased. Hearing those accusations, it truly is chilling. Dahlia ground her teeth in a fit of suppressed rage, thinking to herself that manipulative bastard, he's deliberately inciting a wave of hysteria among the crowd. He persisted in his goading of Maron. If your identity is truly free of any dark stains, then you should have zero reservations about revealing your face. Am I wrong? Emoto turned to offer Maron counsel. Maron paid no heed to that serpent's venom, Nia. We will find an alternative method to validate your identity no matter the cost. Suddenly, Maron pivoted sharply and brushed her hand aside. The two were struck by concern. Maron, are you alright? Hey, Maron. Searing tears escaped from Maron's helm and splashed onto the frigid tile floor. No. He struggled desperately to suppress his mounting grief. Don't. They watched in silence as Maron's frame began to shudder. Emoto's heart sank with worry. Maron, what is happening to you? Dahlia added softly, your behavior is starting to look quite incriminating. Hasu wore a triumphant, mocking smirk. After all this drama, you still refuse to unveil your countenance? I'll have the Intelligence Guild launch a full investigation into your past. Let's unearth the truth of how exactly you earned that infamous teammate killer moniker. Who knows, we might be looking at a high-profile fugitive. Maron abruptly, he bolted into the night, leaving the entire hall paralyzed in a state of shock. Wait, Maron Emoto whirled around, snarling at Hasu. You absolute bottom-feeding human piece of trash. How dare you drag my teammate's name through the mud like that? Utter one more syllable, I dare you. I will separate your head from your shoulders right here, right now. Hasu erupted into a fit of maniacal, condescending laughter. Good grief, you human haters are all cut from the same cloth. This little righteous performance isn't fooling a soul. Her gaze instantly shifted to a lethal, predatory coldness. She was seconds away from a bloodbath, but Dahlia forcibly restrained her. Dahlia, release me. That is enough, Emoto. Every eye in this building is currently tracking our every move. Dahlia lowered her voice, her tone razor sharp. Our entire party will be condemned to oblivion if you initiate an assault on a fellow adventurer. You bear the mantle of leader, so do not lose sight of our squad's ultimate objective. She exhaled a breath of pure, concentrated frustration. But Dahlia, this vile excuse for a human just humiliated our comrade in front of everyone. She sighed heavily. I am aware, but now is not the time for retribution. Marin collapsed behind a door, trembling violently. My teammates, they are everything. He accelerated his pace, his thoughts spiraling into a chaotic blur. Why is my body acting on such primal flight? I know this cowardice will only heap trouble upon the team. And yet, I cannot stop. He lost track of time as he ran, his legs eventually turning to heavy lead. Marin leaned against the stone, shaking uncontrollably. Tears of bitter resentment glistened under the pale, uncaring moonlight. He whispered a broken vow to the shadows, I must vanish from this place. He moved like a ghost toward a secluded pile of ancient rubble. Returning to Adorama under the shroud of night, he silently swapped his attire. What is this sensation? Is there a mark upon my brow? Could the transformation be? He pondered, gingerly refitting his mask. Does this face still mirror the visage of a nightmare? Even if every member achieves individual B-rank status. If our collective application is denied, our party's ascension will remain frozen. But if I expose this countenance to the world, he envisioned the venomous insults and cruel mockery that the masses would undoubtedly hurl at him. What is that abomination? He's a monster? Is this a prank? Look at that hideous face. How does a beast have the audacity to infiltrate the Adventurers Guild? Is it some manner of shape-shifting demon? Apprehend him, summon the city guard immediately. He pictured the faces of Dahlia and Emoto twisted in visceral terror. At the moment, they finally beheld his true monstrous self. If that nightmare becomes reality, I will be barred from this squad forever. I must depart. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. A familiar cry was calling out to him. Dahlia had pursued him with desperate speed. She struggled for breath, then delivered a lethal ultimatum. If you take one more step, I'll pin your legs to the earth with a tracking arrow. We are having a conversation right now. A heavy darkness swallowed the interior of the house. Dahlia and Emoto stared at him, their eyes burning with indignation. Marin sat motionless, head bowed in a hollow, crushing silence. Dahlia finally spoke, shattering the suffocating tension. I'm not here to condemn you for fleeing, but truly, how long do you intend to hide from this inevitable confrontation? Are you never going to reveal the dark secret behind why you refuse to unveil your face to the world? Emoto interjected, her voice tight. At the very least, offer us a justification. We can't forge a path forward without the truth. Speak up already. Marin's voice was a fractured tremor as he finally broke. I was at the center of a horrific catastrophe long ago. That is the blood-soaked origin of my teammate killer moniker. But before that nightmare unfolded, I had never taken a human life. Yet from that cursed day onward, I felt my very features warp and deform, as if I've been transmuted into a literal monster. I've lived under the crushing conviction that anyone who beholds my visage will recoil in the same horror, as if I am nothing more than a loathsome subhuman beast. That is why I was paralyzed by the fear of being near anyone. Even you two. If my monstrous countenance is ever exposed, it will only bring ruin and infamy upon you, upon the very comrades I hold dear. You both aspire to reach A rank, do you not? I refuse to be the anchor that drags your dreams into the abyss. Dahlia cut him off sharply. Stop right there, Maron. What are you implying? Before the damage becomes irreparable, before I poison your reputations further, it's better if you simply recruit a more worthy member. She slammed her palm against the table, surging to her feet. Cease this idiocy. What do you mean, recruit a new member? Who gave you the right to decide our fate in isolation? Dahlia's voice cracked with emotion. So that's how it is. Through all our battles together, did you truly believe our bond was so fragile and insignificant? We even overcame the deep-seated prejudice of you being a human. Yet his stoic facade remained unshaken. You may believe your resolve is firm now, but once this grotesque visage is laid bare, your convictions will vanish in an instant. The two exchanged glances, drowning in utter confusion. Dahlia slumped back into her seat with a weary exhale. Being human is already a blight on the eyes, so I couldn't care less about the state of your face. Emoto placed a steadying hand on Dahlia's. She speaks the truth. Consuming monster flesh is already the pinnacle of insanity. Even if you're unsightly, it's hardly a deal breaker for us. Your humanity was never an obstacle to begin with. Whether a hideous abomination lurks beneath that steel, or something even more cursed, our bond as a party remains unbreakable. Maron reflected bitterly. I am falling into the trap again. It always follows the same tragic pattern. Even after being stabbed in the back and deceived by honeyed words, a part of me still yearns to believe one last time. Then, can you both offer me a solemn vow that you will neither recoil in horror or shriek in disgust when you behold my face? Dahlia's response was absolute and firm. Fine, I swear upon my ancestral honor. I shall not flinch. Emoto echoed, as do I. I swear it upon the sacred names of our kin. With a trembling hand, Marin reached for the latch of his helm. He slowly pried the mask away from his features. As the visor fell and his true face was revealed, Dahlia and Emoto froze, their expressions masked in sheer panic. On a breathtaking, radiant morning, the golden sunlight cascaded over the guild's spire. The crowd was alive with frantic whispers. Have you heard the rumors? The coward who fled yesterday is finally showing his face. Is he truly a high-profile fugitive and elf? And a beastman are his comrades, and they are notorious for their visceral hatred of humanity. He might not even be a man. Don't be a fool. He literally bears the teammate killer brand. So his human blood is beyond question. Hasu exhaled a mocking sigh. All right, that's quite enough. Everyone hold your tongues. Who's to say he isn't just an innocent, mundane citizen? The crowd immediately pivoted to sycophantic praise. If the hero decrees it, then it must be the gospel truth. He wore a smug, predatory grin of pure triumph. Idiots. His lineage is irrelevant. The true spectacle is that he's a murderer with a permanent record. There is undeniably a damning reason he shrouded his face and fled. If I can effectively weaponize public outrage, he will be blacklisted and cast out like a pariah. I will ensure he never dares to darken the doorstep of this guild again. Haselim spoke with a weary authority. They are inflating the spectacle far beyond all reason. They truly ought to channel that frantic energy into fulfilling their commissions instead. Naga inquired with a trace of anxiety, but will the outcome be favorable? Setting aside Maron's personal tribulations, The Chaos Party is comprised of exceptionally gifted adventurers. They are a 5-man unit possessing staggering potential. Despite the dark whispers regarding his history, their tactical synergy is unrivaled. He tapped the mahogany desk. If that fellowship is severed, if he truly cannot unveil his features, that is acceptable as well. Do you comprehend why individuals opt for the life of an adventurer over that of a mere mercenary? Because adventurers depend on a foundation of absolute trust. Consequently, they are utilized as an elite living bulwark during times of total war or monumental raid campaigns. Unlike common sellswords, even if their raw combat prowess is inferior, their versatility is superior. Adventurers manage every facet from reconnaissance to the hunt. Their criminal recidivism is also significantly lower. Thus, it is hardly shocking that a multitude of mercenaries transition into the adventurer lifestyle, and the Hesselum Guild expanded by ruthlessly exploiting that reality. I'm certainly no admirer of that hero either, but the teammate killer stigma, the grotesque monster consumption habit, and his status as an enigmatic, untraceable juggernaut. There are simply too many compounding factors, preventing me from intervening, to check that arrogant hero's displays of power. We cannot gamble the guild's hard-earned prestige just to secure a single prospect as talented as Maron. She gasped, her eyes widening. They have arrived. The Chaos Party is here. The crowd erupted into frantic whispers. He actually possessed the audacity to show his face. Has the man no sense of shame? If he intended to make a public appearance, why did he flee like a coward yesterday? The administrator asked with genuine concern. Maron, are you all right? You retreated in a panic previously, so why subject yourself to this mob now? Maron remained rooted to the spot in silence, his head bowed low. A steadying hand was placed upon his shoulder. Cast away your dread, Maron. Dahlia spoke up, her voice a soothing balm to comfort him. We gave you our word yesterday that all would be well. Place your faith in us, understood. He murmured under his breath, very well then. His fingers trembled with trepidation as they gripped the edge of the visor. Ethereal white hair cascaded down the moment the helm was cast aside. Clatter. The sharp resonance of a glass shattering against the stone floor echoed. A wave of deathly silence swept the room as every jaw dropped in disbelief. What Hasu, whose smug arrogance had been piqued just a moment prior, regardless of how repulsive his features may be, exhibiting such a visceral reaction directly to his face is beyond uncivilized. But a heartbeat later, his own eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Revealed behind the cold steel was Maron's breathtakingly handsome visage. Impossible. Beneath that cumbersome scarred plate armor, did he truly possess such a divine countenance? Is he truly of human lineage? That is a god-tier visual unlike anything ever witnessed in this realm. From what corner of the world did this man truly emerge? Is he genuinely a man? His beauty eclipses every woman in this entire hall. Amoto maintained a facade of cool indifference. It's merely a face. You lot are being spectacularly dramatic over nothing. Dahlia interjected. Have you already suppressed the memory of last night? Flashing back to the previous night's reveal when Maron unmasked, he offered a timid apology while Dahlia and Emoto stood paralyzed like statues. It must be a truly harrowing sight to behold, isn't it? Forgive me for forcing you to witness such a monstrous deformity. She lunged forward and violently snatched the helmet away. Without a word, she hurled it across the room with all her might. Maron was utterly bewildered. Emoto. Her voice wavered with a suppressed electric fury. You. She whirled around and pierced him with a sharp, lethal glare. If you ever attempt to deceive us by hiding behind that scrap metal, again I will personally split your skull wide open. Maron tentatively touched his cheek. Is it truly that loathsome, Nia? Loathsome? What in the world? You have the audacity to call a face like this loathsome. You absolute imbecile. Dahlia rushed over to restrain her. Emoto. I realize your blood is boiling right now, but for the love of everything, regain your composure. With a divine visage like that, how could you possibly hallucinate that you look like a beast? Maron explained with a hollow tone. Whenever the trauma of that catastrophe resurfaces, I lose my grip on reality. My psyche is so fractured that I could no longer even visualize what my own features actually looked like anymore. Whenever the trauma of that catastrophe resurfaces, I lose my grip on reality. My psyche is so fractured and my memory so jumbled that even when I attempted to peer into a mirror, the sheer weight of the trauma left me paralyzed with a visceral dread of my own. Reflection. He mused internally, what if someone from my past recognizes me? I might be forcibly summoned back to the Imperial Palace. Returning to the present moment, Dahlia and Emoto were busy scolding the stunned onlookers. Hey, you insignificant brats, what are you gaping at? If you've finished your pathetic gawking, vanish. How incredibly boorish. You wretched humans. How dare you attempt to drag our comrade down to the level of commoners? This is the exact brand of repulsive behavior from the humans I utterly loathe. We only wanted a glimpse. Why the sudden theatrics? Talk about being incredibly stingy. What is the hero's verdict on this revelation? Wait, where has the hero vanished to? He was standing right here just a second ago. In a secluded derelict alley, Hasu struck a wall in a fit of blinding rage. You dare to look down upon me, a literal hero. A thug approached and barked, "What the hell do you think you're doing? You've got a lot of nerve damaging that masonry. Judging by your gear, you look like a prime target for a payday. Hey, hand over every coin you have in one fluid, lethal motion." Hasu executed the man on the spot. Why did that bastard conceal his visage beneath that hunk of iron? Even if he was ostracized due to that teammate killer stigma, he ground his teeth until they nearly cracked. I see your game now. This was a calculated trap he set for me from the very beginning. First, he plunders my first clear achievement for the Riat dungeon, and now he seeks to dismantle my divine status and my reputation as a hero. What an absolute piece of human filth. A shadowed figure in black materialized behind him. Is the task concluded, Lord Hero? He whirled around wearing a calm, deceptive mask of a smile. We depart for the capital immediately, and ensure you dispose of that garbage as well. Just another lunatic who dared to brandish a blade at a hero. As you command. The carriage will be prepared the moment the cleanup is finalized. I've finally pierced through your dark machinations. You yearn to usurp my glorious and immaculate reputation. Don't you? Well, I shall show you the price of such hubris. How dare he presume to stand as an equal against a hero? He will undoubtedly rue the day he crossed my path. Marin Glazer amidst the vibrant chaos of the New Sun Festival, a legendary traditional gala within the heart of Adorama, celebrated as the world sheds its winter skin for spring. The air is thick with upbeat rhythmic melodies, showcasing fervent dances beneath the radiant golden sun. It is also renowned for its infinite parade of exquisite delicacies. Adorama stands as the most opulent, mercantile hub in the entire realm. To our health, Emoto erupted with infectious excitement. We've endured enough grinding lately. It's time to feast until we drop. Dahlia watched with bewilderment as Maron simply stared at the spread, paralyzed in absolute silence. Hey, why are you wearing such a stunned expression? She inquired with genuine curiosity. Is he still traumatized by being treated like a mindless mannequin at the boutique earlier? This ensemble is magnificent. You must model it immediately. What if we accent it with this tailored overcoat? Forcing a man to cycle through outfits for 3 agonizing hours? That was pure overkill, Dahlia. You looked like a woman possessed. Truly terrifying. Myron glanced at the mountain of bags behind him. I have no practical need for such a vast wardrobe. Dahlia snapped back with a sharp tongue. Excuse me. Do you truly think I'd allow you to rot in those wretched rags forever? With a visage as divine as yours, you are morally obligated to maintain a sharper aesthetic. She let out a heavy sigh. I'm in total agreement for once, Marone. You deserve to be draped in quality threads. Marin flushed crimson. Why does it feel as though I am the one being reprimanded? Reflecting on the matter, how many lifetimes has it been since I walked these streets unmasked? The passing crowd showered Marin with breathless compliments. That man is breathtaking. We're out of my way, let me see. She continued, the festivities are reaching their zenith after all. Since the festival is in full bloom, you ought to seize this moment to absorb some sophisticated fashion sense from Dahlia. She shrieked when she spotted Marin reaching for his discarded visor. Why are you attempting to shroud your face once more? Reveal yourself this instant or the sake will turn to vinegar. Dahlia interjected with a firm tone. We invested a staggering amount of effort into your transformation, and you intend to bury it. I'm merely feeling self-conscious. He has been entombed within that helmet for so long that it has become his only comfort zone. He simply requires a period of adjustment. Dahlia offered Marin a comforting smile. You'll acclimate to the attention soon enough. Do not let it weigh on your mind. With a visage of that caliber, you possess the right to stand tall before any soul. The festive lyrics echoed Old Lucky is perpetually inebriated. Old Lucky guzzles ale and snores his life away. A vibrant crimson nose and a tangled drunken beard. Old Lucky guzzles ale and snores his life away. Old Lucky guzzles ale and snores his life away. O maiden of my dream, come and dance with me. Fragmented memories of the past resurface. The sister had once questioned him with a smile. Marin, why do you merely observe instead of joining the dance? He had murmured back, I am a stranger to the dance, sister. Then she extended her hand toward him. It matters not. Her expression was a radiant beacon of kindness. Festivals are a sanctuary for all. Mastery is not a requirement for joy. Simply surrender yourself to the rhythm. Come, let's dance. She pulled him into the fray to revel with the other children. Old Lucky guzzles ale and snores his life away, a vibrant crimson nose, and a tangled drunken beard. She inquired with a spark of curiosity, Maron, what is the meaning of this performance? He replied softly, it appears to be a traditional nursery rhyme, and they are moving in synchronicity with the melody. Dancing, it looks exhilarating, let us partake in the merriment. Dahlia let out a weary sigh. Must we truly mimic these humans? You are the only one who knows the steps, Maron. Instruct us. I possess no talent for such movements. It's irrelevant. Festivals are the ultimate stage for mindless fun, right? I am uncertain of the customs in Adorama, but that was the sacred rule of my homeland. The children swarmed him, their faces alight with pure adoration. That man is stunning. Please dance with us. He is absolutely breathtaking. A century-long void within my soul, one I had never truly acknowledged, is gradually being mended and filled. What culinary delights shall I indulge in tomorrow? The surrounding crowd erupted in unison to praise Maron. That man dancing? He's impossibly handsome, isn't he? Maron, your technique is incredibly awkward. I warned you I lacked the skill. Hey, Chaos Party. Daisy came sprinting toward the group, breathless. So, this is your hideout. I've been scouring the city for you. We've declared a temporary ceasefire on quest to savor the festival. Daisy was instantly mesmerized, pouring out compliments. By the gods! Myron, I never imagined that beyond that heavy plate, civilian attire would suit you with such effortless grace. Myron shyly attempted to shield his face. Dahlia shook her head in defeat. The secret is out, so why persist with this futile modesty? It is not necessarily an urgent crisis, but I possess a specific delivery for your collective. What might this be, to put it plainly? A unique commission has been issued exclusively for your party. A bespoke quest. A shroud of mystery surrounds the revealed inner chamber. A pale hand is seen performing a rhythmic, ritualistic washing. The woman enthroned in the center radiates an aura of absolute authority. She breathes a command in a hushed melodic whisper. The subordinate responds with conviction, it shall be done. A man interjects smoothly, my radiant lady, I have successfully pinpointed the location and secured a likeness of the individual you specified in your request. A predatory satisfied smirk plays on her lips. My such exquisite efficiency. Present it to me. I wish to witness him. A shimmering, magical orb is brought into her presence. The woman grazes the artifact, and Marin's visage instantly crystallizes. At last I have found you. Truly marvelous. Disperse the promised bounty to the informant, leaving no debt unpaid. Furthermore, prepare a royal carriage and my most opulent gown. For my journey, I shall descend upon that location personally, to the sanctuary where he currently resides, the northern continent. A desolate highland territory, where jagged, unforgiving mountain peaks dominate the horizon. Yet, even upon this sterile, unforgiving earth, humanity stubbornly clings to life. The heavy wooden wheels of the carriage grind to a halt as a voice rings out. We have reached our destination. All passengers, please prepare to disembark. The travelers slowly emerge from the cramped interior. Maron and his comrades survey the rugged landscape, musing in unison. So this is the frontier. The ironclad Tarek mining village. Emoto's heightened feline senses suddenly twitch at a jarring resonance. A heartbeat later, both she and Dahlia recoil, clutching their ears. The din is unbearable. What is the meaning of this incessant, rhythmic hammering? My hearing is reaching its breaking point. Emoto glares toward the blinding radiance of the industrial forges. Furnaces are incinerating the air in every direction. The atmosphere is choked with soot. Each breath is a struggle. Dahlia inquires with irritation. If this is a mining outpost, why is every soul a blacksmith? The two are visibly tormented by the cacophonous thunder of industry. The festivities have barely concluded, and we've already been exiled to labor in the frozen north. I yearn to indulge in a longer period of recuperation. Who is the architect of this? Who issues a private mandate the second we ascend to B rank? Marin remains stoic, his eyes scanning the parchment in his grasp. Private commissions are a specialized system, segregated exclusively for the upper echelons of nobility. Morgano Gold Workshop. I've never encountered that name before. Do they truly possess the capital to issue a private mandate? Furthermore, we only recently ascended in rank and have been dormant. It's not as if our fame has preceded us quite yet. I only pray they aren't preparing some preposterous demand. He navigates the path toward a specific destination. Consulting the map, he looks up. This should be the coordinate. The massive estate radiates an enigmatic and imposing aura. Emoto hammers several times against the heavy wooden door. Pardon the intrusion, is anyone present? We are the Chaos Party. But the deafening roar of the forges swallows her voice whole. There is absolutely no sign of a response. Her patience begins to evaporate entirely. I'm going to strike this harder until they actually acknowledge us. Dahlia intervenes to restrain her. Halt. Who will settle the debt if you shatter the entrance? Emoto snaps back. This place is a cacophony, how else are we to summon them? Out of societide? Dahlia stands firm, attempting to appeal to her logic. If we persist, someone is bound to grant us entry eventually. Should we simply breach the threshold and walk in? Suddenly, Mero notices a small, intricate square panel on the side. No matter how I analyze it, this resembles a signaling device. He reaches out and depresses the azure, diamond-shaped gemstone embedded in the center. Emoto is stunned. Marin, what was that mechanism? He gestures toward the square panel and replies, there was an interface positioned down beside the door, so I hypothesized it was worth activating. At that precise moment, the door swings wide. Who seeks entry, a weathered dwarf appears. He surveys the group and mutters, an elf, a beastman, and a lowly human. You lot represent the Chaos Party, I presume. Your arrival was anticipated. please step inside. After ushering the three into the interior, the dwarf instructs them, await her here. She will grant you an audience momentarily. Emoto bows her head awkwardly and coughs. In all honesty, that contraption was unnecessarily convoluted. We were on the verge of taking the door off its hinges. Suddenly, a composed voice responds. This particular technology has yet to reach the commercial market. My apologies for the logistical inconvenience. The woman emerges, her face dusted with soot from the forge. I appreciate you answering my personal summons. The group recoils in disbelief as they recognize her. They are struck by absolute shock. Wait, is that truly Lady Nan? Dahlia and Emoto immediately drop to their knees in reverence. Lady Nan, what could possibly compel someone of your stature to summon us? We are beyond overwhelmed by this honor. We pledge to pour our very souls into this mission. Nan shielded her mouth and chuckled softly. I insist there is no requirement for such rigid formalities. Please make yourselves comfortable. Let us simply converse. A brief moment later, a pot of steaming tea was presented. Nan took a slow, deliberate sip. Emoto then inquired with caution, Lady Nan, what was the specific purpose of our summons? She abandoned pleasantries, her expression shifting to one of gravity. I have enlisted your aid to procure 10 rare catalysts essential for high-tier weapon forging. While investigating potential candidates, I discovered that Hesselim facilitates direct commissions to be brokered here. That was my introduction to the private request protocol. And while scanning the roster of available parties, a certain familiar name caught my eye. Consequently, I issued the summons immediately. Upon hearing this, Emoto and Dahlia were visibly moved to tears. Lady Nan actually committed our names to memory. I, Dahlia, am profoundly and eternally honored. Marin was bewildered. Is this truly such a monumental event? He then spoke up to query her current circumstances. By the way, Lady Nan, did you not mention you were returning to the ancestral lands recently? What keeps you stationed here in a human settlement? She lowered her voice, her tone turning explanatory. I sought to master a profoundly critical technique. As you are well aware, we dwarves have consecrated our entire existence to the art of metallurgy. As a result of that singular focus, we wield armament technology that other nations simply cannot hope to replicate. However, because we fixated so obsessively on war, civilian crafts were neglected and fell into a slow decay. With the Demon King's resurrection looming on the horizon, the tempest of war is beginning to surge. Yet my kin back home remain blinded by the forge. In the meantime, our standard of living has remained utterly stagnant. One cannot label that as true societal evolution. But quite recently, I unearthed an extraordinary methodology nestled within the human realms. A craft so revolutionary that even the dwarven lords must acknowledge its brilliance. Dahlia leaned in, asking with genuine intrigue, and what craft is that? The dwarven race, the absolute pinnacle of technology, truly has something to learn from mere humans. Nan rested her chin upon her folded hands. With an enigmatic aura, she finally unveiled the revelation. Her expression remained dead serious. Gastronomy. The three adventurers' faces paled in sheer disbelief. Nan continued, I was profoundly astonished. The moment I first sampled human cuisine, from the intricate design of the cooking utensils to the sophisticated methods of ingredient preparation, humans have cultivated truly extraordinary skills. The techniques surrounding the culinary arts have decayed to the point of extinction among my kind, sacrificed at the altar of the forge. Our craftsmen believe mastery of the hammer is the only virtue. They think sustenance is irrelevant. She clenched her fists with burning conviction. Thus my resolve is set, Nan declared with iron determination. Until I have achieved complete mastery over the culinary arts, to satisfy my own rigorous standards, I shall not set foot in my ancestral homeland, Yunakinduptin. If it pleases you, I ask that you educate me further on your own unique food culture as well. After concluding her speech, her tone softened significantly. Well enough regarding my personal ambitions. Marin bowed his head, a fleeting gloom washing over him. A heartbeat later, his demeanor shifted entirely, radiating a bright and cheerful energy. Before concluding the meeting, Nan offered one final directive. Commit every detail of this mission to memory, including the specific nuances of the request I've assigned. Emoto responded with immediate fervor. Understood, ma'am, perfectly clear. The scene shifts to the night cave dungeon. Emoto cried out, It's Stygian, I insisted. We should have brought a lantern. Dahlia reminded her, Emoto, simply invoke your light magic. She raised her arm toward the cavern ceiling. Instantly, a brilliant flare erupted, banishing the shadows. Glimmering golden orbs drifted around her, granting them perfect visibility. Dahlia meticulously reviewed the itemized checklist. Our objective is a rare mineral variant, characterized by white stone with crimson flecks, alongside the femurs of the beasts inhabiting this abyss. Emoto peered intently into the looming darkness. I detect 0 mineral deposits, and no sign of monster activity in this vicinity. Dahlia replied, According to the archives, we must descend further. The target zone should be precisely here. Maron, encased in his iron helm, was lost in a different thought. I wonder which denizen of this cave possesses the finest flavor. I wonder what kind of delicacies the dwarven palate finds repulsive. If the goal is truly to resuscitate the dying, culinary heritage of the dwarven race, perhaps they won't harbor the same prejudices against monster flesh as the humans do. Provided it looks delectable, it should satisfy their standards. The two caught his low mumbling and shuddered. Maron! He's obsessing over how to shove that filth down their throats again. If we allow Lady Nan to consume that garbage, our heads will be on the chopping block. Both were struck by the exact same terrifying realization. We must prevent him from smuggling monster meat back at any cost. Emoto whispered a silent vow to herself. First, I must create a diversion to distract his predatory mind. Suddenly, she gestured toward a dark corner and cried out, Behold, rare mineral deposits right over there. Dahlia scrutinized the area with a sharp, discerning eye. This hue doesn't match the specific ore we're hunting. It appears our target material isn't located in this chamber. Emoto quickly pivoted with a new suggestion. Let's venture further into the heart of the abyss. Suddenly, Dahlia's acute elven senses detected an ominous vibration. Halt, did you hear that unnatural resonance? Emoto's body coiled with sudden tension. Something is approaching pinpoint its position. Without warning, a massive section of the cavern wall buckled onto her. Dahlia shrieked in terror, Emoto. A moment later, once the suffocating dust had settled, she scrambled over to haul Emoto from the debris. Are you unharmed? She stammered, her voice trembling. I'm intact, but look ahead. Dahlia followed her gaze and instinctively recoiled. Looming before them was a colossal nightmare-inducing beast, a Catoblepus. A level 40 Catoblepus manifested its aura dripping with primal ferocity. It unleashed a bone-chilling roar and thundered toward them. Maron remained unnervingly calm as he dissected the threat. Its level isn't particularly intimidating, which often baits arrogant adventurers into a fatal lapse. But the true lethal hazard resides within that singular cursed eye upon its brow. If you are unfortunate enough to meet that petrifying gaze directly, your flesh will be transmuted into cold stone instantly. Dahlia dove behind a jagged outcrop and screamed, Are we ready? Marin, execute the strategy you draw its aggro, and will initiate the flanking maneuver. In a heartbeat, he shut his eyes tight and activated penetration. A Catoblepus is trivial to hunt once that petrifying eye is neutralized. I simply need to obliterate it, and then my comrades will be beyond harm's reach. In a flash, a jagged horn lunged with lethal precision toward Maron. He was sent hurtling backward by the Catoblepus' bone-crushing headbutt. Emoto and Dahlia shrieked in a state of pure hysteria, Maron! Marin, answer us, are you still alive? Marin surged forward, seizing one of the beast's massive horns. He dug his heels into the earth, anchoring himself against the tide. His entire frame shuddered under the strain of restraining the Catoblepa. Witnessing his opening, Emoto and Dahlia sprang into action. This is our chance strike now. Just endure for a few more seconds. Suddenly, Maron shifted his weight and arched his back. He channeled every ounce of his strength into a devastating headbutt, shattering the monster's petrifying eye stone with his iron helm. The two could only watch their lips twitching in utter disbelief. Unreal! Leave the finishing blow to us, Maron. That's more than enough. The Catoblepus shrieked in agony and discharged a viscous glob of emerald bile. The corrosive liquid splashed directly across Marin's visor. The helmet clattered to the floor, but he simply let out a weary, resigned sigh. My protection has been compromised. Emoto knelt to retrieve it. She turned toward him with a knowing smirk. It's a blessing in disguise. Now you finally have a reason to discard this clunky piece of scrap. Marin tilted his head, the cavern floor rumbling beneath them. But I feel dangerously exposed without my helm. In that fleeting second, Emoto was completely mesmerized by his features. She clutched her temples, groaning in a fit of frantic internal conflict. Just by gazing upon that face, I am consumed by an overwhelming wave of guilt. As if I've committed some unspeakable sin, Nia. Then Emoto whirled around to question Dahlia. How can you remain so composed while staring at Maron's visage? She hummed thoughtfully, well. Recalling how he dismantled that beast single-handedly, Dahlia remarked, No matter how divine his face, his core remains unchanged. Still, even for a handsome man, this is becoming quite distracting. Emoto nodded in solemn agreement. Yeah, there's no denying that. She cast a sideways glance at Maron and pondered privately. Who would suspect a man with such looks feast on monsters? In the meantime, he was meticulously dissecting the Catoblepus's remains. I'll prepare a portion for immediate consumption and preserve the rest. Given the power of its charge, the hindquarters must be choice cuts. In the blink of an eye, the titanic carcass was processed into a massive slab of prime meat. Dahlia and the Emoto were left reeling in absolute shock. How is he this fast? You're cramming more and more abominations into your mouth. The mere stench is a massive red flag. Are you genuinely planning to ingest that filth? Marin drizzled a mysterious essence over the raw meat. Catoblepas blood is naturally a lethal concentrated toxin. I'll drench the cuts in antidote to neutralize the lingering venom. Then I'll carve it into bite-sized strips for a quick delicacy. Raw Catoblepas flesh looks undeniably repulsive on the surface. He hoisted a shimmering slice and scrutinized it intently. Yet it's far more tender and succulent than I anticipated. I assumed the hindquarters would be as fibrous as harpy meat. Dahlia immediately barked a frantic warning. Marin, have you forgotten that Catoblepas blood is a death sentence? He replied with terrifying composure, it is under control. I've already saturated the fibers with a potent neutralizing agent. Moto recoiled in pure disgust. Antidote al Rana. That looks like something no sane human should ever consume. Wholly unbothered, Marin tossed a succulent piece into his mouth. Who can say it might possess the sweetness of a ripened fruit? The moment it hit his palate, he was visibly mesmerized. This sensation, Marin was drowning in the complex flavor profile. The taste mirrors prime beef, yet the texture is as delicate as fish. The marbling is as intricate as a premium fresh-caught salmon, freshly harvested and pulsing with flavor. He never expected this culinary gamble to be so god-tier. It dissolves upon the tongue with virtually no effort to chew. I never fathomed it could be this incredibly velvety. This cut would make for an absolutely legendary steak. Witnessing his blissful expression, Amoto felt a dangerous surge of temptation. This is a trap. It looks remarkably appetizing. Yeah, but I must remember that is categorically not food. Dahlia hissed a sharp warning. Do not let him deceive you, Emoto. Do not be manipulated by that divine face. She tracked his look of pure, unadulterated satisfaction. With features like his, he makes even monster guts look like fine dining. Dahlia felt a shiver. The power of top-tier visuals is truly terrifying. Marin continued methodically slicing the carcass. I'll sear the remaining portions over the flame. A beast with meat that mimics the essence of fish? How surreal. Suddenly, the color drained from his face, leaving him ghostly pale. Dark, viscous blood began to seep from the corners of Marin's lips. System alert, you have been afflicted by a lethal toxin. Seeing him buckle and collapse, Emoto lunged forward in a panic. I knew this would happen. She invoked a detox spell while berating him. You absolute moron. Will you ever learn your lesson before you end up in a grave? Your entire physical form is... Marone was seized by a violent, uncontrollable tremor. So the toxicity is so potent that a conventional antidote simply lacks the strength to neutralize it. Suddenly, he glanced upward as a notification panel materialized. New passive skill acquired pain resistance. Type passive, dulled sensitivity to physical agony and significantly bolstered endurance. Grants a fixed probability to resist status ailments, triggered by trauma, and drastically reduces the risk of loss of consciousness. Once the agonizing tremors began to subside, Marin turned toward her and murmured, My thanks, Emoto. More importantly, I've just awakened this specific skill. Emoto's eyes widened in surprise, pain resistance. Dahlia exhaled a weary, exasperated sigh and clarified. That particular skill is already well documented in the guild archives. Essentially, every seasoned veteran possesses it. To trigger its acquisition, one must simply endure a relentless cycle of acts, of self-inflicted trauma that inflict genuine physical torment. Marin's expression went utterly vacant upon hearing her words. So, my compulsion for monster meat is classified as self-harm. Emoto brandished her clenched fists. Has that epiphany only just struck you? Who do you think I was forced to master high-tier status recovery? Magic for you, idiot. Dahlia swiftly interjected to pivot the conversation. If you finish not dying, then stand up. Let us resume our hunt for the required ore. Later, the trio made their return to the estate. We have returned. You've concluded your task early. Deposit your gear here. The same weathered dwarf greeted them at the threshold. Lady Nan is currently preoccupied with critical matters. Pray wait a moment. Emoto sat down, crossing her legs impatiently. That excursion concluded far more rapidly than anticipated. But this workshop is stiflingly dull. There's nothing to occupy us. While sulking, a sudden aroma twitched her nostrils. Hold on, we haven't had a proper meal yet. This scent is... Beholding a platter of golden, crispy fried poultry on the table, both of them recoiled in absolute shock. Is that deep-fried harpy flesh? Dahlia's features twisted into a stern mask. Have you lost your mind? How dare you smuggle something so cursed into Lady Nan's sanctum? Marin replied with chilling nonchalance while as Emoto observed. We have yet to dine and I was practically famished. Emoto's stomach growled in betrayal, prompting her to offer him backup, and Lady Nan did imply she'd be indisposed for some time. Provided she remains ignorant of this, it should be acceptable. Let us devour this quickly before we are discovered. Watching him hoist a golden brown piece of meat, she began to salivate in spite of herself. Marone slid the platter of golden poultry toward Emoto. She was dying for a taste, yet she maintained her facade of resistance. If you're going to insist with such fervor, I suppose I'll indulge. The moment she sank her teeth into the crust, Emoto was transported to a state of pure culinary bliss. This is god tier, the breading literally dissolves upon my tongue. The seasoning is so audacious, and the flesh is succulent yet firm. I'm powerless to stop. Dahlia was vibrating with indignant rage. Emoto, you absolute spineless traitor. She recoiled and scrambled for a justification. I had no choice. We have to eliminate the evidence before Lady Nan returns, right? Speak of the devil and the goddess herself shall appear. What exactly are you attempting to eliminate? Before my return. Upon spotting the platter of fried delicacies, Nan inquired, was my absence so prolonged that you grew famished? Pray tell, what manner of dish is this? Both of them instantly devolved into stuttering messes. Lady Nan. It's nothing of consequence at all, ma'am. Evidently, she wasn't falling for their frantic deception. Did you prepare this banquet yourselves? Emoto denied the accusation with lightning speed. No, of course we didn't. How could I ever presume to ingest something so horrific? But Nan was relentless, extending her hand. Now my curiosity is thoroughly piqued. Grant me a sample of that. Emoto and Dahlia were paralyzed by sheer dread. She spoke with a sense of mounting anticipation. Is this a cornerstone of human culinary heritage? I simply cannot restrain myself any longer. Emoto and Dahlia scrambled to veto Nan's request. Lady Nan, you absolutely must not consume this loathsome abomination. I implore you, rescind that command. To allow your noble palate to be tainted by something so lowly? Her aura immediately turned cold and oppressive. How insolent. O children of the sun and the world tree, do you truly believe you can obstruct my divine will? The two of them began to tremble under her weight. It's not that we wouldn't dream of defying you, Lady Nan. Discarding their protests without a second thought, Nan reached out and seized a piece of the golden chicken. She decisively placed it between her lips. In an instant, Nan's eyes dilated in profound shock. She began to shower the dish with rapturous acclaim. Exquisitely crunchy on the exterior, radiant and tender within. With every solitary bite, a flood of savory juices coats my entire palate. The natural delicate sweetness of the marrow, and that decadent fat melts flawlessly with the spice profile. It is seasoned to absolute perfection. This complexity far eclipses the banquet I shared with that esteemed count. Maron was visibly taken aback. A member of the high royalty, a sovereign who has surely sampled every delicacy in existence, actually offering such high praise for monster cuisine, Nan inquired with burgeoning curiosity. I have been hosted by the finest nobility across the lands. Pray tell what manner of beast yielded this flesh? Is it a prime goose wing? The liver of a suckling pig? Perhaps some rare livestock humans have domesticated? She demanded an answer. Speak truly, what creature is this? Emoto faltered. That is, Nan's voice boomed. State it at once. From what source did you procure something so delectable? Finally, she forced the words out one agonizing syllable at a time. It is harpy meat. Nan echoed blankly harpy. Among the various fowl humans cultivate, is there a specific breed known as a harpy? Emoto explained while trembling uncontrollably. No. This is the literal flesh of the monster the harpy. The winged ones, with the human faces? Upon hearing the truth, Nan plummeted into a deathly silence. Harpy, consuming the flesh of a harpy. The guards flanking her surged forward to strike. Lady Nan has shown you far too much mercy. They bellowed with righteous fury. How dare you defile her palate with something so repulsive? This level of insolence is a capital offense. Healers tend to Lady Nan immediately. She may have been tainted by foul poison. Marin calmly raised his hand to interject. I meticulously purged all toxins during the preparation, so the integrity of the meat is perfectly safe. The two dwarven guards interrogated him fiercely. You are the wretch responsible for cooking this filth. We are dragging you to the capital for a public execution. Suddenly, Nan signaled for a ceasefire. He speaks the truth. I am unharmed. Sheathe your blades. They attempted to dissuade me, but I exercised my own will to consume it. The fault is mine alone. Therefore, I grant them a complete and total pardon. But for this to be crafted from the meat of a harpy, it truly shatters my expectations. Even with the knowledge of its grotesque origin, I find myself unable to deny its exquisite flavor. Nan leaned in with an intense growing fascination. Do other monstrous abominations possess such exquisite flavor when prepared this way? Marin offered a blunt, honest assessment. Only a select few. Most are entirely inedible, and very few can rival the succulence of harpy flesh. She rested her chin upon her palm, her expression shifting to deep contemplation. The revelation that a specific culinary methodology can elevate monster meat above even the finest livestock. This is a phenomenon that demands rigorous academic study. Our first objective must be the systematic classification of edible monstrosities and the precise determination of their detoxification thresholds. Suddenly, a pertinent detail crossed Nan's mind. That reminds me. I was informed that your armaments were shattered during the execution of my commission. He replied concisely, correct. Then she made a grand proclamation. Not only did you deliver the requested materials with flawless precision, but you also introduced me to an unprecedented culinary marvel as a mark of my personal favor. I shall personally forge bespoke weaponry for each of you. The instant the words left her lips, Imoto and Dahlia were struck dumb with awe. What Lady Nan herself is going to strike the anvil for us? This is absolutely inconceivable. An honor of this magnitude is simply beyond words. However, her generous offer came with a singular caveat. From this moment forward, I require all of you to instruct me in every hidden nuance of monster cuisine. Upon hearing the price of their new gear, the two girls slowly turned toward Maron with visibly tense expressions. Without a moment's hesitation, he calmly accepted the pact. As you command, my lady, consider it done. The scene transitions back to the common hall. Daisy announced with a radiant beam, the commission is officially finalized. My heartiest congratulations on a successful operation. Imoto and Dahlia were practically vibrating with ecstatic energy. The legendary Lady Nan herself is personally handcrafting our gear. Someone pinch me. This has to be a fever dream, right? In my 116 years as an elf, I have never been graced with such prestige. She turned her gaze toward Maron and let out a weary sigh. Regarding your role in all this, A single droplet of emerald liquid splashed onto a raw slab of meat. Working with surgical focus, he explained his actions. The dwarven lady has taken a keen interest in monster gastronomy. Has she not? Therefore, I am merely conducting the necessary research. Dahlia stood speechless for a second before barking at him. Do not parade those repulsive biological hazards in a public space. Maron replied with unshakable logic. But the precision of the antidote ratio must be verified immediately. Suddenly, Daisy recalled a vital piece of news. Lord Marin Glacier. I have received a definitive update regarding your prior inquiry. Only a handful of high-priority commissions remain for the West Continent. Does this spark your interest? He inquired with a hint of skepticism. But did you not state previously that the West was a restricted zone? Is a freshly minted B-rank party even permitted to cross that threshold? Daisy beamed and clarified the situation. As it happens, lady, Nan was profoundly moved by your party's exceptional performance. She personally drafted a letter of recommendation for the Chaos Party. Consequently, your standing within the guild has reached unprecedented heights. Thus, at long last, we are cleared to investigate the movements of the Mad Dragon. Maron pressed for further clarification. Is an immediate decision required of us? She offered a subtle, knowing smile. These prestigious contracts are filled on a first-come, first-served basis, so haste would certainly be in your best interest. Upon hearing this, he shifted his gaze toward Imoto and Dahlia. However, I have yet to gauge the opinions of Dahlia and Imoto. Marin approached to consult them. Dahlia, Imoto, what are your thoughts on the dragon I've been hunting? I've received word of a guild in the West, possessing critical intelligence on its whereabouts. He sought to ensure total transparency. If you both stand with me, my heart is set on the West. Suddenly, Marin's formal tone was interrupted. Why do you insist on asking us with such unnecessary gravity? It became clear that Imoto and Dahlia viewed the venture as a non-issue. There is no need for such constant reservation over every minor detail. This journey is tethered to that ultimate goal of yours. Is it not? Furthermore, undertaking high-tier commissions will accelerate our growth and level us up in no time. Finally, Imoto erupted in a cheer and proclaimed, Then it's settled. Our next destination is the West Continent. Marin replied in a hushed, grateful tone, Thank you, Dahlia, Imoto. Daisy accessed the official ledger. Excellent. I shall officially register the Chaos Party for the West Continent expedition requests. Suddenly, Dahlia nudged them sharply. Hey, witness that! They turned their attention toward a surging crowd. What is the commotion? The guild entrance is in an uproar. Someone peered through the frosted glass. What's the cause? Down on the cobblestone street, an opulent procession of carriages rolled by. The onlookers were buzzing with frantic speculation. Such a vast retinue is a high-ranking noble making an entrance. A young woman descended gracefully from the lead carriage. At long last, I have reached my destination, where my newest treasure awaits Bonita de Madoa. Her sudden appearance ignited a fire of intense curiosity. Is that not a scion of the illustrious house of Count Madoa? Her domain ranks among the 5 wealthiest in the entire realm. What business could possibly bring her to these parts? Naga scrambled forward and offered a deep, reverent bow. Countess, to what do we owe the honor of this unexpected visitation? If you would grace us with your intent, we shall prepare a formal reception and settle the matter with the utmost haste. But Bonita only met his gaze with a frigid, piercing glare. Step aside, you common rabble. I have no business with the likes of you this day. Watching her advance, Marin's party whispered in hushed tones. That noblewoman is heading straight for our position. What could a high-born lady possibly want with us? Sure enough, she came to a halt directly before him. Bonita scrutinized him with predatory, unrestrained interest. Beholding you in the flesh is even more breathtaking. Your value far exceeds even my wildest imaginings. She reached out to delicately graze a lock of his hair, eyes shimmering like a hoard of priceless amethyst, and silver tresses as radiant as the finest celestial silk. You are the very manifestation of ethereal beauty. Maron pondered internally. Why does this scenario feel so hauntingly familiar? Dahlia was the first to snap. Listen here, human. By what right do you presume to barge in here and act so bold? Suddenly, her voice rang out with absolute authority. The decision has been made. Bonita proclaimed, O creature of incomparable grace, I shall whisk you away to a sanctuary worthy of that visage. You shall become my personal property. Amoto, previously silent, tensed her muscles to spring. Have you lost your mind? Myron is a person, not some ornament for your collection. In an instant, a wall of armored guards materialized to intercept them. They were fuming, yet immobilized. These children, Bonita, giggled behind a gloved hand. Very well then. Let us depart from this wretched hovel. Follow me. Myron maintained a stoic silence throughout the confrontation. Emoto and Dahlia scowled, desperate to thwart Bonita's advance. Marin, who in the world is this arrogant woman? Is she a ghost from your past? He could only clutch his brow and let out a weary sigh. No, she is a complete stranger to me. But I understand this situation perfectly. Once before, a noble made a similar sudden decree, to become their personal property, simply because they were enamored with my face. She persisted with her suffocating adoration. Your voice is equally enchanting. I shall bestow upon you the grand privilege of occupying the most opulent suite within my manor. Emoto's indignation flared with every passing second. How dare you unilaterally decree his abduction? Maron is not some common slave. Suddenly, the Countess's expression twisted into something frigid. A low-born creature like you dares to address me with such audacity? How truly insolent. Do not forget that the sole reason I have not purged your clamorous little troop yet is merely because you are associates of this magnificent man. And did you utter the word slave? Hardly. Observe those individuals over there. They all surrendered to me for the exact same reason, and they are currently basking in their most blissful days. I am nothing like those gluttonous swine who only understand how to coerce beautiful youths into servitude for mere sport, only to discard them once their novelty fades. Even while they are still in the twilight of their youth, I always provide a generous compensation, and strictly abhor the use of senseless violence. Should you submit to me, I guarantee you a life of absolute decadence, liberated from the mundane struggles of coin and survival. I will even furnish you with several times the standard wages of a high-tier maid. Exquisite beings are entitled to live in luxury. Marone narrowed his gaze, searching the depths of his memory. Why do I have the distinct impression that I've encountered this exact proposition before? He suddenly voiced a blunt inquiry. By any chance among your lineage, was there a forefather named Messier? Upon hearing that name, her excitement reached a fever pitch. Oh, I certainly did not expect you to be familiar with my grandfather. It appears you are remarkably well versed in aristocratic history. Having confirmed the bloodline, Marin vividly recalled that face. Naturally, I am familiar with him. Their predatory methods haven't evolved a single inch over the centuries. Bonita urged him impatiently. Come now, let us depart. Aboard the carriage, I shall entertain all of your desires. To her utter bewilderment, Marin flatly rejected her. I decline. She was unable to process the refusal. Your solitary obligation would be to allow me the pleasure of admiring your visage. Simply feasting my eyes on your divine visage whenever I am weary is all I require. Yet he delivered a crushing second rejection. I have no interest in such an arrangement. Bonita refused to concede her pursuit. You shall indulge in gourmet delicacies every single day. Exotic banquets, and I shall provide a decadent bath, a plush bed, and even the finest scented skincare oils at your disposal. Marin remained an immovable fortress. I appreciate the offer, but I shall decline. At this, a flicker of genuine desperation crossed her face. You may pursue whatever whims you desire, and still be showered with a staggering allowance in gold. But his response remained hauntingly calm. Regardless of the incentives, my answer remains no. Bonita's hands trembled with burgeoning frustration. But why? She gnashed her teeth in a fit of aristocratic pique. Grr, you insufferable stubborn adventurers. You people, why in the heavens are you so hell-bent on spurning my advances? It is not as if I am wielding my noble title to coerce you like those crude tyrants of the past. That one fellow was his name Uncommon or Common or some such. Some hero with a passable face used pathetic excuses like saving the realm or fulfilling a sacred mission to reject me for the most absurd reasons imaginable. Bonita's lips suddenly curled into a predatory, dangerous smile. If it has truly come to this, even if I must reduce him to a gilded slave, I shall claim him for my private collection. In the heart of the swarming chamber, this chaotic spectacle was drawing every eye in the room. Even the magical orb vibrated, sensing the toxic atmosphere. It appears the situation is becoming exceptionally volatile in that sector. Has some new conflict erupted? Salim muttered, it looks like we have a high-stakes drama unfolding. Meanwhile, Bonita continued to weave her malevolent scheme. Seeing the malice in her eyes, Dahlia barked a sharp warning. Humanity truly never evolves beyond its greed. I will not stand by while you indulge your twisted whims. Marin tightened his fist, whispering a cold vow to himself. I had hoped to avoid a pointless escalation, but it seems diplomacy has reached its end. Given her noble status, I shall attempt to restrain my lethality as much as possible. At that precise moment, a cold voice pierced the suffocating tension. Pardon the intrusion upon your private discourse. Salim spoke up with a chilling reminder. Even for a countess, instigating such a public spectacle over a petty personal obsession is profoundly beneath your station. She scoffed dismissively behind her hand. A scene? This is merely a minor disagreement occurring during the acquisition of a peerless masterpiece for my collection. He hoisted the magical orb aloft. There is a certain individual who demands an audience, Countess. Pray address them directly. Immediately following his words, Lady Nan's silhouette materialized. Bonita's complexion drained into a deathly pallor. Utterly panicked you are. The surrounding crowd was equally paralyzed. The legendary Lady Nan. She broke the silence with cold authority. I do not believe our paths have crossed before. I am the scion of Tatacha, the golden sovereign of Hura known as Nan. Bonita executed a stiff formal curtsy. I am Countess Bonita de Madoa. At your service, Lady Nan. Then Nan commenced her stern lecture. Madoa, the lineage responsible for that grand art gallery. It is undeniably an exquisite establishment. I harbor no ill will toward those who cherish aesthetic beauty. However, I never envisioned a countess would descend so low as to sequester living, breathing souls within a display case. Humans are the legacy of their kin. They are not ornaments to be cultivated like potted flora. A person's true radiance only manifests when they possess the autonomy to pursue their destiny without being shackled by another's whims. Furthermore, these individuals are my esteemed benefactors. Attempting to seize them without regard for their agency is... Bonita was visibly flustered, her voice cracking. No! I was merely proposing a transaction of unparalleled reward. This defensive remark only served to stoke Nan's irritation. Are you attempting to ignite a diplomatic crisis with my house? She recoiled in terror, quickly backtracking. I meant no such thing, I swear. Internally, she was utterly bewildered. Why is a mere commoner adventurer under the direct protection of a dwarven high noble like Nan? At last Bonita surrendered her claim. You ethereal stranger, I shall exceptionally deign to honor your perspective. But at the very least, allow me to commission your portrait. Nevertheless, Maron remained an immovable fortress. I must decline. I have no desire to be treated as a museum specimen. She huffed in a fit of aristocratic pique. Preposterous if I cannot even possess your likeness. Then I refuse to depart from this spot. Nan attempted to de-escalate the situation with reason. Compose yourself immediately. As a gesture of gratitude for honoring my request regarding these individuals, I shall personally forge a masterpiece of gold, specifically for your collection. Bonita was struck speechless. A handcrafted relic forged by the legendary Lady Nan herself? She offered a subtle, sophisticated smile. Precisely. Bonita then snapped her fingers decisively. If those are the terms, I accept. With a flourish, she led her sprawling entourage toward the exit. That is enough, everyone. We are departing. Amoto and Dahlia scrambled over to check Marin's condition. Are you physically unharmed? In the meantime, Bonita harbored a lingering obsession thinking, mark my words. That commoner specimen, no matter how brilliantly a gem glitters, it will always be an irresistible target. One day without fail. You will be forced to enter the capital when that moment arrives. In the glorious name of the House of Madoa, I will secure you as my own. Salim addressed Nan with a respectful tone. We are deeply indebted for your intervention, Lady Nan. She responded gracefully. I am simply relieved that a diplomatic crisis was averted. Now pray excuse me as my forge demands my attention. I shall coordinate with the guildmaster shortly. Marin interjected to show gratitude. My thanks for your timely assistance, Vice Guildmaster. But he simply dismissed the sentiment with a wave. Reserve your gratitude for Lady Nan. Being caught in the crossfire of high-ranking VIPs is the thing I despise most. Following the chaos, Emoto and Dahlia deliberated. Perhaps we should accelerate our departure to the west before another catastrophe finds us. In all seriousness, with a visage as distracting as yours, who can predict what other disasters loom ahead? Perhaps I should revert to wearing my iron helm. Absolutely not. That would be a tragic waste of aesthetic potential. Naga overheard their conversation and issued a grim warning. If your trajectory is set for the west, I urge you to exercise extreme caution. The geopolitical climate there is exceptionally volatile. She inquired with concern, is there a specific complication? Naga clarified the Dagamas Temple Ruins dungeon, commissioned by the guild, is a notorious trap-laden labyrinth. Conquering it demands profound mechanical expertise and high-tier specialized utility skills. A vanguard team of specialists was initially deployed to investigate the depths. However, they fell victim to a catastrophic accident within and remain in a vegetative state to this day. This is why we are initiating a second recruitment drive. I am well aware that the Chaos Party possesses formidable talent, but you must exercise extreme caution within those ruins. It is a treacherous labyrinth where a single split-second oversight triggers a total wipeout. They exchanged apprehensive glances. Is the situation truly that dire? The West truly operates on an entirely different level of lethality. It appears we must prioritize high-tier equipment for this expedition. Morin silently stroked his chin. Dogamusa Temple ruins. If my memory serves me correctly, that place was infested with lethal mechanisms. Yet the overall difficulty should still be within clearable margins. If a team specifically tailored for trap disposal was assembled, there is no logical reason for them to be decimated so thoroughly. Something is definitely foul, he mused privately. In the meantime, within a Stygian oppressive sanctum, a thunderous voice resonated. Before much longer, the Monster King shall descend and claim this realm. The lifeblood of those arrogant fools who dare resist will flood the earth like crimson rivers. We shall offer up the sanctified rotting flesh to forge an eternal vessel for the great Demon King. The fanatical cultists below erupted in a unified chilling roar. He continued his psychological subjugation of the masses. The first apostle of the great Demon King has spoken. Upon his glorious descent, we must provide refuge to our strayed brethren. This is the sacred purpose for which we must march forward relentlessly. We shall liberate our comrades who endure humiliation at the hands of the infidels, those parasites who believe themselves masters of this desolate, barren wasteland. When the dawn of the new era breaks, we shall all be transformed into the very roots and the nourishment of this sacred soil. Itarium, Itarium once more. Let us strive to purge the absolute darkness of the Demon King's essence. We must hunt down and incinerate all the filthy, white stains of this world. He bellowed, offer your prayers, so that our ultimate martyrdom shall never be in vain. One by one, the blind zealots were led into the abyss. Shock Mundo. Every deluded soul followed blindly toward their doom. Shock Mundo. Itrium, Itrium. Itrium West Continent, the raw and desolate lands. A parched, forsaken territory abandoned by the gods. The terrain is so utterly dehydrated that not a single living organism can be glimpsed. And yet intrepid adventurers never cease descending upon this arid wasteland. Atop glanced back at the weary group and signaled, "We are nearing our objective. The dungeon entrance should manifest at any moment." Emoto wheezed, gasping for oxygen. This heat is lethal. I never anticipated a temperature this blistering. She collapsed dejectedly across her camel's humps. We should have stayed far away from this place. We should have left this to the specialized suppression squad. Dahlia scowled. It's far too late for pathetic whining Emoto. Atop suddenly shared a grim speculation. I doubt that specialist team will be regaining consciousness anytime in the foreseeable future. Dahlia was visibly taken aback. The reports claimed it was merely a minor mishap. He began to recount the details. Well, officially it was classified as a raid accident. However, it appears the mechanisms previously neutralized by the scouts suddenly reactivated with a completely erratic pattern. The entire unit was either mangled or left comatose, so their recovery will be a long, arduous process. But if we neglect the sanctum, while the monster density continues to surge, the structural integrity of the dungeon may warp as the subterranean horror overflow and spill onto the surface. Thus we cannot afford a single moment of complacency. Atop persisted with his tactical briefing. This is a minefield of a dungeon. Our progress will be sluggish. Fortunately, we possess the Professional Guild's comprehensive guidebook, which archives every scrap of trap data they've painstakingly gathered, so remain composed. I shall distribute the documents once we reach the threshold. However, Emoto remained skeptical. But isn't that the same organization that compiled the intel only to end up brain dead because of those very traps? Dahlia interjected to clarify, well, within trap-oriented gauntlets, catastrophes are an occupational hazard, even within sectors deemed officially cleared. She continued her analysis. The investigation became a war of attrition, and the sheer density of monster spawns likely tripped the mechanisms or shifted the entire layout. The two of them continued their tense back and forth. Reflecting on it, there are legendary dungeons, where the environment itself is in a constant state of flux. Could the monster population have spiked exponentially while we were en route to this location? Marin finally interjected with a calm tone. Per the guild's final reconnaissance, the situation was stable. Emoto replied, then we need to accelerate our pace. The scene transitions to the suffocating darkness of the dungeon. A mummy's severed head bound in ancient cloth thudded against the stone. Emoto scanned the chaotic battlefield with gritted teeth. These bastards. No matter how many we slaughter, the tide never recedes. The tactical guidebook explicitly stated, the monster population was under control. Yet we're facing an endless legion. Suddenly, a streak of light whistled past her ear. The mummy lurking behind her was instantly pinned to the earth. Dahlia barked orders amidst the fray. File your grievances with the guild later. Right now, keep your eyes on the objective, Emoto. She replied with a frantic grin, Roger that much appreciated. Marin was donned in a fresh iron helm for the skirmish. He mused internally, since we were forced to rush this expedition, this is merely a temporary set I purchased in a scramble. Regardless, it's a significant upgrade over my former scrap. I wonder how much longer until our custom-forged gear is finally brought to life. Earlier, Nan had instructed them, surrender your shattered armaments. We shall break them down in the forge, to serve as the foundation for your new masterpieces. Marin had inquired about the timeline. Do you have a projected estimate for completion? She offered a knowing smirk. Fear not, this is equipment destined for my saviors. Perfection cannot be forced. It requires time and patience. I shall summon you the moment the steel is cold. The trio continued to hold their position against the onslaught. Nevertheless, exactly as Imoto had dreaded, the sheer volume of monsters was becoming absurd. This isn't merely a case of the guild providing faulty data. If the reality even remotely mirrored the intelligence, this raid would have concluded ages ago. Something is fundamentally wrong here. Dahlia screamed over the clashing steel. They're endless. Is there no escape from this god's forsaken chamber? Imoto frantically scrambled to consult the floor map, scrutinized the intricate inscriptions on the floor. The data suggests that as long as we maneuver while strictly avoiding the tiles with azure patterns, we'll remain unscathed. So simply neutralize any that breach our perimeter and steadily repel their advance. Imoto cast a wary glance at the floor's glowing geometry. Reflecting on the layout these azure panels, their latent function appears to be. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck her. The mummy count was spiking exponentially. This is a disaster. They're launching a pincer attack from the rear. She leaned in close to Marin, her voice trembling. Since when did their numbers swell to this magnitude? As I instructed, simply execute them one by one as they breached the line. The trio stood shoulder to shoulder, forming an impenetrable phalanx. Without warning, the expression on her face contorted into pure unadulterated shock. That's because with reckless abandon, Marin used his own body as a battering ram to charge straight ahead. Imoto shrieked in a blind panic, "Wait!" The manual explicitly said not to trigger that color. In the blink of an eye, the entire mummy horde was obliterated. Imoto and Dahlia were frozen, unable to mask their bewilderment. What in the world just transpired? The trap exclusively decimated the monsters, and with terrifying surgical precision, Marin barked out sharp orders, no time for stunned silence. We're shattering the encirclement using this exact method. His heavy boot slammed down onto a patterned tile with intent. The devastating scene played out once more. The hidden mechanisms only ensnared the monsters. Next, it was Dahlia's turn to activate a pressure plate. The mummies were instantly plunged into a bottomless abyss. Time blurred as the slaughter continued. Finally, a heavy silence descended upon the corridor. The three warriors exhaled a collective sigh of profound relief. It appears we've successfully navigated that death trap. That was a razor-thin margin. We were a hair's breadth away from enduring absolute hell. Dahlia inquired, but Maron, how are you manipulating those mechanisms with such ease? You're maneuvering, as if you possess intimate knowledge of every trigger, and the exact coordinates of every hidden threat. Imoto leaned in, her curiosity piqued. Did you clandestinely acquire classified intel on these traps? Before we embarked on this mission, without breathing a word to us, she instantly debunked her own hypothesis. Besides, who would possess classified intel? That hasn't even been indexed by the professional guild's central database. But Marin dropped an absolute bombshell of a revelation. That is because this sanctum was fully conquered a century ago. The two of them were rooted to the spot in sheer disbelief. What was that 100 years? He stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. I found it peculiar. Why would a dungeon with a recorded conquest be treated as though it were uncharted territory? Imoto was visibly bewildered. A century. What are you even saying? He suddenly pivoted with a sharp turn to the right. I've only shared this truth with Dahlia, but I am actually a contemporary of you two in terms of age. She erupted in a loud, skeptical outburst. Do you honestly expect me to buy such a preposterous tall tale? Dahlia exhaled a heavy, world-weary sigh. It is genuinely fascinating how you can utter something so ludicrous with such a stoic, stone-cold expression. Imoto focused solely on the tactical advantage. In any case, that implies Marin possesses the blueprint to navigate this entire labyrinth. Does it not? Marin measured his response. I retain the core essentials. Dahlia was forced to concede with a slow nod. To be perfectly candid, the source of your knowledge is incredibly suspicious. But in this current predicament, you are effectively the master key we require to speedrun this death trap. She flashed a sly, mischievous grin. You had better take full responsibility for our safety. Imoto was equally electrified by the prospect. And don't you dare withhold a single detail until we reach the very end. Maron hummed on the verge of a clarification. Technically yes, however, but she impatiently shoved him forward. Then let us prioritize the legendary treasure. Move it double time. They reached a dead-end wall. Maron meticulously traced the stone surface with his fingertips. I am certain a concealed mechanism resides in this vicinity. Imoto and Dahlia stood by, pulse racing, still sealed. Are you absolutely positive this is the threshold? Exercise some patience. Unlocking the path to a hidden treasury is never a simple feat. He applied firm pressure to a specific recessed brick. Instantly, a sequence of stones shifted away to reveal a passage. Precisely as I suspected, a clandestine gateway. Victory. Let's breach the inner sanctum immediately. Marone peered into the void and cautioned, it's an absolute abyss in there. Illuminate the path. Emoto extended her hand to conjure a light spell. This corridor is unnervingly interminable. The trio entered the narrow passage in a cautious single-file formation. Is the horde sequestered at the very end, after advancing for a while? A sense of profound unease began to wash over her. In a dungeon notorious for being saturated with traps, how is it that this secret artery is entirely devoid of them? Our luck is becoming suspiciously convenient. Dahlia's instincts were also screaming in protest. Something is fundamentally wrong. Emoto scanned the shadows. What is it? According to the preliminary reconnaissance, this sector should be crawling with mummies, and I anticipated swarms of giant scorpions as well. Yet we have penetrated this deep into the ruins, without encountering a single living soul or dead one. It defies all tactical logic. This implies a third party is currently haunting these halls, alongside us. The passage opened into a significantly more cavernous chamber. Marin took cover behind a jagged pillar and signaled. Increase the luminosity immediately. Emoto obeyed, chanting under her breath, let there be light. The moment the chamber was bathed in radiance, Marin's pupils constricted into pinpricks of shock. Beholding the walls painted in visceral bloodstains, horror seized him. What in the name of hell is this? The three stood paralyzed in the center of the macabre sanctum. What sort of nightmare has this place become? Dahlia grimaced. The atmosphere was bone-chilling. Is this some depraved ritual site? For a cult, it's inconceivable for a labyrinth to house such filth. I can't believe you led us through a den of shadows like this. As I shortcut Marin, he reached out to brush the cold surface of a stone altar. This is an unprecedented sight even for me. This was once a sanctified safe zone for respite, after I had purged the scorpion infestation. Emoto knelt to examine a jagged magic circle etched into the floor. Malice is radiating from every single direction. My skin is crawling. The stench of dark energy is suffocating. Dahlia retrieved a discarded journal and fanned through the pages. Based on these deranged scribblings, the occupant of this room was spiraling into total insanity. She recited a chilling passage aloud. It's written here, the advent of the Demon King's resurrection. At those words, Maron's entire frame tensed. The resurrection of the Demon King. A frantic thought raced through his mind. Impossible. Is that catastrophic dragon pulling the strings so? She's been festering in a wretched pit like this for an entire century. Dahlia, hand me that ledger, Marin commanded. She shoved it toward him. Here, scour it yourself. Suddenly, a silhouette draped in a blood-red cowl materialized. You lot who dare trespass in this hallowed ground. The two of them were instantly paralyzed by the intrusion. Someone actually inhabits a tomb as foul as this. The zealot surged with aggression, bracing for a lethal strike. Very well, I shall offer your souls as the ultimate sacrifice. He unleashed a devastating focus blast forward. Dahlia gritted her teeth in a snarl, lunging forward to establish a defensive perimeter. Initiating a skirmish in such a confined space, a violent detonation rocked the chamber. Amidst the swirling debris, Marin launched a flurry of shattered masonry toward him. The cultist nimbly evaded the projectiles with a sneer. He gnashed his teeth in fury. You faithless, profane heathens! By what right do you defile this sanctuary? You think such primitive parlor tricks can best me? While his guard faltered for a fraction of a second, Emoto seized the opening and plummeted forward like a gale. I'll incinerate you until nothing but ash remains. The hooded fanatic took the full brunt of the impact before he could parry. He coughed up a violent, visceral spray of crimson. He collapsed onto the cold stone, his frame racking with tremors. Marin hoisted the man upward by his tattered collar. Start providing the answers I seek. Even behind the iron helm, the murderous intent Marin radiated was stifling. What manner of depravity are you orchestrating here? But the man merely erupted into a fit of manic lunacy-driven laughter. Ignorant fools like you couldn't fathom the divine truth. And then with twisted pride, he proclaimed, Behold the sacred remnants of the Holy Spirit right to resurrect the Demon King. Marin's composure fractured for a fleeting moment. A Holy Spirit ritual preposterous. The zealot began a feverish chant. The hour approaches. A direct subordinate of the Demon King promised me that a noble offering is the key to the sovereign's return. You shall not obstruct the magnificent design that the great master has set into motion. Marin tightened his iron grip on the collar. Speak, you worm. His voice sank to a guttural, predatory growl inches from the man's face. Are you an accomplice of that mad dragon, confess? Observing the escalating tension, Dahlia interjected to stabilize him. Marin, steady yourself. We have him bound and neutralized. We can extract the truth through proper interrogation. To their collective shock, the fanatic's visage turned a manic flushed red. He cackled with a chilling, hysterical fervor. I shall never betray the master's divine mandate. That lunatic, he's offering these very sacrifices to saturate this land. Inferno bomber. Amoto's complexion drained of all color. That incantation, it's a... She lunged forward desperately, trying to yank Maron back. Marin retreat immediately, he's going to blow. But the window of escape had already slammed shut. A cataclysmic detonation tore through the chamber. Clouds of pulverized stone and soot billowed toward the ceiling. Miraculously, the barrier held firm, shielding the trio from the blast. Amoto collapsed, her strength completely depleted by the mana drain. That was a brush with death itself. I never anticipated that fanatic would detonate an explosive spell within his own marrow, directly in our faces. He reached down to steady her. My thanks, Emoto. Are you physically unharmed? She offered a weak, reassuring nod. I'll live, but my mana is utterly evaporated. My legs feel like they've turned to lead. Dahlia finally grasped the sheer gravity of the conspiracy. The zealot chose self-immolation over surrender. Every shred of evidence has been reduced to ash. Even with a guild report lacking tangible proof, launching a full-scale investigation will be a bureaucratic nightmare. If they're resorting to such extreme measures, the magnitude of their plot must be truly catastrophic. Maron finally unveiled the hidden truth. The dragon I am sworn to slay. She is orchestrating the resurrection of the Demon King. She was visibly struck by the revelation. A dragon seeking to revive the Demon King. Preposterous. Maron elaborated on the looming shadow. If she has recruited acolytes to her cause, there may be countless other cells, clandestinely performing these same profane rituals. That man was undoubtedly an agent of the Mad Dragon. He clutched a scorched fragment of ebony cloth in his palm. A singular burning question consumed Maron's thoughts. If this is the reality, where does that Mad Dragon lurk now? They deliberated over the threshold they had crossed. Once you breach a secret passage of this design, returning through the entrance becomes an impossibility. Indeed, the trio shared a grim moment of consensus. Regardless, our only option is to press onward. Stepping through the jagged, melted breach in the wall, Marin's expression turned increasingly pensive. He stood in profound silence, his gaze fixed on the ruins for an eternity. The scene transitions to a chamber bathed in a gentle, ethereal glow. This sanctuary? Amoto's eyes glimmered with pure avarice at the sight of the mountain of gold. She gasped in sheer disbelief. This is absolutely insane. If I manage to haul this bounty back to civilization, my lineage can live in decadent luxury for generations to come. I might even find a handsome suitor to lavish with gifts. Unexpectedly, Maron shattered her delusions with a cold remark. Every coin and trinket in this chamber is a mere illusion. The moment you cross the dungeon's threshold with this haul, it will all disintegrate into worthless dross. Her exuberant excitement vanished in an instant. You have to be joking. My dreams of a life of opulence decimated in a heartbeat. Dahlia offered a few words of cynical comfort. Simply behave as if this fortune was never yours to possess. Unbridled greed is a truly unbecoming trait, Emoto. He meticulously scanned the perimeter of the room. The artifacts resting upon the central altar are genuine, however. Those are the only prizes worth claiming. The objective should be stationed around here somewhere. Marin's gaze locked onto a distant object. There it is. But the other two squinted into the shadows, seeing nothing. What the pedestal over there is completely vacant. Marin searched the immediate area with frantic movements. Impossible. After a century of dormancy, the relic should have respawned by now. What exactly are we looking for? Is it that pillow-like object? A bizarre wooden stake stood defiantly upright amidst the shifting gold. Suddenly, Dahlia shrieked a piercing alarm. Amoto. Marin, something catastrophic is unfolding over there. Why is the entire treasury collapsing into itself? She stared at the gold beneath her feet in a blind panic. The coins are surging like a tidal wave. Is this another lethal trap? Marin stammered, his voice choked with uncertainty. No, this doesn't fit the pattern. Before they could register the threat, a colossal clawed extremity slammed into the floor. The two craned their necks to behold the monstrosity above. Its orbs were voids of pitch-black hollow and soulless. This shouldn't be... Marin realized the grim truth. A Sphinx Y is the dungeon's apex guardian lurking in the horde. Before they could react, the Sphinx spoke in a resonant, hollow boom. Who dares covet my sacred bounty? I shall subject your souls to a final lethal trial.